Chapter 42. In Shadows. Are they foes or friends? Enough. Harry, Malfoy. Perhaps you have forgotten that you are noble wizards, not foolish muggles who rely solely on brute force to resolve issues. What distinguishes you, driven by anger, from a mindless troll? This matter ends here. Snape intervened, forcibly separating Harry and Malfoy, while unleashing a few acerbic remarks. Oh no, the agitated young witches and wizards were not satisfied with this outcome, although they did not wish for Harry and Malfoy to engage in a life-and-death struggle. The prospect of witnessing such a spectacle was undeniably alluring to them, akin to the excitement felt by spectators in an arena where thrilling contests ignite fervent emotions. The absence of a definitive victor left an air of regret, much like a story that concludes without resolution. What's this? Is there dissent? Or does everyone wish to contest for the dubious honor of being the last in their respective houses? Snape narrowed his eyes while gripping the napes of Harry and Malfoy's necks, threatening the restless young wizards without reservation. The young wizards suddenly recalled the terror of being under Snape's dominion and the recent dismal tally of negative points across all houses, obediently lowering their heads in fear of becoming his target. Snape cast a glance at the pretense of compliance among the young wizards and, without looking back, led Harry and Malfoy out of the activity room. Lillian, Hermione, followed closely. Lillian and Hermione exchanged a glance before hastily trailing behind Snape. Once the five departed, the young wizards exhaled in relief, and, after a few moments of mutual glances, the room erupted once more into a cacophony of chatter. Oh, Merlin's great socks! I can't believe the rumors were true. If Professor Snape hadn't intervened, would Harry and Malfoy have truly fought to the death? Were Harry and Malfoy really employing spells meant for first-year students? Are we all in the same class? Phew, that scared me. I almost thought I would not see the sun rise tomorrow. The professor remains as formidable as ever. The activity room buzzed with the discussions of young wizards, each voice contributing to the lively atmosphere. Hiding in a corner, Lockhart sighed in relief as the key figures departed. He then approached the remaining young wizards with a perfect smile, announcing that today's event had been a resounding success under his astute guidance, urging everyone to actively participate in future activities. Meanwhile, Harry and Malfoy had regained their composure. Snape glanced at them, released his hold, and walked ahead, the two boys silently following in tandem, with Lillian and Hermione trailing behind. Upon arriving at the room of requirement, where they typically trained, the four stood in a neat line. Snape observed Harry and Malfoy, then looked at the obedient stance of Lillian and Hermione, feeling an unexpected urge to smile. Harry, what transpired today? Pray tell. Do not tell me you were possessed by a troll. Hearing Snape mention his name, Harry felt his heart leap to his throat, and as soon as Snape finished speaking, he hurried to explain. Professor, I cannot fathom what happened. When Malfoy summoned the troll, my body became utterly immobile at that moment. No amount of struggling availed me. It was as if someone had petrified me, yet it felt different. The surrounding sounds gradually faded away, replaced by a ringing in my ears, and I found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Just as my anxiety peaked and my vision began to blur, a flash of red light surged through, and I suddenly broke free from my immobilized state, a voice within urging me to swiftly eliminate the troll. Lillian's heart jolted in surprise. What was happening? This situation sounded akin to a character awakening, but what of the red light? Lillian and Snape exchanged a glance, both assured that neither had intervened to assist the other. Thus, the situation presented itself. Was there an unknown entity lurking in the shadows, uncertain of its allegiance? Regarding Harry's immobilization, Snape believed that only Tom could be responsible for such a predicament. However, Lillian entertained other notions, though she deemed it premature to voice them. Let us set this matter aside for the moment. Instead, let us discuss why you, noble wizards, resort to brawling like brutish muggles. I certainly do not recall having taught you such conduct. Or are you, at this juncture, under the influence of a troll? Upon hearing this, Harry and Malfoy instinctively lifted their heads in unison to cast a glance at Lillian. Lillian recalled that this predicament indeed seemed to bear her responsibility, and, feeling somewhat guilty, she glanced at the ceiling before diverting her gaze towards a shadow in the corner, feigning busyness. This situation traces back to a sparring session, during which Snape, after assigning tasks, busied himself with potion making, leaving the four youngsters to engage in increasingly close combat. How could Lillian tolerate such proximity? Such a minuscule distance? Did they expect her to act like a fool, brandishing her wand practically in the enemy's face? What chance would she have to land a blow otherwise? Driven by instinct, Lillian could not restrain herself. As Malfoy prepared for another attack, she delivered a swift left hook, knocking him to the ground, leaving both her ally Hermione and her adversary Harry momentarily stunned. The group fell into a state of shocked silence. Lillian glanced nervously at the others, subconsciously concealing her right hand behind her back. But upon reflection, she deemed such practicality invaluable on the battlefield, and thus she boldly began to explain herself to the group. Ahem, when faced with an enemy, they will not grant us any leniency. With such proximity, what if we cannot evade their attacks? Are they not our adversaries? Is it not far more convenient to strike directly? Oh, is that how it is? The trio was profoundly shocked, questioning the validity of their understanding. Are we not wizards? Of course, but there are no buts. Do you not trust me? Brother, Hermione. Precisely. Lillian speaks the truth. Defeating the enemy is our foremost objective. What is wrong with engaging in physical combat without relying solely on our wands? This is entirely reasonable. Indeed, Lillian is correct. At times, I also find it rather peculiar to be waving my wand when we are face to face. This sentiment stemmed from the fact that Harry and Hermione, under the influence of their sister and friend, were quick to abandon their reservations. Am I the only one, Malfoy, who senses something amiss? This came from Malfoy, still reeling from the impact of the left hook, who had yet to fully process the situation. The other three saw nothing alarming, leading him to wonder if he had indeed misjudged the circumstances. With his mind clouded, Malfoy, bewildered and confused, chose to conform to the majority. Thus, the trio was inadvertently led astray by Lillian. Under normal circumstances, this would not have been an issue, but in the heat of passion, if the distance was close, they would not hesitate to engage. Returning to the present, Snape was acutely aware of their antics. After a brief silence, he opted to bypass the topic entirely. He had never anticipated that the young wizards trained under such conditions would display such immaturity in combat. Were their usual training sessions merely a farce? Their technique, agility, and spellcasting were all lacking. I fail to see any necessity for further instruction under these circumstances. Since you prefer physical confrontation, let today's training consist of Harry and Malfoy sparring against 50 dummies until they are all rendered ineffective. Remember, it is strictly hand-to-hand combat. Magic is forbidden. Lillian, follow me. Hermione, if you wish to practice, feel free to supervise them both here. Understood, Professor Snape. No, we are wizards, not warriors. We could be killed. Harry and Malfoy outwardly appeared compliant, while internally they raged. Lillian accompanied Snape to the monitoring room, immediately realizing that he intended to discuss matters concerning Tom with her. Before broaching the subject of Tom, Snape presented Lillian with a surveillance clip, and as the footage played, a peculiar expression crossed her face. Is this Tom? Has he undergone a transformation? And why does he resemble a wretched bear? Chapter 43, The Unfortunate Tom. The figure captured on the surveillance footage was evidently not the same individual Tom had previously possessed. This person bore a slight resemblance to someone familiar to Lillian, and after a moment's contemplation, she recognized her identity. Indeed, she was yet another girl, leaving Lillian to wonder if Tom harbored some peculiar predilection. The individual on the monitor was Daphne Greengrass, a member of Slytherin, whom Lillian was not well acquainted with. She remembered her solely because she was the sister of Astoria Malfoy, Draco's future wife. Oh, one would think that it would require Draco himself to come to the rescue in such a scenario, wouldn't it? Yet, why had Tom chosen to switch hosts? The more individuals he possessed, the greater the risk of exposure, which was decidedly detrimental to him. At this thought, Lillian cast a glance at Severus Snape, who was intently watching the monitor. She surmised that she understood the situation. Snape's recent injury was undoubtedly linked to Tom's change of skin. Moreover, it was highly probable that Snape's injury was a consequence of backlash. But could it be that Professor Snape had somehow cast a jinx upon himself? Surely not. Tom should be capable of resolving this issue on his own. Lillian gazed at the unfortunate Tom in the footage, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a sense of profound sympathy for him. Unable to contain herself, she let out a laugh. What was the situation? Let us shift our focus to Tom. In his expectations, he should have been wreaking havoc within Hogwarts, flourishing with ease. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Somewhere along the line, the fortunate Tom had transformed into the unfortunate Tom. This misfortune manifested itself in various ways. Wherever he went to commit misdeeds or slander others, he would inevitably encounter a professor. Of course, we can ascertain that the professors were doing this deliberately. It would be quite absurd to allow Tom's nefarious acts to succeed under constant surveillance. Yet, he would trip while walking, choke on his meals, sputter while drinking, misstep on the stairs, find himself frequently interrupted by mischievous young wizards during his excursions to the Chamber of Secrets, and constantly forget to bring his pen or books to class, among numerous other minor calamities. As a result, his once close companions had begun to avoid him. While none of these incidents were physically harmful, they were exceedingly vexing. Tom felt compelled to hasten his ultimate plan. If this continued, he would truly lose his composure. Observing Tom, who had just taken his 21st wrong turn on the stairs, even Snape could not suppress a faint smile. Ah, Professor Snape and fellow student Lillian. One would expect them to be enjoying a delightful dinner in the Great Hall at this hour, rather than mocking an unfortunate young wizard. Suddenly, a voice startled Lillian, causing her to realize that a figure was seated on the soft sofa in the corner, facing away from them. It was Professor Aurora, who taught astronomy to the young wizards, and it was apparent that she was the supervisor for the day. Judging by her drowsy appearance, she had evidently just awakened. Good afternoon, Professor Aurora. Aurora, I believe the safety of the school might take precedence over your seemingly unproductive slumber. Wouldn't you agree? The voices of Lillian and Snape chimed in unison, and Lillian felt that she ought not to be present in the room. Oh, Professor Snape, how can sleep be deemed unproductive? You should know that I spent the entire night conducting astronomical research, and I went directly to class this morning. Furthermore, Hogwarts is the safest magical institution. There is no need for such vigilance. Rubbing her eyes, Professor Aurora waved her wand to summon a cup of Earl Grey tea. Savoring it leisurely. Aurora, darling, did we not agree to hold on until I returned? Besides, do you not recall the recent turmoil at the school when you look at Lillian? This falls within our responsibilities, you know. Before Professor Snape could respond, a familiar voice echoed from the doorway. Lillian turned to see Professor Sprout approaching. It seemed that today's duty had fallen to the two of them. Lillian, let us be off, Snape declared, striding out of the monitoring room without hesitation. We're leaving already? She had expected Snape to offer a few more criticisms. Why the sudden departure? Despite her confusion, Lillian obediently followed Snape's lead, overhearing the conversation between the two professors behind her. Professor Snape, you genuinely seem to care about Hogwarts. Who would have thought? Who knows? Perhaps it is merely to witness the students' misfortunes, replied Professor Aurora. I know it is you. Aurora, that remark was rather excessive. Lillian, be cautious. He may soon reach his breaking point. As Lillian pondered this in her mind, Snape's warning rang clear. All right, Professor, I am always vigilant. You need not worry. I hope so. Professor, why does he appear to be somewhat unfortunate? Did you do something? Lillian, genuinely curious about this matter, felt that witnessing Tom's misfortunes could brighten her week ahead. Lillian, perhaps you have been graced by the blessing of a unicorn? Indeed, is that so? Professor, do you imply there is a connection between them? Snape's mention of the blessing reminded Lillian that she had nearly forgotten about it. Aside from the day she received it, she had not felt its presence since. This is the backlash of the blessing. He may be attempting to calculate or harm you. But, as they say, a thief never gets away with it. I see. Then, Professor, regarding your injury. Enough, Lillian. Now is the time for diligent young wizards to eat properly, rather than chasing after busy professors with trivial inquiries. Snape suddenly halted. And only then did Lillian realize they had already arrived at the entrance to the Great Hall. While she disagreed with Snape's assertion that her questions were trivial, she understood that further inquiries would yield no answers. It was best to comply and partake in a meal, which was indeed of great importance. Dining was crucial for Lillian. But there was an even more pressing matter, watching a new episode of The Unfortunate Bear. Given that Tom seemed to encounter various mishaps even while eating, it was essential to witness it firsthand, considering it a small recompense for the rumors he had spread. Lillian occasionally stole glances towards the Slytherin table, fearful of being discovered. She was quite adept at covert observation. Alas, the time was no longer peak dining hours, and only a handful of young wizards occupied the hall. Thus, Lillian had finished her meal without encountering Tom. However, she did come across Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Oh no, I forgot about them, Lillian thought, hiding behind a vase. Muttering to herself, you can't see me, you can't see me. Yet, this proved futile, as Ron, with his keen eyesight, had spotted her upon entering. Hey Lillian, were you waiting for us here in the Great Hall? How touching. Ron's enthusiastic voice broke the silence, and Lillian could no longer deceive herself. Hello, brother, Hermione, and Ron. How did you guess? It was rather obvious, considering you left early to eat. Ron exclaimed, puffing out his chest with pride. Haha, you're right. I must say you can be quite clever at times, Ron. Lillian scratched her head, feigning a sheepish grin. Ron beamed with pride, while Harry, standing nearby, sensed a hint of guilt on his dear sister's face and remained skeptical. Wait, shouldn't it have been Ron who ate first? How did you come to dine with your brother and Hermione? Lillian chuckled, realizing something seemed amiss. Oof, naturally. It is because both Lillian and I are eagerly awaiting everyone for dinner. After all, we are the best dining companions. Without you all, meals would lack any joy. As for Harry and the others, it just so happens that I was in the restroom when I didn't see you in the cafeteria and came back just in time to encounter you. Oh, I see. No wonder I thought I was the first to arrive for dinner. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Never mind, I won't overthink it. But aren't we still missing someone? While the quartet enjoyed their meal in the cafeteria, Tom, for the 52nd time, took a wrong turn on the staircase. His mindset completely unraveling. Yes, he was still meandering around that spiral staircase. He resolved to end this wretched second stint at student life as soon as possible. Absolutely. Chapter 44, The Phoenix's Rebirth. Hey, Harry, I believe I have discerned who is causing the disruptions at school. Lillian paused her writing. Had Tom been discovered by Ron? She lifted her gaze towards Ron, who was conspiratorially leaning towards Harry, whispering mysteriously. She found it hard to believe he could have uncovered this matter. Disruptions? Are you referring to the instigator spreading malicious gossip about Lillian? Harry gripped his quill tightly, evidently fixated on a different issue, though this matter was indeed quite serious. Well, I'm not certain about that. Oh, Harry, have you forgotten? Phil's cat was petrified, and the culprit left that message. You know, I already know who did this. He finished with an eager look directed at the others at the table, all of whom could see his unspoken plea. Ask me. Ask me. It was no wonder that the group fell silent. After all, that individual had only committed that one act, and it was merely a cat. Truth be told, if Ron hadn't mentioned it, apart from Lillian, no one else would have taken it seriously. However, it seemed to involve two gossip-worthy individuals, prompting the Gryffindors to exchange knowing glances at the two in question before turning back to their own affairs. Lillian, sensing that the culprit Ron spoke of was not the same person she had in mind, returned to her homework. Hey, don't be like that. Although that person truly doesn't know why they ceased their mischief, doesn't anyone feel even a morsel of curiosity about what happened? Oh, Ron. They must have been caught by the legendary creature that specializes in apprehending unruly young wizards. Exactly. Perhaps they've already been expelled by the professors. Or perhaps they simply disapprove of Filch. Honestly, if the situation weren't so dire, I would have to commend them for their audacity. The young wizards each expressed their opinions, and before the situation escalated, they all felt it was hardly a matter of concern. The repercussions were not even as significant as Lillian's creation of the little bird, nor did they surpass the impact of Harry and Malfoy's duel a couple of days prior. The Gryffindors were known for their adventurous spirit, yet they weren't inclined to meddle in every affair. Nevertheless, the young wizards had inadvertently stumbled upon a close guess. Indeed, it was the creature that had caught the troublemaker. Tom was enduring a day filled with surveillance. Perhaps it should be termed Tom, the unfortunate bear of Truman's world. In any case, he was being watched, and engaging in mischief at school was out of the question. Besides his own misfortunes, there were professors secretly stirring the pot. It wasn't that no professors had suggested expelling Daphne, who was under Tom's influence. However, Dumbledore and a few others understood that, while Daphne had been misled, the blame lay with Tom. Any wrongdoing associated with Daphne occurred after Tom had possessed her, and removing her would only lead to another like her. The previous Daphne had suffered no repercussions. After fainting for a day, she resumed her studies. They could not afford to create further turmoil. What if they were discovered? Would the plot continue? Of course, whether this was what Dumbledore was contemplating remained uncertain. In any case, life at school continued peacefully for everyone, except for Tom, who was left in a state of distress. Returning to the present, Ron considered that perhaps everyone's assertions held some merit. It indeed seemed trivial. All right, you're right. Honestly, I thought I had caught Malfoy in a bind, but reflecting on it, it seems rather unlikely. The young wizards, still engaged in discussion, caught wind of a crucial tidbit of information. Malfoy? He did that. Really? What for? At this, everyone once again glanced knowingly at Lillian and Harry. Harry's feather quill ultimately snapped. Sometimes, he genuinely wanted to call for help. Lillian, on the other hand, wore an expression of I told you so. She had asserted that Ron and she were not referring to the same individual. Regarding the young lion's gazes, Lillian shrugged. It was pointless to strike or argue, so she let it be. Speaking of Malfoy, Lillian suddenly recalled that the original narrative seemed somewhat skewed. Did the Gilderoy Lockhart Club precede the time when Harry and the others concocted the Polyjuice potion to deceive Malfoy? She couldn't quite remember. However, It appeared that the subplot of brewing the polyjuice potion had been overlooked. Alas, Harry transforming into a girl to beat up Malfoy aptly compensated for that narrative point. They could skip over it. After all, the young wizards were not misinterpreting Harry and Lillian as they had in the original story. It was inevitable that their numerous gossip sessions would lead to new interests after a while. Should this be considered an alternative application of rumors? Nonetheless, it was about time. Lillian recalled that Fawkes' rebirth was imminent. How intriguing. She yearned to witness it. A spark of desire flickered in her eyes. Lillian, what brings you to my old self for tea? Don't tell me you're in trouble again. What nonsense. How could she, such a good girl, possibly get into trouble? This is slander. A blatant defamation. Lillian resolved to take all the sweets from the table when she left. That would be her compensation. Dumbledore, of course, noticed Lillian's defiance, but reflecting on Lillian and Kunlun, the chaos caused by her little bird, and the rumored duel between Harry and Malfoy for love, he pondered. Slander, is it? He was unconvinced. How foolish he had been to regard Lillian as merely clever and charming. TSK, he had misjudged her. The two exchanged glances, understanding each other's sentiments, and tacitly took a sip of the red tea on the table, opting to bypass the topic. Wise individuals do such things. As a side note, Lillian mused that Dumbledore's drink could certainly be classified as milk tea. Then she fixated on Fawkes perched on his stand, observing him intently. Fawkes indeed appeared quite unwell. Normally, when she visited, Fawkes would joyfully circle around her, chirping happily. Today, Fawkes merely glanced at her, offering a token chirp of welcome before coughing intermittently, looking rather listless. Thus, Lillian had come over. Before Dumbledore could conclude his thoughts, Fawkes raised his head and let out a cry, surrounded by a blaze of orange-yellow flames, which consumed him in an instant, leaving only ashes to fall into the basin below the stand. Lillian leaped up in excitement, feeling incredibly fortunate. On her first visit, she witnessed Fawkes' magnificent rebirth. Oh, it seems you came to see Fawkes, rather than this old man. Dumbledore looked knowingly at Lillian and the bird stand, his face radiating warmth. Yet Lillian sensed a hint of grievance. Had she misheard? Was this the awkwardness from a lonely elder back home? Strange, it did seem rather similar. Uncertain, she decided to observe further. Standing by the bird stand, Lillian watched in delight as the reborn Fawkes returned. It was truly a marvelous sight. The newly emerged phoenix sensed the familiar aura and affection emanating from the nearby young wizard. In a tender voice, it let out its first joyful cry after its rebirth. Chapter 45. Accompanying Hermione to the monitoring room. Watching the phoenix's rebirth brought Lily immense joy, a sentiment that only intensified when Harry returned with a familiar notebook. She had thought it was lost forever. It seemed that Tom was beginning to feel the pressure. Lillian, take a look at this notebook. Doesn't it look familiar? Harry exclaimed. Ron and I encountered a ghost named Moaning Myrtle in the old girl's lavatory, who insisted we take this with us. I noticed it resembled the one you lost, so I brought it back. Thank you, brother. This is indeed my lost notebook. I thought it would never return. Did Myrtle mention why she wanted you to take it? Not at all. After saying her piece, she just kept crying, so I couldn't inquire further. All right, next time I'll join you to meet her, regardless of the reason. We must express our gratitude. Of course, Harry replied. After their conversation, Lillian excused herself, claiming she had other matters to attend to, and sought a quiet place to engage Tom. Hello, Senior. What a coincidence to see you again. Senior, I know you're there. Don't remain silent. Are you dissatisfied with me? I thought we were getting along splendidly. Fine. I'll ask a question, and after receiving an answer, I promise not to bother you any longer, all right? You may ask. I knew you'd relent. Senior, do you happen to know what the Chamber of Secrets and the Heir of Slytherin are all about? I've been searching for answers for quite some time. So you're quite informed? I hope there are no traps in your inquiry. Tom was taken aback that this young witch named Lillian was probing such matters. Although he had already learned about Harry and Lillian being siblings during his possession, he had prepared himself for the possibility of Harry handing him over to Lillian upon his return. He was even ready to endure indignities under Lillian's command while subtly revealing information about the chamber. Nevertheless, he had underestimated himself. Tom genuinely wished to avoid conversing with Lillian, yet fortunately, she directly posed this question. It appeared that his luck had returned. Of course, dear Lillian. However, the matter is somewhat intricate, so we may need to witness it in person. Without waiting for Lillian to respond, Tom cast a spell that pulled her back into a memory from 50 years prior. As they entered the memory, Lillian gasped in awe. This was incredible. Following in Tom's footsteps, she witnessed the moment he framed Hagrid. Pondering, she wondered why this memory was presented in such a manner. Was it to leverage the infallibility of memory to enhance credibility? Yet they were merely 12-year-old children. Naturally, they would instinctively trust much of what they saw. In truth, Lillian's inquiry served the dual purpose of advancing the plot and exploring the immersive experience of viewing memories, rather than merely avoiding final exams. So, Hagrid opened the chamber. How dull. You've gone silent again. Really, if you don't speak now, you may never have the chance again. This is me, your considerate junior. Striving to clarify matters. However, the individual currently under control was a Slytherin witch, making it unlikely she could sneak into Gryffindor's dormitory to retrieve the notebook. Oh well. As a final act of kindness, Lillian decided to assist this unfortunate senior. Thus, she feigned leaving the notebook in the library, awaiting the next plot development. Hermione. Let us walk together in the coming days. My brother is busy preparing for the Quidditch match, and it feels rather dull to walk alone. Of course. It's perfect timing. Lillian can accompany me to the library to gather some information. Lillian glanced at the book Hermione held, slightly surprised. The Chamber of Secrets shouldn't have expanded within the school. Most young wizards had long forgotten about it. How was Hermione still researching it? If that were the case, then the basilisk must be nearby. Not a bit worried. The library has surveillance, and there's a secret passage to the monitoring room. Even without that, I'm not concerned. The Marauder's map is still in my possession. I recall there being secret passages around here too. By the way, this basilisk seems reminiscent of that stunning beauty from Grindelwald's time. What was her name again? Nagini? Yes, that sounds right. I rather like Nagini. But can she still be herself now? Moreover, given Nagini's kind nature, if she were aware of the deeds she committed as a basilisk, she might not find it acceptable. Death truly seems to be her best conclusion and release. Lillian felt a twinge of regret in her heart. Hermione, what prompted you to research this? I believe Ron's speculations are inaccurate, but he is right to point out that we cannot overlook the dangers that have surfaced in the school. The professors have not explicitly stated that the so-called culprit has been caught, so the possibility of recurrence remains. We should clarify this matter. I found it. The description of this basilisk is the closest match. Lillian, get out of the way. Hermione, close your eyes. Lillian and Hermione warned each other almost simultaneously. Their training fostering a mutual trust that led them to react correctly at the first sound of alarm. Lillian lunged toward Hermione, tumbling with her on the ground. They rolled to the entrance of the secret passage leading to the monitoring room, twisting the nearby eagle statue. With a click, a passage large enough for an adult opened. And Lillian dragged Hermione into it. Phew, Hermione, are you alright? I'm fine. Lillian, where are we? Once they entered the passage and ensured their safety, the two stood up to survey their surroundings. Hermione was astonished to discover such a secret passage existed in the library, and it was evident that Lillian had prior knowledge of it. This is the passage to the monitoring room, Hermione. You are the second young witch to arrive here. Welcome. Before Lillian could continue, a kindly voice rang out. Professor Dumbledore, what are you doing here? Lillian and Hermione exchanged astonished glances, their points of surprise differing, yet they spoke in unison. Well, perhaps we could sit down and discuss this further. Follow me. Lillian and Hermione shared a glance and followed Dumbledore into the monitoring room, where only the three of them remained. A small table beside the cozy sofa was adorned with sweets and brewed tea, seemingly prepared for their arrival. All right, come and sit down and try the new sweets. There's nothing better than indulging in a treat after a thrilling adventure. Lillian and Hermione obediently took their seats, particularly Lillian, who immediately grabbed a handful of sweets, displaying her familiarity with the situation. Of course, she didn't forget to thank Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, thank you for your kindness. Now, what exactly is going on? Could you enlighten us? This was a somewhat apprehensive inquiry from Hermione. Perhaps you could ask Lillian about the monitoring room. As for the other matter, I can only say that the professor monitoring the Chamber of Secrets notified me the moment you found the basilisk's documentation. That's why I was able to meet you as soon as you entered. Lillian cast a subtle glance at Hermione, hoping she would refrain from asking about the monitoring room. As for the latter part, Lillian suspected it was Snape who had informed Dumbledore, considering he was the only one certain about the basilisk. Other professors might believe it, but none would act with such urgency. But where was he now? Surely he wasn't off dealing with the basilisk. I sincerely wish for Professor Snape's success. In truth, Lillian's intuition was correct. Snape is presently at the very site of the basilisk's appearance. However, she shall be disappointed, for the creature fled immediately after their disappearance. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, upon returning, found no trace of them, and as they headed toward the library, they fortuitously missed Snape. In their anxious state, they overheard Hagrid conversing with an unfamiliar individual regarding the matter of the creature. It is possible that they may once again visit Hagrid's hut, just as before. Chapter 46, The Prelude to Aragog's Offspring's End. Professor Dumbledore, it is time for us to depart. After their discussion concluded, Lillian and Hermione quietly indulged in their sweets, though further consumption would surely lead to toothache. Hermione felt her mouth was awash with an overly saccharine taste. Even the presence of red tea could not mitigate the sweetness. At that moment, she gazed with deep respect toward Professor Dumbledore and Lillian, who continued to eat. Unable to endure any longer, she tugged at Lillian's sleeve, signaling that it was time to leave. Lillian, too, felt it was about time and, in accordance with Hermione's cue, suggested their farewell. However, Dumbledore was not prepared to let them depart just yet. "Oh, is the candy unpalatable, Lillian?" "Of course not, Professor. It is merely that it is rather late." "Is it not? Do not worry. I shall inform the fat lady of your situation. Stay a while longer with this poor old fellow." "Poor? Who? Dumbledore?" "Well, considering his past, it is somewhat pitiable. But is not this intention rather transparent?" Lillian and Hermione exchanged a glance, instantly comprehending that they both perceived something amiss with Dumbledore. Hermione may have found it peculiar, yet Lillian harbored a faint suspicion. "Hermione, dear, could you wait for me by the door for just a moment? I shall be right out." Hermione immediately recognized Lillian's playful demeanor, but what could she do? After all, they were such good friends. Thus, she obediently moved to wait by the door for Lillian. "Professor Dumbledore, perhaps you think I am not so clever?" Lillian, with a displeased expression, regarded Dumbledore after Hermione exited. She was filled with anger and indignation. "Lillian, how could you think such a thing? You are one of the brightest young witches I have ever encountered." "Then perhaps we should discuss why you have kept Hermione and me here." "Naturally, it is to invite lovely young witches to partake in." "It is about Harry, is it not?" "Apologies, Professor Dumbledore, but we both know what is truly at stake. There is no need for further pretense." "Lillian, Harry has his own path to tread. He is the prophesied savior, is he not? Perhaps we must have greater faith." "Professor Dumbledore, I cannot concur with your sentiments. What does savior truly mean? For whom is he a savior? The entire world? Or merely Britain? Do you mean to say that the entire world cannot find someone capable of confronting Voldemort, thus entrusting a mere child to face peril, merely due to a prophecy? Moreover, the prophecy should have lost its accuracy by the time I arrived, should it not?" "Lillian, we have not explicitly stated this. Perhaps you could be a better choice, but you could also be a worse one. Variables imply instability, and instability leads to failure. The elders cannot turn a blind eye to the disasters that variables may cause. Harry is the safest option. This is something I know. And I believe you do as well, do you not? Harry will surely triumph, will he not? Before he is the savior, he is first and foremost my brother. My kin, is this not what you have said? Love is the greatest magic in this world, so why do you refuse to believe in us? Or is it that you do not trust me just as you do not trust Tom Riddle?" Lillian recognized that her words were perhaps too harsh. Yet her anger was uncontainable. She did not believe she was in the wrong. Why should she be expected to sacrifice her only family member in a battle that could involve her comrades? She could not comprehend how Dumbledore would acknowledge Nagini, yet choose not to trust her. Was it merely due to the prophecy? Yet, fate is malleable. Today, Dumbledore appeared more serious than ever. His benevolent expression instilled in Lillian a sense of unsettling dissonance. This decision was also agreed upon by Severus. "Lillian, perhaps things are not as dire as you think. What you should do now is either remain here or return to your dormitory for a good night's sleep. Tomorrow will surely be better." "Return to the dormitory? Professor Dumbledore, perhaps you are right. Hermione is still waiting for me, and I believe returning to the dormitory is the best option. Good night." Although the room was devoid of light, Lillian was aware that it was still quite late. She opened the door to the monitoring room and let Hermione out. Hermione wisely maintained her silence. As the door to the Chamber of Secrets creaked open, a figure clad in black emerged. "Severus, were there others here just now?" Dumbledore gazed at the refreshments on the table, contemplating that matters might be worse than they had anticipated. "Lillian, should we not return to the dormitory now? This path does not lead us back." Hermione felt Lillian's grip on her hand tighten slightly as she hurriedly dashed forward, heading unmistakably toward the forbidden forest. She sensed she ought to intervene, but Lillian's next words compelled her to abandon that thought. "Hermione, my brother and Ron are in danger. This is not a lie, and for various reasons. The only ones who can save them now are us. You will trust me, will you not?" "Of course, Lillian. But once this is over, perhaps you could explain what occurred in the monitoring room." "Certainly, I assure you." As Lillian mentioned Harry, his situation was indeed manageable at present, as they were still in Hagrid's hut and had yet to take refuge. "What is happening?" "As we have stated, there may have been many interruptions, but ultimately, Ginny was taken just as before, only the timing was advanced. After all, Tom's notebook now has two objectives, resurrection and Harry. Naturally, if he emerges from the chamber, his next target will undoubtedly be Lillian, with Dumbledore trailing behind. In the absence of Lillian and Hermione, he resolved to abduct a Gryffindor witch, one who had ties to Harry and the others. Thus, Ginny was seized under such circumstances. As for Harry's apparent lack of awareness regarding the memories and his visit to Hagrid's hut, it was Hagrid who inadvertently revealed the truth. During the 2 hours Lillian was absent, Ginny was captured, coinciding with Hagrid's own revelations, leaving Harry, who had just discovered his sister's disappearance, utterly bewildered. Dumbledore likely possessed greater knowledge regarding these events. Unaware of Harry's current predicament, Lillian had no intention of visiting Hagrid's hut. Rather, she chose to proceed directly to the Forbidden Forest. However, after conversing with Hermione, she felt she ought to gather some supplies. Thus, she veered off course and headed toward the dormitory. Lillian, did we not say we were going to rescue Harry and Ron? Why? Hermione, we need to prepare some tools. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, having concluded their encounter at the hut and become aware of Aragog's existence, delved deeper into the Forbidden Forest. For Ron, who harbored a fear of spiders, this was nothing short of a disaster. Aragog revealed to the intruders the riddle-like truth. Yet it was evident that he had no intention of allowing them to leave. Just as Harry prepared to unleash a particularly damaging spell, he was once again engulfed by the sensation of being controlled, reminiscent of his experience with the serpent summoned by Malfoy. Before him loomed the massive jaws of a spider. Perilously close. Beside him, Ron was already overwhelmed with fear. At this critical juncture, two brilliant emerald beams of light propelled the spider before Harry away. Chapter 47. The Demise of Aragog's Offspring. Lillian, how wonderful, you are unharmed. The suffocating sensation that had gripped Harry dissipated upon seeing Lillian rush towards him. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The essential point was that Lillian had emerged unscathed. He caught her as she leaped towards him, a wave of relief washing over him. Lillian, how did you end up here? Brother, we can discuss that later. We must first escape from this place. Lillian, you must not use fire magic. Harry interjected, observing the wand she raised. He feared that without his timely warning, the Forbidden Forest would be reduced to ashes. While Lillian's other spells were manageable, her fire magic invariably exceeded expectations, necessitating caution. Although they were shielded from harm, the forest and its magical creatures were not so fortunate. It was best to exercise restraint. Wait a moment. They possessed protective charms crafted by Lillian and Snape. What was there to fear? These spiders could not breach their defenses. How could he have forgotten such a significant detail? It was as inexplicable as the earlier choking sensation. Oh, brother, could you please place a smidgen more trust in me? With that, Lillian cast a piercing gaze at the mass of spiders ahead, their numbers overwhelming. Fortunately, Lillian harbored no fear of insects. Otherwise, she could hardly fathom fainting amidst such a multitude. Taking a deep breath, she swung her wand with fervor, uttering the incantation for a spell that stirred the very sands and stones. As the incantation echoed, a tempestuous gale surged forth, violently sweeping towards the swarm of spiders. The spiders, unable to withstand the force, were sent tumbling backwards. In mere moments, the ground once occupied by the arachnids lay barren, a chaotic scene left in its wake. Indeed, following fire magic, Lillian's second most adept spell was wind magic. After all, fire thrives with the aid of wind, and as a phoenix, one of the dominators of the skies, it was only natural that her wind magic ranked just below her fire mastery. Next, Lillian retrieved a protective dagger from her satchel, causing Ron and Hermione, who were huddled together, to watch in astonishment as the dagger transformed into a broad and magnificent sword. They were certain this was no mere enlargement spell, for Lillian had remained silent throughout. Let us depart swiftly, we must return. Harry glanced at Lillian, poised atop the sword, then down at the weapon beneath her feet, reflecting on their life atop Kunlun Mountain, ultimately choosing to place his faith in Lillian. In this regard, the unfortunate souls from Kunlun had sent a warning. One must never trust Lillian. Are you suggesting we all stand upon this? Indeed, we shall soar on the sword. I am quite adept at it. Harry remained silent behind her. When not instilling fear, Lillian indeed exhibited great proficiency. If she could ride a broom, why would she fear this broadsword? Ron, you're not a coward, are you? At this, Hermione, who had just realized their embrace had lingered a bit too long, felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Her words, though sharp, served as effective provocation, especially against Ron and Malfoy. Be quiet, Hermione. You know nothing of me. I am a Gryffindor. How could I be a coward? Ron retorted, inhaling deeply as he took his place at the back of the trio. Despite Hermione being in front, and his heart racing with trepidation, he resolved not to let it affect him, crossing his arms and casting a disdainful glance at her. However, Lillian would soon reveal to him that this was a grave mistake. The flying sword soared into the air with the precision of an arrow released from a bow, and Harry was acutely aware that Lillian had orchestrated this intentionally. Sure enough, a shrill scream from Ron echoed behind them. It was not that Hermione lacked the desire to scream, but rather that Ron's frantic cry had stifled her voice, her waist still encircled by his tight grip. Ron, is this what you call fearlessness? Let go. Oh, Hermione, kind and generous Hermione, I cannot help it. Just hold on for a moment, I beg you. Ron felt tears welling up. He was brave enough to pilot his family's flying car, yet this sword instilled a profound sense of insecurity, especially given its original diminutive size. What if it transformed back mid-flight, plunging all four of them into a gruesome fate? Please, I'm only 12. My life is still long. Ron, if you continue to shout, the professors will surely hear you, and we will all be expelled. Hermione had no choice but to plead. Her ears assaulted by Ron's high-pitched wails, her mind a cacophony of chaos. Yet, oh cough cough. Ron's fear was palpable, his whimpers barely audible as he gazed pitifully at her, while Hermione relished the liberation of her ears. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, a vehicle arrived, indeed, a flying car, which, upon discovering the absence of any occupants, swiftly altered its course and left the scene. Subsequently, an eerie silence enveloped the dense forest, while the multitude of blown-away spiders gradually returned to their original positions. The spiders emitted a furious and piercing roar, their sounds reverberating ominously through the stillness, sending chills down one's spine. Amidst this terrifying tableau, a scarlet shadow darted past in the darkness. In an instant, without a breeze, flames erupted fiercely, roaring to life with alarming intensity. The inferno surged forth like a ferocious beast, its maw wide open, charging directly at the cluster of spiders. The arachnids, caught off guard by the sudden conflagration, were thrown into a panic, their cries morphing into desperate wails. Yet, the flames mercilessly engulfed them, trapping them within their fiery grasp, rendering escape impossible. The blaze intensified, spreading rapidly. Astonishingly, this inferno seemed to possess a lethal potency only against the spiders, while everything else around appeared untouched, as if conjured from a dream, devoid of any marks or sounds. Ultimately, the fire extinguished itself after claiming the last of the spiders, leaving behind only charred remnants in the forest. Meanwhile, on Lillian's side, before returning to Gryffindor, Harry informed her of Ginny's abduction. Although she had anticipated this news, Lillian could not help but curse under her breath. Damn it, I did not foresee this happening so soon. I wonder if Tom has succeeded. If we had followed the original timeline, with such delays, Ginny would likely be dead by now. For a moment, Lillian found it difficult to meet Ron's gaze, feeling a pang of guilt. Had it not been for her, the narrative would not have advanced so precipitously. Lillian, do not despair. We may need to hasten our search for the Chamber of Secrets, lest Ginny, my sister. Ron consoled Lillian while grappling with his own sorrow, wishing to cry. They had initially thought finding Hagrid would lead to Ginny's rescue, only to discover that this matter bore little relation to Hagrid or Aragog. The creature had spoken of something entirely different. Now, Ginny's situation was dire, and they all sensed an ominous fate looming ahead. It will be all right. I know where the chamber is. I had intended to tell you tomorrow. Come with me. We will undoubtedly rescue Ginny. Trust me. With red-rimmed eyes, Lillian reassured Ron, preparing to head towards the chamber, only to be halted by Harry's hand. Lillian, just tell us the location. You need not accompany us into danger. You are still young. Brother, I am your age, and do you not remember? At a certain time, you will be immobilized as if under a body-bind curse. How can I possibly trust you in such a situation? I witnessed it when I came to find you and Ron. Do not argue. Harry, about to voice a counter-argument, swallowed his words, stubbornly fixing his gaze upon Lillian. Moreover, the longer the conversation drags on, the more perilous the situation becomes for Ginny. We must hasten to her side and abandon the tedious debate over who should remain behind. Surely, the more individuals we have, the greater our strength. Let us proceed swiftly. With that, Lillian assertively grasped Harry's wrist and urged him forward. Brother, it's time for you to step up. We need your parcel tongue to unlock this. I know you can do it. Upon arriving at the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, Lillian promptly conveyed the method to Harry. At that moment, Moaning Myrtle emerged, drawn by the noise. Before she could speak and disrupt Harry, Lillian took the initiative to greet her. Hello, you must be Moaning Myrtle? What a delightful young lady you are. I am Lillian. Lillian Potter, Harry's sister. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 48. Is this an act of sabotage? It surely is. Oh, so you are Lillian, Harry's sister? You two bear a striking resemblance, but I must say, you are far sweeter in your words. However, please keep your distance. I sense something on you that could bring about my demise. Who is it that, having faced death once, is now poised to encounter it again? Oh, it must be the unfortunate and unlikable Moaning Myrtle. Oh, why would you think such a thing, Myrtle? We are here to confront the true culprit behind your demise. We have no intention of harming you. Furthermore, as a token of gratitude for assisting me in retrieving my beloved notebook, I shall return with a surprise for you. Before Lillian could finish her sentence, Harry had already opened the entrance to the chamber, and Ron leaped in without hesitation, fearing for his sister's safety. Lillian followed suit without delay. Lillian, Harry exclaimed, nearly paralyzed with fear as he watched her jump. He then followed her in as the third to leap. Oh, impulsive boys. Hermione grumbled, yet her actions betrayed her as she was the fourth to jump, with Myrtle's murmurs trailing behind. Oh, a gift. Someone is offering a present to that detestable moaning Myrtle? Well, even though you are quite frightening, I must admit you are indeed a friend of Myrtle, Lillian. That individual is no match for me, but fret not, I would gladly invite you to share a toilet with me. The four friends fell into the chamber, and midway, Harry caught up to Lillian, enveloping her in his arms, only to crash onto Ron, who yelped in surprise. Hurriedly, Harry shielded Lillian and rolled them both to a nearby spot, only to be met with another scream. Sorry, Ron, I didn't know I would land on you. Enough. Just get up, I can barely breathe, Hermione urged, rising swiftly, while Harry stood and helped Lillian to her feet. The ground is littered with bones. I wonder if they belong to humans. Oh, Merlin. Lillian, please do not say such things, Ron exclaimed, rubbing his lower back as he rose, only to freeze upon glancing at the ground. All right. Wow, this is a complete basilisk shed. We should collect it. With that, Lillian swiftly gathered the shed skin before the others could react. Now, let us hasten our journey. Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged glances and quickened their pace to keep up with Lillian. However, it wasn't long before the chamber began to collapse around them, rendering any thought of retreat impossible. The four friends heard the rumbling, but knew this was not the time to investigate. Danger could still lurk, and they pressed onward. Ginny. Upon entering the chamber, Ron's sharp eyes spotted the figure on the ground. Despite the presence of two individuals, Ginny's beautiful golden hair was unmistakably vibrant. Yet at this distance, discerning any details remained a challenge, and the remaining trio rushed to Ron's side. Ginny, are you there? Don't frighten me. Ron cradled Ginny, whose complexion was pale, his heart racing. Had she not been breathing, he could scarcely fathom what he would do or how he would explain it to their mother. The others breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming Ginny still drew breath. Thank goodness we made it in time. Who is this? Hermione inquired, eyeing the other pale young witch beside Ginny. Upon noticing her open eyes, she assisted her in rising. However, the young witch lacked the strength to speak, merely offering a grateful glance to Hermione. I believe this young witch is Daphne Greengrass. After Lillian mentioned her name, Daphne nodded weakly in affirmation. Suddenly, the sound of applause echoed from the shadows ahead. A handsome young wizard emerged from the darkness, his expression a mix of mockery and arrogance. Daphne, who had just regained consciousness, fainted once more at the sight of him, prompting Hermione to support her weight to conserve energy. Harry Potter, you have finally arrived. Along with Lillian. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Lillian discerned a venomous undertone in Tom's voice as he uttered these words. It was not directed at Harry, but rather at her. How petty. It was merely a few questions. Is that truly necessary? She suddenly realized. Was Tom's presence akin to a crude version of a spirit board? It seemed plausible enough. Seeing Lillian lost in thought, Tom appeared slightly rattled. Lillian, do you not wish to discover who I truly am? The one lurking beside you, endangering your classmates? Had you not given me to another, they would not have suffered. This is your fault. Your negligence has cost them their lives. Oh, silence. Cruciatus. Lillian's icy retort was met with Harry's furious shout. However, the attack simply passed through Tom, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Futile, you cannot harm me, and soon, you shall all perish, while I shall be reborn. You are the monster assaulting everyone. Be silent. Do not conflate me with that wretched creature. You can inquire with Lillian if you wish, can't you? Lillian, you must have known my identity all along. Haven to you? Lillian, is what he says true? Do you know who he is? Tom Marvolo Riddle, the infamous Voldemort, and the one connected to that peculiar notebook. Is it not? Ha 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 ha. You indeed knew all along. Damn it. Damn you, Lillian Potter. You are just as insufferable as your brother. Harry, wary of Voldemort's increasingly twisted expression, shielded Lillian behind him, his wand unwaveringly aimed at the dark wizard, while Ron and Hermione hastily drew their wands in solidarity. What is happening with Ginny and Daphne? Hermione was the first to voice the pressing question. They? Oh, they are about to offer their precious lives to herald my birth. Particularly that one, Ginny Weasley. I have magically bound myself to her. The weaker her vitality grows, the stronger I become, until her demise, wherein I shall rise anew. Damn it, you Voldemort. Perish. Cruciatus. This was Ron's first successful casting of a curse, propelled by his fury at Tom's explanation. He could feel Ginny's breath growing weaker in his arms, as if validating Tom's words, and he could not bear to imagine Ginny departing from them at such a tender age. Yet it was all in vain. The attack bore no fruit. Tom, having been struck thrice, was disinclined to say any more. He had no qualms, and with the irritating little brats present, he deemed it the perfect opportunity to eliminate them all. Amidst a cacophony of serpentine whispers, the basilisk made its dramatic entrance. Do not gaze into its eyes. Both Lillian and Hermione simultaneously cautioned their companions. The creature, sensing the will of its current master, slithered directly towards Lillian and Harry, who promptly turned and fled. Listen to me, brother. I will distract it and draw its ire. You focus on driving the sword of Gryffindor into the creature's skull. No, that's far too perilous. Lillian, find a place to hide. I cannot allow you to be harmed before my eyes, Harry insisted vehemently. Yet, Lillian resolutely rejected his directive. She was determined to be a steadfast ally, not a mere bystander. With a swift motion, she thrust the sword into Harry's hands, pushing him aside, and after rolling on the ground, unleashed a torrent of flames toward the basilisk. Originally intended as a hindrance, the spell yielded unexpected results. As Harry called out for Lillian, the basilisk's piercing wail echoed, while the searing flames and interspersed lightning enveloped the creature as if it had found its destined adversary. In the flickering light, all that remained visible was the contorted silhouette of the basilisk, shrouded in billowing black smoke. The smoke gradually morphed into an eerie magical pattern, with indistinct faces seemingly crying out within it. The sword in Harry's grasp began to tremble uncontrollably until it finally slipped from his fingers, launching itself straight into the creature's vulnerable spot. The basilisk emitted a heart-wrenching scream, and this time, its colossal form collapsed, lifeless. As the group remained momentarily stunned by the abrupt turn of events, wisps of black smoke began to rise from the basilisk's lifeless form. Yet this time, the smoke was considerably lighter, gradually coalescing into a graceful figure. After surveying her surroundings, she smiled softly at Lillian and silently mouthed something. The smoke dissipated, and Lillian understood that nothing more would materialize, for she alone heard Nagini whisper, "Thank you, I must go find him now," though the others did not perceive her words. The sorrowful, liberated emotion resonated with them, evoking a silent urge to weep, which stifled their voices. In this profound silence, it was Tom who first shattered the stillness. Impossible. How could the basilisk perish so swiftly? Lillian, it's you again. You and your vile Eastern sorcerer are utterly revolting. With Ron still in a daze, Tom swiftly seized his wand to cast a spell. Lillian initially believed he intended to use Harry's wand, but it soon became clear he sought the sword. Lillian regarded Tom in astonishment. This man was courting death. What is this abominable thing? As expected, upon grasping the sword, Tom emitted a scream akin to that of the basilisk, discarding the dagger he had just acquired. By sheer coincidence, the dagger landed upright in his notebook. Tom transformed into the second incarnation of the basilisk, helplessly watching as his soul's vessel oozed black blood, ultimately succumbing to ashes in a fit of despair. Leaving the four friends in stunned silence, Lillian found herself admiring her initial reaction. Is this some sort of trick? Surely? She had only intervened once. The subsequent events bore no relation to her at all. Was there truly someone so unfortunate? This entire affair felt entirely wrong. Lillian pondered, as she had anticipated their triumph. Yet never in such an effortless manner. Tom's abrupt demise felt absurd and unreal. The other three, having witnessed the entire ordeal, shared her sentiments. They began to question if that individual was truly the Dark Lord or whether their experiences had been genuine, or if they were merely trapped in a dream. As they remained enveloped in silence, a clarion call of a phoenix shattered their reverie. It was Fawkes. The four friends looked up in unison, observing the little phoenix circling above, clutching the sorting hat in its beak, seemingly searching for something. After several circles, it descended beside Lillian, tilting its head in contemplation. Fawkes, it appears we have triumphed. However, we are overwhelmed, and there are 2 injured. I trust you can find someone to rescue us, right? Please. Fawkes tilted its head and, after a brief pause, let out a jubilant cry. With a flourish, it spread its wings and soared towards the exit. Harry, you mentioned the exit was blocked. How did Professor Dumbledore's Fawkes manage to enter? Ron, finally regaining his wits after witnessing Tom's hasty end, posed an inquisitive question. Good question. Perhaps there are other passages. However, for safety's sake, I believe it prudent for us to remain here and await the professor's arrival. You're right. Oh, Ginny might need to consider a diet. My legs are numb. Ron sighed in relief upon noticing Ginny's complexion returning to a healthy hue and her breathing steadying, indicating she was on the mend. Do you require assistance? Lillian suggested, realizing that among those present, the boys were ill-suited to carry a girl. She felt it was more appropriate for her to do so. Oh, Lillian, you are the true hero. Harry should certainly handle this. You should rest and await rescue. But no buts. Listen to me. Harry, come over and help. Harry, clearly uncomfortable with the prospect of carrying Ginny, yet noticing Ron's obliviousness to the predicament, resigned himself to assist. Lillian exchanged a helpless glance with Hermione, contemplating that Ron's eager expression was likely born from the recent fright. However, she truly hadn't laid a hand on the matter. Perhaps it was meant to solidify Harry and Ginny as an unbreakable pair, but it certainly wasn't her doing. Indeed, As Harry stood ready to take Ginny into his arms, she awakened. Harry? How did you get here? Quick, run. The Dark Lord, the Dark Lord. Calm down, Ginny. It's all right. The situation has been resolved. The professors will return shortly to rescue us, and Ron is here too. We'll all be fine. Lillian was certain that Ginny's eyes brightened as Harry spoke, a spark of burgeoning affection ignited by his handsome visage and valorous deeds. If only Ron hadn't disrupted the moment. Yes, Ginny, do not fret. As Harry said, the Dark Lord has been vanquished by our Gryffindor heroes, especially me. I risked my life battling him to rescue you. Do not fear. Your brother is truly remarkable. Lillian rolled her eyes dramatically, while Hermione let out an exasperated TSK, and Harry struggled to stifle a laugh. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed through the previously quiet chamber, accompanied by tremors and the muffled cries of the Phoenix. Wonderful. It's Fawkes. He must be bringing the professors back to rescue us. That is splendid. Wait, though it's against school rules. Surely we won't be punished for saving our classmates from the Dark Lord, right? Hermione's practical nature cut through their jubilance, causing the group to freeze in apprehension. Haha, we shouldn't right? Last semester, we faced a troll and suffered no consequences, did we? Aside from Lillian. The other little ones mourned silently for their tumultuous academic journey. The following day, in Dumbledore's office, Lillian finally understood the reason behind their timely intervention to save Ginny and Daphne. It turned out that a battle had already occurred prior to their arrival. Although Daphne had initially harbored her own selfish motives before being controlled, the actions taken by Tom, while possessing her, instilled a profound fear within her. Especially considering that Tom had not succeeded in any of his malevolent endeavors and had instead experienced a string of misfortunes. This fear reached its zenith when Tom detached from her body and sought to harm Ginny in hopes of regaining his life. Convinced that Tom would not spare her, she awakened Ginny to join her in rebellion. However, how could a newly enrolled young witch possibly contend with Tom? They were not the likes of Harry and Lillian, who possessed extraordinary abilities. Tom once again seized control of Daphne, plunging both girls into peril. Ginny fell victim as before. Yet the time they managed to resist granted them the opportunity for Lillian and Harry to come to their rescue. Nevertheless, the most disconcerting aspect for Lillian was not the near failure of the rescue, but rather the fact that Dumbledore seemed utterly oblivious to their conversation from the previous night. Initially, he appeared normal upon seeing her, but during the review of the events, he completely disregarded her presence. As for Snape, who had indeed participated in the rescue and was the first professor to charge into the chamber, inquiring immediately if Lillian was injured, he seemed to have no recollection of the incident when they encountered each other today. Lillian had not given it much thought at the time, but now, in light of Dumbledore's demeanor, she realized something was amiss, profoundly amiss. Thus, when Harry ventured out with a notebook in tow, following Lucius, Lillian remained behind, hoping to seek Dumbledore's assistance. However, her dread intensified as she found Dumbledore seated at his desk, perusing a spellbook without so much as turning a page for an extended period. An overwhelming sense of absurdity washed over her. She called out anxiously, but received no response. And the spot where Fawkes should have been lay devoid of any bird. This room offered no means of escape. The scene resembled an NPC in a game awaiting the protagonist's arrival. Lillian, what are you daydreaming about? Brother? What? Do you not recognize me? Is Lillian playing tricks again? Hee. Is your task complete, brother? Of course, let us return. All right. Time rewound to the previous night. Severus, I fear the situation is worse than we anticipated. Lillian is in trouble. Albus, what has happened to Lillian? You assured me they would be safe. Are you now going to go back on your word? We must reconsider our future collaboration. Calm down, Severus. Though this matter is troublesome, I have a strong premonition that Lillian will manage it well. You need not intervene. Trust them, and trust us. It better be that way. If not, I believe you would not wish to know the consequences. Chapter 50. Has Harry's instincts failed him? This was a rather relaxed end of term, and while she had performed admirably in the past, she found herself utterly disinterested in examinations this time. Fortunately, after Dumbledore's commendation and summary, the semester's finals were once again passed without any fuss. Gryffindor's scores, having inexplicably surpassed Tom's, finally reached a positive tally, clinching victory for the semester by a narrow margin of 1 point over Slytherin. Logically, there should have been a considerable number of points added. However, the remarkable performance of the Little Lions during the incident involving the little bird led to their triumph, aided in part by the slight deduction of points from Slytherin due to Daphne's actions, although her final act of bravery earned them some points back, resulting in a total score just 1 point shy of Gryffindor. Dumbledore's meticulous calculations were undoubtedly at play here. In stark contrast, the Slytherin snakes displayed far greater anger than the previous year, as they had lost by a single point, a position they had initially expected to secure the championship. However, considering Daphne's current state, lying pale and helpless in her hospital bed, and the fact that most young wizards from Slytherin likely faced similar dilemmas regarding the heir of Slytherin. No one wished to take out their grievances on Daphne. Complaining about the outcome was, however, inevitable. Conversely, the mood in Gryffindor was jubilant. Having initially prepared for the worst and expecting to finish last, the little lions were struck dumb in disbelief upon the announcement of the results, only to erupt into joyous cheers once they comprehended the victory. They wholeheartedly tossed their heroes into the air, although Lillian and Hermione graciously declined such treatment. Upon reflection, the group decided it was not appropriate to throw girls, so the ones hoisted were the neglected Harry and the eager to show off Ron. Lillian. This is even more terrifying than facing the Dark Lord. Indeed. By the way, Lillian, do you not feel as though you have forgotten something? What? Forgotten what? Lillian looked at Hermione, her intuition suggesting it was not a good thing. Of course there is. Professor Dumbledore mentioned that you should thoroughly explain the surveillance room incident to me. What? Does our dear Miss Lillian not wish to provide a proper explanation? As expected, she knew it was not a good thing. Before he could elaborate, the nearby young wizard seemed to have overheard something. What surveillance? Lillian, were you being monitored? No. Hermione meant to say it was. I understand. Was it Malfoy's doing? Those Slytherins are all up to no good. After speaking, the young wizard nudged Lillian's shoulder, urging her to look over at Slytherin. Upon glancing up, Lillian could not help but concede. For Malfoy was indeed casting a peculiar gaze their way. Goodness, why are you stirring up trouble? But it is better than everyone knowing that you got caught for your misdeeds because of her. Never mind. The young wizard displayed a knowing expression and departed to share the latest gossip with his companions. Having witnessed the entire exchange, Hermione could not contain her laughter. Lillian, it is best not to engage in nefarious deeds secretly, don't you agree? Ha ha. Please, Hermione dear, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. When we return to the dormitory, I will fully confess. With a smile, Hermione regarded Lillian's exaggerated sorrow and decided to let her off the hook for the time being. As the holidays approached, Malfoy appeared burdened with worries, though for Lillian and Harry, this was not a matter of concern. However, they could not help but notice his incessant lurking in the shadows, seemingly torn between speaking up and wearing an expression of disdain as he gazed at them. At times, they could still hear other young wizards whispering in fright. His presence was too pronounced. Ignoring him was not an option. Malfoy, if you have something to say, just say it. You've been following us like a stalker all day. What do you want? Unable to endure any longer, Lillian slapped Malfoy on the back when he once again crouched around the corner watching them, startling him into a scream as he clutched his face in shock. Hell, Lillian, how did you sneak up on me? Damn it, who allowed you to scare me? You. Lillian and Harry, now standing beside her, exchanged exasperated glances. Enough. You are not a little girl anymore. Now, tell us why you have been following us around with such a creepy expression all day. Harry surmised that this fellow was likely harboring an interest in Lillian. Huh. Dream on. Humph. How could the detestable Malfoy have anything to say to the hero Harry and Lillian? It is surprising how some individuals are so self-righteous, believing that they are above everyone else. Indeed, the camaraderie between Slytherin and Gryffindor is but a facade. What is with his sulky demeanor? Lillian and Harry exchanged bewildered glances. Observing Malfoy's expression, reminiscent of a spurned spouse, Harry quickly deduces that the boy is merely throwing a tantrum. To his annoyance, he had initially thought Malfoy was coveting Lillian and was prepared to report him to Snape. Instead, it turns out that he is irate because his friend went on an adventure without him. Though they share classes with Snape, when did they ever become friends? Harry turns to see Lillian's exasperated expression. Clearly, she is on the same wavelength as him. Ah, we truly are siblings, both so astute. Malfoy, could this possibly be a good thing? We certainly wish to avoid such encounters. Not to mention, no one seems to recall my presence, preferring instead to accompany that fool from the Weasley family. In any case, even Slytherins can misjudge people. Let us remain as we are. Gryffindor's imbeciles. Why does he resort to personal attacks? And are we truly that close? I was unaware of this. Please refrain from making such misleading statements, all right? Lillian and Harry share a look, utterly perplexed. Lillian suspects this fellow has become excessively out of character. Then, the two bemused siblings encounter Malfoy again in Snape's small classroom. His head held high, disdain evident on his face. Lillian is certain he must be feeling quite awkward. Who could understand? Just at noon, he declared they would leave things as they were. Yet here they are again by evening, required to train together in harmony. Unable to contain herself, Lillian bursts into laughter, witnessing a flustered Malfoy. Before Malfoy can utter a word, Snape strides in. Is it particularly warm today? No, Professor. Then did you indulge in too much ketchup or sweet shrimp at lunch? Snape's sarcastic remarks are clear to all, without needing translation. The trio beside them erupts into laughter, while Malfoy finds their noise irritating. Chapter 51. The Clandestine Lillian. During Malfoy's unilateral cessation of friendship, the festive season of Christmas swiftly approaches, and with it, the matter of gifts shared between Lillian and Harry, as Malfoy once again unilaterally reconciles. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The focus lies on Lillian's peculiar behavior following Christmas, as Harry perceives. They continue to spend the holiday in the Potter residence. And when Snape and Malfoy are absent, Lillian frequently sneaks out. While an occasional outing might not raise suspicions, the frequency of her escapades is alarming. And not once has she invited him along. This compels Harry to question whether Lillian is up to something nefarious behind his back. Of course, this stems from her previous tendencies. After all, when Lillian is quiet, there is an 80% chance she is plotting mischief. Though she has become significantly more obedient this semester, it is precisely this newfound compliance that heightens Harry's concern. If she were not intent on causing trouble, how could she possibly be so docile? Ignoring the nagging feeling in his gut, Harry resolves to follow Lillian. On a stormy night, when Lillian would typically despise venturing outdoors, she stealthily dons a raincoat and slips out after Harry returns to his room. The house elf left by Snape does not intervene. Clearly this is not the first occurrence. And moreover, Snape's orders prioritize Lillian's needs. This time, after Lillian departs, Harry opens his door. Harry, shouldn't a young wizard be asleep at this hour? Indeed. The house elf exhibits double standards, its tone reminiscent of Snape's. Naya, I believe this weather is unsuitable for outings. I'm quite worried about Lillian. Please do not hinder me. Can you? Snape has instructed that Lillian's desires are to be met, and Harry cannot impede her. However, Naya does not acknowledge Harry's presence tonight. Thank you, Naya. A cold gust of wind sweeps through, and Harry stands at the doorway, inhaling deeply as he retrieves the exquisite copper owl brooch that Lillian had given him long ago. Upon pressing the warm yellow gemstone eye, the brooch emits a radiant white light, which then condenses into a slender beam pointing towards the distance. Following its direction, Harry steps forward. This brooch serves as one of Lillian's mischievous tools, specifically crafted to confound Harry. Not only resembling a girl's design, but also utilized for cheating during their games of hide and seek, until Harry inadvertently discovered its purpose. Lillian had to sweet-talk him into believing the brooch was mutual. If one day he sought her out, the brooch's light would guide him to her. After all, what she possesses is not merely a brooch, but her wand, and this is merely a test. As memories fade, Harry spots Lillian 2 streets away from home, evidently awaiting someone. Instinctively, he tightens his grip on his wand. He hopes she is not waiting for that insufferable blonde. Otherwise, he would ensure that fellow understands the true meaning of hell. Just then, a figure emerges from the shadows, a man with disheveled hair, a weary and haggard face, draped in a tattered black cloak. His eyes, even from a distance, emanate a piercing intensity that sends chills down one's spine. In an instant, Harry contemplates whether Lillian has joined a nefarious dark wizard organization, and if he should intervene to protect her. Lillian, you are just like your namesake, fond of nighttime escapades, even on stormy evenings. The man's voice, rasping with a sardonic edge, resonates clearly in the stillness of the night. But I have warned you. The child of the Potters should not be found in a snake's den, nor should they associate with the likes of those who have traversed Azkaban. Harry's heart races. This man knows his mother. Moreover, he appears to be an escapee from Azkaban. Harry finally recalls having seen this man in the newspapers that Lillian reads daily. His name is Sirius Black, the notorious murderer believed to have harmed both his and Lillian's parents. How could Lillian possibly know him? And their relationship appears to be rather amicable? My long-lost godfather. At Hogwarts, I uncovered a harrowing truth, one that involves you as a principal character. Unlike the rumors circulating, I firmly believe in the possibility of redemption, such as clearing your name from the Azkaban allegations. Both Harry and Sirius momentarily pause, astonished by Lillian's words, particularly Sirius, who has been bewildered by Lillian's persistence in seeking him out despite his attempts to dissuade her. Initially, he assumed she was merely a compassionate soul wishing to aid a pitiful vagrant, but soon realized she recognized him. He thought she was unaware of the rumors surrounding him. Yet now he discovers she not only knows, but also understands their falsehood. On what grounds do you presume my innocence? Sirius steps closer, his gaze fixated on Lillian. Indeed. Lillian, my sister, why do you believe this perpetrator to be innocent? In the corner, Harry clutches his wand tightly, his eyes fixed intently on the two. Everyone believes I am the betrayer of James and Lily, a loyal servant to Voldemort. Sirius's voice carries a note of anger and helplessness. Lillian gazed steadfastly into his eyes and declared, because I understand you. Although we have never met, I am aware of the bond you share with my parents. I believe you would never commit such an act. Furthermore, did I not mention? At Hogwarts, I uncovered a heart-wrenching truth, and you are one of its innocent protagonists. Sirius and Harry regarded Lillian, curiosity igniting in their eyes. particularly Harry, who had always been inseparable from Lillian at Hogwarts, a consensus among their peers, unless she was up to some mischief. Yet this time, many days had passed without her confiding in him. Harry mused, could it be that she fears I might rashly confront this suspect upon our first meeting? Please. He was not so reckless. What evidence? Sirius inquired eagerly. Lillian smiled faintly and retrieved a photograph from her pocket, one she had discovered in Harry's old trunk. The image depicted a youthful Sirius, James, and Lily, their faces alight with joy, their eyes brimming with trust and affection. This is what I found, Lillian stated. It attests to the friendship you all shared. Moreover, the true traitor is, in fact, Peter Pettigrew. He is still alive and has been hiding among us. Sirius took the photograph, his hands trembling slightly as he beheld the scene. After all these years, someone finally believes me, he whispered, tears glistening in his eyes. Thank you, Lillian. In that moment, Lillian recognized she had gained a formidable ally in this battle against fate. Chapter 52. Indeed, there was something amiss with Lillian. Rain cascaded down the drainpipe at the alley's entrance, splashing onto Harry's trousers. Unable to contain himself any longer, he brandished his wand and dashed from the shadows, the tip of his wand emitting a faint glow that pierced the downpour. Peter Pettigrew? The fallen hero? How could you know this, Lillian? Harry's gaze was complex as he fixed it intently on Sirius. Wasn't he the one responsible for the deaths of my parents? Sirius's body stiffened abruptly, his tattered cloak billowing in the wind, revealing a faded old sweater beneath. Yet, it could not conceal the discomfort etched on his features. Years of imprisonment and a life of evasion had evidently taken their toll. No, child, Sirius's voice trembled. You must be Harry, yes? You bear an uncanny resemblance to your father. I did not kill James and Lily. I never did. How can you prove that? Harry's voice cut like a knife, sharp in its youth, even though he was relatively calm. He did not mind the rainwater trickling into his eyes as he stepped away from the wall. Lillian. Everyone claims it was him. The newspapers, Dumbledore, even. He suddenly halted, recalling Lillian's recent words, as if something had struck him. Lillian, how do you know all this? We were always together at school, but, no, that's not right. This semester, you had time. But why? Are we not siblings? Are our parents solely yours? Brother. I simply wished to wait until I was certain to tell you. Speaking prematurely about uncertain matters can only lead to dashed hopes, cannot it? Something is amiss, Lillian. This feels all wrong. Even though we have been together in the latter half of this semester, I always sensed your solitude. Is it something I failed to do as your brother? No, I just wanted to ensure certainty. Truly, I wished to surprise my dear brother. Lillian's expression turned anxious and distressed, hoping Harry would trust her. Very well, Lillian. You know I will always forgive you and believe in you. I apologize. My emotions run high when it comes to our parents. Harry lowered his wand directed at Sirius, unwilling to see Lillian's unhappy face. He rubbed his swollen brow with his left hand, realizing it was getting late. Now let us discuss Peter Pettigrew's matter properly, dear sister. I am now well aware. And you cannot keep this from me any longer. Of course, but wait, someone is approaching. Sirius, who had been observing the seemingly quarreling siblings, finally found a moment to interject, realizing they seemed to have reconciled. Just as they were about to formally discuss the wretched traitor, Sirius's eyes sharpened. Watching the alley's entrance warily, Harry and Lillian turned in unison to the direction Sirius indicated. As he had foretold, faint footsteps echoed from the alley's entrance. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was NEA, standing there with two dry woolen inner linings of waterproof cloaks. NEA's wrinkled face was marked with concern. Miss Lillian, the rain is too heavy. If Mr. Snape discovers you have caught a cold, we shall all be in grave trouble. Her gaze flitted over Sirius before quickly averting. Yet she subtly extended the cloak towards Harry and Lillian. Harry regarded NEA, then glanced at Sirius's reddened eyes, realizing the conversation needed to be halted. We must return to confirm, Harry suddenly stated, noting the tension in his fingertips. If the traitor is indeed Pettigrew, how shall we find him? Do not worry about that. Brother, I already know who he is and where he is. After we locate him, Lillian looked at Sirius, who took a deep breath, wiping the rain from his face, his expression regaining its sharpness. Take it to Dumbledore. Only the headmaster can prove my innocence. And he alone can protect you from being targeted by Pettigrew and Voldemort's followers. No, you are mistaken. We have long since been under scrutiny. Before Lillian could finish, NEA suddenly whispered, Mr. Snape's fireplace can connect to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, provided one has a fire starter made from Fox's phoenix feather. She produced a small handful of golden feathers from her pocket, as if she had prepared them in advance. Mr. Snape instructed me to give this to you, Miss Lillian, should you require it in an urgent matter concerning Professor Dumbledore. Lillian was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Snape had covertly prepared for this. Was this also part of Dumbledore's arrangements? It should not be so. He merely wished for Harry to follow the original plot. The rain began to lessen. the faintest light of dawn breaking through the horizon, signaling that they had endured the night. Before we proceed, I have something for you. Lillian produced a rusted copper badge, one she had found in the attic of the Potter home. The badge bore the image of a large black dog, with the words "The Marauders" and "Padfoot" engraved along its edge. This must be the emblem of the group your father was a part of. I believe this large black dog represents you, so I brought it. Sirius accepted the badge, tracing the raised design with his fingers, his eyes once again welling with tears. That night, I was supposed to go to James's, he murmured, his voice low and hoarse, as warm tears mingled with the rain at the corners of his eyes. To mislead Voldemort, I convinced James and Lily to use the seemingly inconspicuous Peter as the secret keeper. We believed Voldemort would never suspect Peter, and I willingly exposed my whereabouts to serve as bait. Who could have foreseen that he had long since? I cannot believe I trusted him. Listening to Sirius's remorseful recollections, Harry clutched the owl-shaped brooch tightly in his hand. The brooch's glow continued to shimmer. This time, it was no longer a mere trinket for hide-and-seek, but a beacon guiding them towards the truth. He felt as though a fire was kindling within his chest. Let us proceed. Lillian took the lead, her waterlogged shoes tapping rhythmically against the cobblestones, producing a crisp sound. We must clarify matters before the night descends once more into darkness. With our path already laid out before us, our foremost task now is to locate the traitor, Peter. Harry and Sirius followed closely behind her, their silhouettes gradually disappearing into the alleyway. NEA watched them depart, quietly retrieving a delicate, small circular mirror from her pocket. A parting gift from Professor Dumbledore during his last visit. She grasped the mirror tightly and turned, vanishing into the morning mist. Chapter 53, Capturing Scabbers. As the evening wind, laden with chill, seeped through the windows of the Potter residence, the sound of Ron's complaints filled the living room. Scabbers has been hiding in my pocket for days now, refusing even to touch pumpkin pasties. He used to be able to outmaneuver Crookshanks. As for the little owl, it always regarded the two of them with an expression of bemusement, never deigning to join in their snacking escapades. Ron placed Scabbers' cage on the coffee table and poked at the curled-up mouse within. Harry, is there something wrong with your fireplace? Scabbers has been trembling incessantly. Early that morning, Ron had received an earnest invitation from Harry and Lillian to bring Scabbers to the Potter house. Although the timing was a bit rushed, Harry and Lillian had expressed such heartfelt desire to see him that he couldn't refuse. Yet since Scabbers' arrival, something seemed amiss. He had been quaking the entire time. Before Harry could respond, Lillian suddenly pressed down on Ron's hand. Do not touch him, Ron. Her tone was more somber than usual, her gaze fixed on Scabbers' beady black eyes, which betrayed an unmistakable panic and a glimmer of hope. He is not an ordinary mouse. Sirius, standing by the fireplace, unconsciously rubbed the Marauder's badge, his head snapping up at her words. Are you suggesting that? His eyes scanned the cage, his breath quickening. This is Peter's animagus form? How can that be? How long has this little rodent been with you, Weasley? Ron froze, instinctively pulling the cage closer to himself. What Peter? Scabbers has been with me for nearly 3 years, having been passed down from my brother Charlie. He has been with us even longer. Confusion filled his eyes as he looked at Harry and Lillian. Harry, are you and Lillian mistaken? Scabbers could never be. I am not mistaken. Lillian produced a silver needle, imbued with potion, from her pocket and approached Ron, softening her tone. Ron, trust me. I know this is difficult to accept, but look at his tail. She pointed to the bare tip of Scabbers' tail. Peter's animagus form should have 3 tufts of white fur at the end of his tail. The fact that his tail appears to be bald is not a sign of age or injury. It is a deliberate concealment of his identity. Furthermore, Lillian indicated Scabbers' right forepaw, which was missing a toe, a remnant of his human form's lost digit. Even in his animagus state, he could not entirely mask the scars of his past as a human. Ron followed her finger, his complexion paling. He recalled how Scabbers had been shedding fur for years, appearing lethargic and drowsy, a state that aligned with the natural life cycle of an ordinary pet mouse. Thus, his family had only deemed Scabbers to be nearing the end of his life. He remembered how Scabbers would always hide beneath the bed during full moons, and how he would puff up in fear whenever Crookshanks approached, while Crookshanks had never displayed such aggression towards any other classmates' rats. Crookshanks had even ignored Ron's attempts to intervene, fixated instead on Scabbers. The realization dawned on him. All those peculiarities had been mere disguises. I'll fetch the potion. Harry turned and dashed towards the potions room, casting one last glance at the family portrait on the wall as he passed the staircase. James with his arm around Sirius, Lillian smiling as she handed a glass of wine, and Peter standing at the edge, a sycophantic grin on his face. Clenching his fists, he felt a tumult of anger and pain. The traitor had always concealed himself under the guise of his best friend, deceiving everyone with an innocent facade. Now, he was once again hiding among them, feigning weakness to beguile them anew. By the time Harry returned with the potion, Ron had pried open a gap in the cage, and Scabbers was desperately attempting to squeeze through. Don't let him escape. Sirius stepped forward, his wand pointed directly at the cage. Once he bolts, it will be near impossible to track him down. Ron was startled by his intensity but instinctively shielded the cage. Calm down, even if he is problematic. We must ascertain the truth first. Before he could finish, Lillian had already gently pricked Scabbers' paw with the silver needle. EK. The sharp shriek pierced the air, sending shockwaves through their eardrums. Scabbers' body suddenly swelled as if inflated, the brown fur shedding to reveal the outline of a short, stout man. He wore a dust-covered wizardess robe, and as he caught sight of Sirius, his legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. Harry glanced at the potion in his hand, then at Lillian's silver needle, silently tucking the potion back into his pocket. Scabbers, he exclaimed, it is truly you. Sirius's voice dripped with venomous hatred, the red light at the tip of his wand nearly brushing Peter's throat. You actually hid among the Weasley child. You exploited their kindness, allowing them to treat you like family. Are you not proud of yourself? Just as we considered you our closest friend, never suspecting you would betray us. Peter clutched his head, tears and snot streaking his face, panic etched across his features. I had no choice. The Dark Lord sought to kill me. And you would have too. I would have died. I had to hide. Even if it wasn't tea for the kind-hearted Weasley boy, who would suspect a mere mouse. Peter suddenly raised his gaze to Ron, his eyes filled with desperation. Ron, you must believe me. I've never harmed you. I just wanted to survive. Ron stared at the man before him, his stomach churning. He recalled the times when Scabbers would nestle beside him when he was ill, and when he cried in fear. How Scabbers would nuzzle his hand. All those moments of tenderness were mere facades, the disguise of a murderer. You are utterly revolting. Ron's voice trembled. Yet he took a step back, kicking the cage towards Sirius's feet. Harry is right. You must face the consequences of your actions. A faint noise emerged from the kitchen, and Nea, clutching the small mirror, heard Dumbledore's voice emerge soft yet resolute. Tell the children I shall arrive in 5 minutes. Protect Ron. He is also a victim. Additionally, Severus will be arriving shortly. I hope Peter will not attempt any further tricks. As Nea moved to relay the message to the living room, a sudden scream from Peter echoed through the space, followed by the sound of something crashing to the floor. Peter had seized the opportunity while Sirius was momentarily distracted by memories, grabbing the wand from the ground and making a beeline for the exit, but was halted in his tracks by Lillian's petrifying spell. Attempt to flee, will you? Lillian approached, her eyes cold enough to chill. You owe our parents, you owe Sirius. And now you owe the Weasley family. Do you truly believe you can escape? Harry approached Ron and gently patted his shoulder. I'm sorry, Ron, he said, gazing at his friend's pale face, filled with remorse. The revelation had arrived rather abruptly. He could scarcely fathom how revolting it would have been had he known that Scabbers was the very creature he had cared for all this time. It's not your fault, Harry, Ron replied, shaking his head, his gaze fixated on the Marauder's badge resting on the coffee table. The large black dog depicted on the badge stood proudly, alongside the inscription of Marauders. I was simply too good at pretending. But now, the truth had finally emerged. Sirius regarded Ron, his eyes softened with a hint of apology. Thank you for looking after him all these years, young Weasley. Although you were unaware of the truth, your efforts prevented him from falling into Voldemort's grasp, which has been a tremendous aid to us. Ron blinked in surprise, then scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately offering a sheepish smile. The chilly wind outside dissipated, and the setting sun poured through the window, casting a warm glow upon the four of them. Lillian observed Harry and Ron standing side by side, then glanced at the badge in Sirius's hand, suddenly feeling a weight lifted from her heart. Thankfully, everything had unfolded rather smoothly. Although she had not intended to capture Peter so soon, events had inexplicably escalated, as if a fast-forward button had been pressed. Nia stood at the kitchen doorway, having tucked the mirror back into her pocket, and walked to the center of the living room to inform Professors Dumbledore and Snape of their imminent arrival. The gathered company collectively sighed in relief. However, after this sigh of relief, Lillian scrutinized Nia, her eyes swirling with unspoken thoughts. When Nia glanced at her in confusion, she turned to stare blankly at Harry. Chapter 54. Nia's identity. Harry was the first to notice Lillian's distraction. Following her gaze towards Nia, he gently nudged her arm. What is on your mind? Lillian, are you feeling tired? Lillian shook her head, snapping back to reality, her gaze drifting over Nia's sleeve where a glimmer caught her eye. Although Nia meant them no harm and was, in fact, protecting them, the sensation of being watched was unsettling. It seemed Nia had not exhibited such subtle gestures before. What had triggered their wariness towards her? She suppressed her curiosity, simply feeling that the day had been somewhat dreamlike. No sooner had she spoken than the flames in the fireplace erupted with a loud crackle, sending emerald sparks flying onto the carpet, which extinguished almost instantly. Ron recoiled in shock. What happened? He stammered. Oh, right, Dumbledore is coming. Sure enough, a white figure emerged slowly from the flames. It was Dumbledore himself. Following closely was Snape, his expression taut and particularly grim, appearing heavier than the ashes in the fireplace. Snape's gaze immediately swept over Lillian, pausing momentarily at the muddy hem of her trousers before quickly moving on, finally resting on the petrified Peter. His eyes were icy. Had it not been for the presence of others, Lillian was certain he would have cast an Avada Kedavra at Peter. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Snape's mouth as he spoke through gritted teeth. It seems some individuals can no longer hide behind their rat skins and feign pity. Peter emitted a series of desperate gasps, his eyes fixed on Dumbledore as if clinging to a last lifeline. Headmaster, it was Black who forced me. After he sold the Potter's address to Voldemort, he tried to frame me. I was hiding for my own protection. Silence. Sirius snapped, clenching his fists, the sharp edges of the Marauder's badge digging painfully into his palm. Have you told so many lies that you've started to believe them yourself? You must have forgotten that Professor Dumbledore has ways to detect falsehoods. Dumbledore gently placed a hand on Sirius's shoulder, his voice warm yet firm, silencing the room. Peter, I sincerely wish that it were not you who committed these acts, but we are all aware of the truth, are we not? Peter's face drained of color, his body trembling as he slumped to the floor. Lillian gazed at Peter's disheveled state, recalling the words she and Harry had unintentionally discovered from her mother. The true coward is not one who fears the enemy, but one who is afraid to confront their own mistakes. I hope Harry and Lillian will grow to be brave children. Lillian's expression was complex as she stared into the fireplace. Brave children indeed. She stepped before Peter, her voice calm, yet resolute. You not only betrayed my parents, but you also exploited the kindness of the Weasley family. You hid in Ron's pocket for 3 years, watching him worry about you and seek out snacks for you. Did you never feel even a moment of guilt? Peter buried his head lower, tears falling onto the red carpet, spreading like blood. In his daze, he seemed to see the blood-stained faces of Lily and James before their demise, leaving nothing behind. Ron observed Peter's wretchedness, and his own disgust began to fade, replaced by an indescribable sense of melancholy. I used to think Scabbers was a pitiful creature, but now I realize that we are the ones who should feel pity. At that moment, Dumbledore turned to Nia, a gentle smile gracing his face. Nia, you have my gratitude. You have fulfilled the task entrusted to you by Lily admirably. Upon hearing this, Nia's previously tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and she bowed her head. It is an honor for Nia to serve Lady Lily and the Potter family. Lillian suddenly looked up. Mother? What did Mother entrust to her? Dumbledore sighed softly, his fingers brushing over a teacup on the table. When Lily was pregnant, she sensed there would be danger. So she asked us to find a house elf who was knowledgeable in defensive spells and capable of keeping secrets. In truth, Nia's family has served the Potters for generations, and she stood out during the selection process. To ensure safety, she also learned some basic potion identification from Severus. After passing our evaluations, we unanimously decided to have her remain with the Potters, firstly to look after you, and secondly, to monitor any unusual occurrences, notifying us immediately if necessary. Lillian finally understood why Nia always seemed to know her needs ahead of time, and why Snape felt secure in trusting her with the Phoenix Feather Igniter. It appeared she had misjudged the situation. She looked to Nia, who nodded gently, her gaze imbued with a touch of elder-like warmth. Suddenly, Snape tossed a small vial toward Nia, who caught it, and discovered it contained a warming potion. Stop running around in the rain, he said, his tone still devoid of warmth. If you fall ill, many will worry about you, won't they? After that, he retrieved another vial from his pocket and tossed it to Ron. From the Weasley family, this will alleviate your nausea. Try not to look so sick. It's quite bothersome. Ron caught the vial, momentarily stunned, before quietly murmuring, "Thank you, Professor." As the sun sank below the horizon, the lights in the living room flickered on, enveloping everyone in a warm golden glow. Dumbledore turned to Sirius, speaking softly. I have already made arrangements with the Ministry. Once Peter's confession is recorded, your name will be cleared. What do you plan to do next? Sirius's gaze fell upon Harry and Lillian, his earlier hostility gradually dissipating, replaced by a softness. I wish to remain by their side. James and Lily entrusted them to me, as their godfather. I cannot afford to fail them any longer. A warmth filled Harry and Lillian's hearts. Harry recalled Aunt Petunia's words from his childhood, you have no family left. Yet now he had Lillian, Ron, and even Sirius, not to mention Snape, who, it seemed, had never truly left him alone. Lillian walked to the window, gazing at the night sky as it gradually darkened. She was acutely aware that capturing Peter was merely the initial step. Despite the astonishingly swift handling of the incident, she remained cognizant of Voldemort lurking in the shadows. Hogwarts' peril was far from over. yet. As she turned to witness Harry and Ron deliberating whether to venture to Diagon Alley the following day to purchase new brooms, and saw Sirius perusing old Quidditch photographs of his father, while Dumbledore and Neo exchanged hushed words, an unexpected sense of calm enveloped her. Perhaps events were unfolding more rapidly than she had anticipated, but with these individuals by her side, even the most arduous paths seemed surmountable. At that moment, Neo approached, extending a warm gingerbread cookie towards her. Miss Lillian, Mr. Snape instructed me to bake these cookies. He mentioned that you have always enjoyed them. Lillian accepted the gingerbread, taking a bite and savoring its sweetness, listening to the laughter and conversations mingling with the warmth of the fireplace in the living room. Lillian understood that beneath this tranquil facade, a far greater storm was brewing. Nevertheless, she realized she was not alone. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling of unease, recalling how Harry's original plan had faltered due to unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 55, Peter's Escape. The somewhat dilapidated silver prisoner transport rolled through the morning mist, its wheels crunching over the slick cobblestone road with a dull thud. Outside, four aurors clad in robes emblazoned with the Ministry of Magic's emblem held their wands steadily aimed at the carriage. Indeed, within it was Peter Pettigrew, secured after Lillian and her companions apprehended him. Following the exoneration of Sirius, the Ministry had resolved to confine Peter in Azkaban. Returning to the present, Peter was bound by triple binding curses within the carriage, his wrists shackled by enchanted cuffs glowing blue with an anti-apparition spell. In just 10 minutes, they would reach the borders of Azkaban. The leading Auror glanced down at his pocket watch, and scarcely had he spoken when three dark figures suddenly emerged from the fog. Before the Aurors could react, a swift binding curse shot forth, ensnaring the ankle of the outermost Auror. It was an ambush. Blasted. Death Eaters. Someone screamed, raising their wand, only to have it blasted from their grip by another Avada curse. It was fortunate they had dodged in time, or the consequences could have been dire. The shadows in the mist multiplied, their silver masks glinting as their black robes billowed in the wind, wands unleashing a barrage of green light toward the prisoner transport. Inside, Peter, initially with his head bowed, suddenly looked up, a glint of wild joy flashing in his eyes. He struggled fiercely, the chains screeching in protest. Save me. I know where he is. I can help you find him. A Death Eater clad in a serpent-patterned mask sneered, raising his wand toward the carriage's lock. Alohomora. The heavy iron door swung open with a clang, and he reached in to snap the chains binding Peter, his tone dripping with disdain. We haven't tired of your uselessness yet. Just don't become a further nuisance. Though the Aurors fought valiantly, they were outnumbered and overpowered by the merciless Death Eaters. In the ensuing standoff, a fierce fiendfire curse ignited the bushes lining the road, thick smoke quickly obscuring their vision. Block them, an Auror directed, sending a red beam from his wand, but the smoke rendered it ineffective, merely grazing Peter's clothing. They needed to extinguish the flames first. Blake, Potter, I will find the Dark Lord, Peter taunted, his voice echoing in the distance. On a nearby hill, Sirius, Lillian, and Harry, just having arrived, watched the dark figures vanish into the mist, their expressions grave. Sirius pounded his fist against a nearby tree, bark splintering under the impact. They had let them escape this time. Capturing them next would be far more challenging. As Lillian opened her mouth to speak, a bone-chilling dread wafted in from the east, draining the joy from her mind, making the surrounding mist feel icy. Upon closer inspection, she discerned several dark figures drifting through the haze, their cloaks fluttering like boneless specters. Who on earth sent Dementors? Harry exclaimed, astonished. Aren't they supposed to be stationed near Azkaban? Lillian's heart sank. Dementors were acutely sensitive to negative emotions. And with Harry and her. Damn it. Harry and Lillian exchanged a glance before turning to flee. Lillian had barely taken 2 steps when an icy grip clutched her chest, her complexion paling to match Sirius's, her steps faltering. Harry fared slightly better, but not by much. Lillian. Harry rushed to support her. Don't dwell on dark thoughts. Think of us. Think of the wonderful times at Hogwarts. The Dementors drew nearer, their breath sounding like a broken bellows, exuding a stench of decay. Gritting his teeth, Sirius raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. A silvery black dog leapt from the tip of his wand, but it appeared dimmer than before. The shadows of Azkaban still loomed in his heart, diminishing the strength of his Patronus. Professor Snape. Harry suddenly exclaimed with delight. The sound of rustling robes emerged from the mist as Snape hastened toward them, clutching a small silver vial, an enthusiasm potion, which could temporarily protect against the chill of the Dementors. He thrust the vial into Lillian's trembling hands, then tossed another to Harry. Drink it. Don't expect me to save you twice. Lillian tilted her head back and gulped down the potion, warmth flooding her body instantly. She raised her wand, closing her eyes and recalling the sincerity of the promises she and Harry had made to protect each other. the joy in Harry's smile when he first won Quidditch, and the chocolate frog cards Ron had shared with her. In that moment, the magic she had read about so many times flowed naturally from her fingertips into her wand. Expecto Patronum. A silvery female stag, adorned with a shimmering red and blue aura, burst forth from her wand, brighter than Sirius's black dog. Its antlers colliding with the nearest Dementor. The creature emitted a piercing scream, retreating 2 steps, the swirling red and blue light dispersing the mist around them. Your Patronus. Sirius gazed at the stag, his eyes filled with nostalgia. It resembles Lily's Patronus, despite the colors. Lillian hadn't anticipated that she had already mastered the Patronus charm at such a young age. Her talent mirrored that of her parents. Lillian didn't have time to elaborate, for Snape, frowning, raised his wand, and a silver stag appeared silently beside him. Don't perish here, Black. Otherwise, no one will safeguard the Potter siblings, your godchildren. Sirius wanted to retort, but seeing Snape and Lillian's identical Patronus, he refrained, recognizing they were all trapped in that fateful day. Nearby, Harry, having consumed the enthusiasm potion, looked somewhat better. He grasped Lillian's hand and said, Lillian, I want to help. No, Lillian shook her head. The Dementors are still here. Brother, you're not yet skilled in the Patronus charm. It would be perilous. Just stand behind us. But Lillian, I promise to protect you. Harry protested, anguish and frustration etched on his face. Am I truly so useless? Brother, that is not true. Just as you wish to guard me, I wish to protect you. We promised each other, remember? We will safeguard one another. Since I can cast a Patronus, I must shield you until you learn to do so as well. Next time, you will protect me. Very well, Lillian, you are always right. Harry clenched his fists and then relaxed, gazing at Lillian with a mix of sorrow and resignation. Suddenly, a green light shot forth from behind a tree. Avada Kedavra! Lillian's heart raced to her throat as she witnessed Snape's stag suddenly charge forward, shielding her from the green light. The emerald beam collided with the Patronus. Producing a deafening explosion, the stag dissipated, and Snape's expression darkened momentarily before returning to its usual stoicism. Two fools. Don't you know how to take cover? Snape's voice rang out, glancing at Harry before turning his gaze to Lillian. Your Patronus charm was commendable, far superior to that of certain individuals. Yet your reflexes in the heat of the moment are still lacking, Lillian. You must refine your skills further. The certain individuals he referred to was clearly Sirius. Sirius snorted but offered no rebuttal. Had it not been for Snape's Patronus, he might have succumbed to the killing curse. Let him be. The current Sirius had dulled too many of his edges compared to the past. Just as Lillian was about to speak, she noticed Sirius darting forward, simultaneously hearing his voice echoing ahead. Peter, it's you. You cannot escape. Without hesitation, Lillian rushed after him, raising her wand. Petrificus totalis. However, someone beside Peter yanked him away, and several dark figures vanished into the depths of the forest. Damn it, he got away again. Lillian and the other 3 exchanged silent glances at the now tranquil woods. Let us return, Lillian finally suggested. On their way back, Snape lagged behind, observing the 2 children's retreating figures. He lifted his gaze to the sky, recalling Lillian's stag Patronus, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Indeed, Lily's daughter bore a striking resemblance to her. Upon returning to the Potter residence, NEA had already warmed milk for them. Seated on the comfortable sofa, Snape gently regarded Lillian, his lips barely curving into a semblance of a smile. Albeit eerie in Harry's perspective. Why did the Dementors come? Lillian inquired, sipping her warm milk. The Ministry had stated they would only deploy them to escort dangerous criminals to Azkaban. Snape took a sip of the coffee NEA had prepared for him, grimacing before placing it on the table to explain. Because someone spoke at the Ministry, fearing that Peter might escape again, and also that certain individuals might come to seize him. His gaze deepened and grew intricate. After all, he was one of those individuals. He needed to contemplate how to fabricate a lie should that person return. Ultimately, Peter had indeed escaped. You must remember my words. Those lunatics will not relent. What we are about to face will be far more challenging than today's ordeal. The atmosphere in the living room fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the fireplace. As Lillian held her warm milk, the memory of the green light in the forest resurfaced, igniting a renewed sense of unease within her. She looked at Harry, Ron, Sirius, and even Snape, whose bitterness was always tempered by his willingness to assist. Yet her worries remained unabated. NEA approached, refilling her half-empty cup of milk. Do not fret, Miss Lillian. Mr. Snape has already cast protective charms in the yard before your arrival. No unexpected incidents shall occur tonight. Lillian glanced up at NEA and nodded. Her concerns lay elsewhere, though she had no intention of voicing them. Chapter 56, a disastrous holiday and a troubling start to the term. The matter of Peter reached a temporary conclusion. Lillian's fingertips repeatedly traced the vermilion marks circled on the calendar, the day she was to pay her respects to the old sage. The communicator on the windowsill had long since grown cold, her fingerprints from the previous days still visible on its wooden surface, yet it remained ominously silent. This communicator had been entrusted to her from Kunlun, but now it was utterly non-functional. She gazed out at the delicate snowflakes drifting outside, her anxiety mounting. According to the situation in Kunlun, they should have arrived to collect her on the first day of the holiday. How could contact suddenly be severed? In the wake of Peter's incident, she had not noticed it before, but now, with time on her hands, the discrepancy was glaringly evident. With a loud thud, the study door swung open, Snape's dark robes sweeping across the carpet. The passage to the Flower family has been sealed. All communication with the mysterious side abroad has been cut off. He placed a cup of hot cocoa on the table, the steam obscuring the emotions flickering in his eyes. Lillian, you cannot go this year. In fact, this may be a cause for celebration, not sorrow. Lillian's knuckles turned white as she gripped the communicator. She abruptly raised her head, ready to speak, but silence fell instead. Snape's tone brooked no jest, his tightly pressed lips amplifying her unease. She had assumed it was merely a temporary delay, not a complete severance. This year, there would likely be no one to lay fresh soil on the sage's grave. This holiday felt as if a slowing charm had been cast upon it. After the thrill of capturing Peter, all that remained was an endless void of tedium. Initially, Sirius would accompany them to sift through James's old Quidditch gear, but gradually, his visits became less frequent, sometimes merely lingering at the door for a moment before departing. Dumbledore and Snape rarely sought her out, and even Hermione, who used to bombard her with letters to discuss studies, seemed ensnared by some unseen force. As Lillian sat by the window counting raindrops, she felt an invisible veil in the air, separating her from everyone. It was reminiscent of a time long past. Harry observed her, sensing an undercurrent of anxiety akin to a silent tide swelling beneath the surface. He had seen Lillian staring vacantly at the empty living room, her gaze lost in distant memories of a time only she knew, yet this notion seemed unfounded. How could she have grown accustomed to solitude? Unable to contain himself, Harry sought out Dumbledore, who merely stroked his half-moon spectacles and replied gently, "Harry, that is just Lillian. There is no need to rush to uncover the depths of her thoughts. Allow things to unfold naturally." Receiving this reassurance, Harry exhaled. Yet a hollow sensation lingered in his chest. As long as she remained Lillian, his only sister, nothing else seemed to matter. However, this self-soothing crumbled entirely upon encountering Hagrid at the start of the new term. Every visit to Hagrid's pumpkin-laden hut felt steeped in an indescribable gloom. Hagrid no longer served hot honeymead and his signature cookies, instead rubbing his hands together in a corner, his gaze evasive, quickly averting when he noticed Lillian. One evening, unable to endure it any longer, Harry returned alone. As he pushed open the creaking wooden door, he found Hagrid staring blankly at a spider specimen on the table. His rough hands repeatedly caressing the oak tabletop, dirt still clinging to his fingers from dealing with Aragog's remains. "Harry, why have you returned?" His voice was hoarse, as if worn down by sandpaper. "Hagrid, we are friends, are we not?" Harry approached him, his gaze resolute. "If you are in trouble, we can face it together." "Oh, Harry, this matter is one you should not involve yourself in. You mustn't." "Is it about Lillian?" Harry pressed. "You are my best friend, and Lillian is my only family. If there is any misunderstanding between you, I must intervene." Hagrid fell silent for a long time, ultimately yielding under Harry's unwavering gaze. His shoulders began to tremble, tears cascading to the floor like broken pearls. "I buried Aragog myself, my old friend," he sobbed. "All of his offspring are gone, consumed by a raging fire, leaving only ash. The grass and trees are unharmed, yet those little spiders. Harry, Aragog is in dire straits. He is agitated, insane, with an overwhelming propensity for aggression. Even I fear he may turn on me. He has lost all rationality, so..." Harry's heart raced upon hearing the flames, his fingertips icy. He recalled the last time he had left the forbidden forest with Lillian, where he had merely used a gust of wind to blow away the spiders. How could there be fire? In that moment, he was reminded of the hasty demise of Tom and his fragment of a soul. Professor Dumbledore had mentioned that it was the furious fire of a phoenix. Hagrid wiped his tears, his voice laced with unmistakable struggle, stating that apart from the headmaster, only Lillian had the ability to summon phoenix fire. Yet, the headmaster had also remarked that such precise control was beyond Lillian's capabilities. "But Harry, I can't shake the feeling that it was indeed Lillian," he paused before adding. "Could we possibly refrain from bringing Lillian here for a while? I need some time." Harry remained silent, feeling a tightness in his throat. He quietly exited the small hut. Returning to the dormitory, the evening breeze enveloping him in the chill of the forbidden forest without offering even a modicum of clarity. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure flitting through the corridor, Lillian. Instinctively tightening his invisible cloak, he stealthily followed her. his boots brushing against the wall as he moved quietly. He feared for Lillian's safety, yet he was also apprehensive about confronting something he was unwilling to face. Eventually, Lillian halted before an abandoned classroom. The door creaked ajar, a faint light spilling from within. Harry entered behind her, his heart constricting violently as he beheld the erased mirror standing in the center of the room. The golden patterns on its frame glimmered coldly under the moonlight, revealing several new, fine cracks since their last encounter. Professor Dumbledore had assured them it would be locked away in the deepest recesses of the restricted section. Both Lillian and Harry were taken aback to see the mirror here. They understood the reason. Lillian was unable to sleep due to the holiday, wandering until she felt an inexplicable pull towards this place, which only intensified her surprise and subsequent panic. Who? Lillian abruptly turned, the tip of her wand casting a faint glow that pierced the darkness. Harry stepped out from beneath the cloak, his voice tinged with urgency. It's me, Lillian. I was just wandering around, saw you alone, and feared for your safety. He instinctively omitted his visit to Hagrid's hut. Lillian remained silent, redirecting her gaze toward the mirror. Its surface was as calm as a tranquil lake, reflecting her image. As Harry approached her side, he cast a quick glance at the mirror and suddenly grasped her wrist tightly, his grip stronger than he realized, his voice trembling. Lillian, what do you see? What else could it be? Mom and Dad and us. Lillian's tone was flat as if reciting lines, yet a flicker of red glimmered in her eyes, fleeting like an illusion. Brother, what about you? Why such a strong reaction? I saw. Harry's throat tightened, the vision still swirling in his mind. I saw you trapped in a room that resembled the headmaster's office, desperately pleading for help, pointing to the mirror outside your chest with a cross. What does this mean? Will you face danger in the future? Or? He hesitated as Lillian's expression suddenly morphed into something eerie, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth in a way he had never witnessed before. The mirror's reflection began to warp, the once placid surface transforming into a raging sea of flames, within which a shadowy figure reached out towards them. Chapter 57. I am you, Lillian. The inferno within the mirror surged violently, scorching waves of heat erupting from the surface to strike Harry's face, making his temples throb. The scene before him began to spin, the bizarre smile of Lillian, the indistinct hand reaching out from the mirror, and that fleeting flash of red all coalesced into a chaotic whirlwind. He attempted to tighten his grip on Lillian's wrist to urge her to flee, but his body felt leaden, his voice trapped in his throat, unable to emit a sound. In the next instant, a frigid surge of magic erupted from the mirror, striking Harry squarely in the face, plunging him into darkness. As the fiery tempest within the mirror gradually subsided, two figures stood side by side, facing the trapped Lillian in the headmaster's office. They donned identical school uniforms, their hair curling in precisely the same manner. Yet their expressions were worlds apart. The imprisoned Lillian's eyes were red-rimmed, her fingertips clawing desperately at the illusory doorframe, her voice trembling. Who are you? Why do you look like me? Lillian too leaned against the edge of the mirror, toying with a strand of hair, her smile imbued with icy disdain. I am you, Lillian. Or rather, the original you, the one chosen by the divine, yet forsaken by the narrative, the one doomed to wander in darkness and waiting for millennia, only to vanish as the story was rewritten. She raised her hand, and suddenly the headmaster's office within the mirror transformed into the usual scenes of Hogwarts. A story replaying endlessly, devoid of conclusion or future. Do you know? We have waited here for an eternity, for the story to continue, for a chance to survive. Yet what did we ultimately receive? The fate of vanishing as though we had never existed. Lillian trembled, retreating a step and colliding with the unconscious Harry. She gazed down at her brother's pale face, then abruptly looked back at the mirror. What are you talking about? What do you mean by the original me? What is this world reconstruction? Stop pretending. A third voice chimed in, standing beside the sneering Lillian. The previously silent Lillian 3 finally spoke, her gaze weary as if burdened by countless nights. I am the version of you from the second iteration. In this reconstructed world, I grew anew, believing I could escape the original fate. Yet what was the outcome? I remain ensnared in solitude, watching Harry, Ron, and everyone else perpetually cycling through the narrative, while I exist as an outsider. Ultimately, I too vanished, just as the original did. The inferno within the mirror ignited once more, this time more fervently, nearly spilling forth. The original Lillian stepped forward, extending her hand, her fingertip almost brushing against the real Lillian from the third iteration, until this world fused together. We crawled back from the seams of oblivion and beheld you, Lillian of the third iteration. How fortunate you are, accompanied by Harry, by Sirius, by Dumbledore and Snape. You do not endure the cyclical torment, counting the days alone in darkness as we did until our disappearance. But why? The voice of Lillian too rose sharply, laden with long-suppressed resentment. We too are children chosen by the divine. We have endured experiences akin to yours, reunion with Harry, the threat of Voldemort, the bonds in Kunlun. Why must we perish while you possess everything? The original Lillian laughed, a glint of madness in her smile. Thus, we shall return. The fusion of worlds has granted us an opportunity. By seizing control of your life, we shall endure, we shall experience all that you have. Do you not feel lonely? Perfectly. We shall bear this solitude for you. No, we shall make you taste the true desolation we have endured. Lillian raised her wand with sudden resolve. Pointing it at the mirror, impossible. I will not let you succeed. This is my life, my friends, my family. Your family? The original Lillian scoffed. And the scenes within the mirror abruptly shifted to Hagrid's hut, where Hagrid wept over Aragog's remains, murmuring, "It was Lillian who did this." Then transitioned to Sirius standing outside the Potter residence, hesitating to enter, followed by Dumbledore holding her file, his brow furrowed. "See, they are already questioning you. Did you truly believe you had integrated here? Like us, you have always been an outsider." The mirror began to ripple, and the initial Lillian's hand unexpectedly penetrated its surface, her fingertips grazing Lillian's cheek. The icy sensation sent a shiver coursing through her. "Do not resist, Lillian. We are you, and you are us. Allow us to take over. And you shall no longer confront these tribulations. No more facing Hagrid's suspicions, no more grappling with Kunlun's disappearance, nor the potential dangers that lie ahead. How splendid that would be. Furthermore, Harry is equally our brother. You need not worry, for we shall care for him." Lillian clenched her teeth and took a step back, shielding the unconscious Harry behind her. She could feel the magical energy emanating from the mirror intensifying, causing the air around them to warp. With a loud crash, the window of the empty classroom shattered under the force of the wind, allowing snowflakes to swirl in, tangling the hair of those outside the mirror, rendering their silhouettes even more menacing. "I will not permit you to harm Harry." Though her voice trembled, it was imbued with an unprecedented resolve. "Even if I am an outlier, even if they doubt me, I shall protect those I cherish. You have endured solitude, but that is not my fault. You seek survival. So do I, for I wish to live alongside those I hold dear." The expressions of the two Lillian figures outside the mirror shifted, the original Lillian's hand clenched tightly, and a sharp pain coursed through her cheek. "Stubborn. Then we shall resort to force." Flames surged once more, and the two Lillian figures lunged towards the mirror simultaneously, their forms becoming translucent as if they intended to entirely penetrate the mirror and consume the world of Lillian. Raising her wand, Lillian closed her eyes. A spell abruptly materialized in her mind. "In my name, I banish evil and avert calamity." She uttered the incantation, and a golden beam shot forth from the tip of her wand, colliding with the mirror. The mirror emitted a deafening shatter, fissures multiplying across its surface like a spider's web. The two Lillian figures outside the mirror screamed as their forms began to blur. "We shall not surrender. Lillian, await our return." With one final scream, the mirror shattered completely, shards scattering across the ground, reflecting the moonlight like fragments of broken glass. The surrounding magic dissipated instantaneously. The cold wind ceased, leaving only Lillian, who had broken through the mirror, and the unconscious Harry. Lillian collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, her palms drenched in cold sweat. She glanced back at Harry, reaching out to check for his breath. Thankfully, he was still alive. She was uncertain whether everything that had transpired was a dream or reality. But the lingering chill on her cheek and the shards of glass on the floor confirmed that it was no illusion. She had indeed been trapped in the office for quite some time and had now returned. Yet, the words of those two who claimed to be her filled her with an inexplicable dread. At that moment, Harry's fingers twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. He gazed at Lillian, his voice hoarse. "Lillian, what just happened? Where's the mirror?" Lillian stared at him, opening her mouth but unable to articulate her thoughts. The unease within her intensified. Were the claims of those two Lillian figures genuine? Had the world truly been reconstructed? Was she truly a third-party existence? In the next instant, she witnessed Harry, who had just awakened, lose consciousness once more. Chapter 58. Lillian is Lillian. Harry opened his eyes in a softly illuminated scene. There was no frigid floor, no shattered glass, only a multitude of images swirling around him like frames from an old film. Among them were corridors of Hogwarts, where Lillian sat alone atop the astronomy tower counting stars, the depths of the Forbidden Forest, where she held the Kunlun communicator and wept, its screen perpetually dark, and in Diagon Alley, where she stood at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, not pulling him inside as usual, but staring blankly at the display window. These images exuded an inexplicable strangeness. Lillian appeared as a shadow extracted from a tale, endlessly observing the moving figures in the desolate world. "Here we go again." A low voice echoed in Harry's ear. He turned to see that the images had suddenly slowed. One depicted Lillian standing alone in the flames, and then the scene shattered with a crack, rewinding to the platform at the start of term, where Lillian walked onto the train alone. while the others arrived laughing and chatting in the background. "There are two Lillian," he exclaimed, bewildered. "What is happening?" Harry reached out to touch the images, his fingertips passing through a warm halo of light. He realized he could move forward, the fragments of the images coalescing beneath his feet into a luminous path. After an indeterminate time, a tree he did not recognize suddenly appeared ahead, closely resembling the one at the edge of the forbidden forest where he and Lillian had shared chocolate frogs. Leaning against the tree was a figure clad in Gryffindor robes, her hair still glistening with dew from the forest, none other than Lillian. Hearing his footsteps, she looked up suddenly, her eyes flashing with a glimmer of urgency, as though she had grasped a lifeline. "Harry, quickly help me. I'm trapped here. It's the thing from the mirror that imprisoned me. The one impersonating me is still outside. Hurry." Harry did not move. He gazed into her eyes, which lacked the starlit gleam that always sparkled within them whenever she saw him, replaced instead by numbness and sorrow. Moreover, her left hand bore a small scar on the webbing, a remnant from last year's potion-making mishap, yet the Lillian before him had smooth skin in that area. "You are not her." Harry's voice was soft yet resolute. Lillian's expression shifted abruptly, her anxious demeanor freezing on her face. After a moment, it crumbled, and she leaned tighter against the tree. "When did you realize it?" "When you started obeying." Harry approached her, picking up a glowing shard of the image from the ground, which depicted Lillian alone before the mirror of a Reist, where two solitary figures were reflected. Lillian knew I would always yield to her, which is why she felt justified in her mischief. She would not be docile, nor would she follow Dumbledore's directives without question. She always called me Harry, reserving brother for her mistakes or when she sought affection. She would never stand idly by while I was hurt, nor would she lament the plight of the old wizard who adopted her. That may be your narrative, but in Lillian's story, the old wizard fared quite well. He paused, softening his tone. "Yet I also recognize that you are Lillian. Your pockets are always filled with Kunlun artifacts, just like my Lillian. You remember that I dislike nutmeg and pumpkin juice, and you possess every skill that she does, and surely the thing she cannot do, you can. However, this is also one of your flaws. But all that belongs solely to Lillian. Apart from the differences, you are entirely identical to her, and none of this is feigned. So what?" Lillian tightened her grip on her clothing, her voice tinged with grievance. "She has you. She is everyone. I have only myself. How many times have I cycled through this? I cannot count. I have watched myself confront Voldemort time and again, await news from Kunlun, only to vanish once more. I merely wish to survive, to have someone by my side. Is that wrong?" At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. Harry turned to see another Harry standing there, clad in the same school uniform, clutching a chocolate frog card, exactly the one he had given to Lillian not long after the incident with the little bird. Later, Harry chuckled softly as he stepped before Lillian, extending the card towards her with a gaze filled with tenderness. "Lillian, you left this in my backpack yesterday. I still remember you saying we should wait for our next venture into the Forbidden Forest to seek out unicorns together." As Lillian's fingertips brushed against the card, it suddenly illuminated, revealing her past smile. She was holding Harry's hand, chasing a glowing butterfly through the Forbidden Forest, while Ron called out from behind, "Wait for us." Snape stood off to the side, watching them intently. Lillian gazed at the image on the card, her eyes gradually welling with tears. She patted her pocket, finding it empty. There was nothing within, no chocolate frog cards, no hidden cookies, and certainly no remnants left by others. She recalled the version of herself trapped in the cycle, always clutching her desire to escape too tightly, forgetting to look up at the awakened souls that might be beside her. "I used to be fearless, a mischievous spirit," she murmured, her voice quivering with emotion. Not long after the initial world cycle began, Ron had asked if she wanted to watch Quidditch with him. Fearing he was merely a shadow of the narrative, she hesitated to accept, unaware that he should not have been there at all. Snape had wished to teach her the Patronus charm, but she rejected him, believing it was merely a plot orchestrated by the divine. Yet, he was meant to teach her another spell entirely. It was never that the world had denied her bonds. Rather, she had pushed them away herself. The glowing card began to fade, and Lillian's body shimmered with a soft light. When she saw Harry approaching to take her hand, a gentle smile broke upon her lips, devoid of urgency or resentment. "I have always feared the aimless solitude. It is truly tormenting. Brother, why didn't you come looking for me sooner? Yet, it is not too late now, as long as I am not alone." She lifted her arms, embracing Harry lightly, just as she would whenever she worried about him. "Please tell her that the closure of the passageway was merely because Kunlun foresaw the dramatic twists of fate. We are simply awaiting our final curtain call. She has triumphed. Communication will be restored. And thank her for letting me know that Lillian doesn't have to face everything alone." With that, she and Harry transformed into countless specks of light, merging into the surrounding fragments of imagery. The once barren scenes suddenly burst forth with color. Lillian pulling Ron to watch Quidditch, her learning the Patronus charm from Snape and Sirius, and finally, her holding the communicator as the screen flickered to life. The initial and the second versions of her had long since merged into one. Speaking to Lillian as two individuals was merely a means to help her better understand their story. Now, their tale began to flow, free from the shackles of repetition. With no fear of erasure looming over them, Harry turned towards the exit. The fragments of imagery swirled behind him, no longer cold and cyclical, but rather each Lillian finding her own future within her narrative. He suddenly comprehended Dumbledore's words. That is Lillian, regardless of which version, she harbors the same resilience, the same yearning for warmth. Some have found it, while others have strayed into the abyss due to the so-called divine. Lillian is Lillian. She was, she is, and she will always be. When Harry opened his eyes again, the first sight that greeted him was Lillian's tear-streaked face. She was gripping his hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon noticing he was awake, she suddenly threw herself into his arms. Harry, you finally awakened. I thought. Harry gently patted her back, recalling the words of that Lillian he had seen while unconscious. Lillian, we can go pay respects to the old wizard who took you in. Lillian paused, looking up at him. Harry, how did you know? Could it be? Harry smiled, tousling her hair. Don't worry, they won't be returning. And remember, no matter what happens next time, don't shoulder it alone. We are siblings, are we not? Lillian gazed into his eyes, a smile breaking forth. Tears spilling onto Harry's school uniform, but filled with warmth. In the empty classroom, the shattered pieces of the erased mirror still glimmered on the floor, but no strange figures would emerge from them again. A gentle rain drifted in through the window, landing on the shards and casting reflections of two figures standing shoulder to shoulder. Chapter 59, Aftermath. Within the warm atmosphere shared between Lillian and Harry, Dumbledore's footsteps softly echoed as he entered the empty classroom. Observing the embracing siblings, a familiar smile graced his lips, and in his hand, he held a honey-hard candy. It seems I have arrived just in time. Welcome back, Lillian. He extended the candy to Lillian, the wrapper crinkling crisply between his fingers. The shattered mirror fragments were of no concern. House elves would come to tidy them up, for their mission had been fulfilled. Lillian accepted the candy, the warmth of the wrapper eliciting a tremor in her voice as she looked up at Dumbledore. Professor, you knew this would happen all along, didn't you? Dumbledore knelt beside the shards, picking up a glimmering piece of mirror and examining it against the light. I do not know much, after sensing something amiss. A dear friend's assistance provided me with a general understanding. In every world, there exists an anchor point. In this world, that anchor is you, as well as Harry. He cradled the shard in his palm, allowing it to dissolve into a soft glow. In the original world, the story had solely belonged to Harry, yet you appeared. During the second reconstruction, you emerged once more, ultimately becoming a drifting shadow until this fusion, when you finally became a shared anchor. Harry listened, somewhat dazed. He recalled the cyclical images he had witnessed while unconscious, remembering the Lillian who spoke of the divine chosen child. So, those cycles and disappearances were because the anchor was unstable? A clever child, Dumbledore acknowledged. But that is merely one aspect. The most significant factor may still be the unreliable divine. Dumbledore nodded, smiling. What you are experiencing now is due to fate necessitating balance. When Lillian disrupted the story that was solely yours, new events had to unfold to restore that balance. The reflections within the mirror were, in truth, shadows of the past, lost while the world sought equilibrium. Lillian suddenly understood. She had always feared being an outsider, worried that she might one day vanish like a shadow, but she had forgotten that from the moment she shielded Harry by holding his hand, from the instant Snape took her under his protection, and from the moment she defended Sirius, she had never been a drifter. She was a part of this world. She was Harry's sister, Ron's friend, and a child cherished by Snape. That Kunlun passageway, Lillian began. But she was interrupted as Dumbledore produced a small wooden box from his robes, within which lay her malfunctioning communicator. The screen of the communicator flickered to life, displaying a line of text. Awaiting the establishment of balance, the mountain gate shall open. The elders of Kunlun foresaw the reconstruction long before we did, Dumbledore explained, handing her the box. They sealed the passage to prevent the chaos outside from affecting your fate and that of the flowers. Now that the ordeal has passed, the passage will naturally be restored. Lillian cradled the wooden box, her fingertips brushing the screen, the warm sensation causing her eyes to moisten. 3 days later, Dumbledore accompanied Lillian to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid was sitting at the door carving wood when he paused upon seeing Lillian, scratching his head and offering a somewhat awkward smile. Lillian, the professor told me everything. I realize now, I was wrong about you. No, Hagrid, Lillian said, handing over a cloth bag containing her soothing potion. The deaths of those spiders, though not directly my doing, are in a sense a reflection of myself. I owe them an apology. Hagrid accepted the bag, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, cradling it as if it were a cherished treasure. Don't say that, my child. Aragog would never hold it against you, even if he knew. By the way, I've baked a pumpkin pie. Would you care to sample it? That afternoon, a sweet aroma wafted from the cottage's chimney as little Iris nestled on Lillian's lap. Hagrid recounted amusing tales from his youth, while Harry and Dumbledore chuckled and teased nearby, the sunlight streaming through the window casting elongated shadows of everyone present. A week later, Lillian recalled her promise to Moaning Myrtle. After Myrtle had assisted her in locating her notebook, she had vowed to present Myrtle with a surprise. With a vial of the spirit-soothing potion in hand, she ventured to the girls' bathroom, where Myrtle was weeping by the sink. Upon spotting Lillian, she quickly wiped her tears and, hands on her hips, complained, "Lillian, why did you take so long to come?" Poor Myrtle, so easily duped by Lillian, whimpered, "I apologize, Myrtle. So much has transpired lately that I haven't had the chance to seek you out." Lillian poured the potion into the sink, the water shimmering with a faint blue glow. This was an improved version of the spirit-soothing potion, infused with mysterious Eastern ingredients. It would aid her in transcending the limitations of her ghostly existence. Now, whenever you wish to attend the Yule Ball in the Great Hall or wander the Forbidden Forest to see the fireflies, you can. Myrtle paused, then, after following Lillian's instructions for soaking in the potion, tentatively stepped outside the bathroom. The invisible barrier that had always blocked her path had vanished. She took a few more steps forward, suddenly bursting into laughter, her joyous sound echoing down the corridor. "Myrtle is free. Thank you, Lillian." Watching Myrtle dash towards the Great Hall, Lillian felt a lightness in her heart. She turned to make her way to Gryffindor Tower, encountering Ron along the way, who was clutching a stack of books. "Lillian, Harry is waiting for you in the common room. He wants to discuss plans for visiting Hogsmeade." Under the setting sun, Lillian's shadow stretched long as she headed toward the common room. She checked her communicator in her pocket. The screen still glowed, indicating that the gates of Kunlun would be opening soon. Although she had played for a while, she could eventually pay her respects to the old sage. She then felt in another pocket the chocolate frog card Harry had given her. This one was a special edition, featuring a photograph of herself with Harry. She looked up at the spires of Hogwarts, their tips bathed in golden sunlight. She knew that the dangers of this semester had passed, thanks to her and her friend's intervention. The expected Dementor crisis would not unfold, and Sirius, having been summoned to trial at the Ministry due to Peter's actions, no longer needed to remain in hiding. While Hagrid had lost an old companion, Aragog's influence would ensure he took better care of his remaining friends. Perhaps Buckbeak would not face any further troubles this term. In any case, the remaining days of the semester promised to be quite relaxed. Chapter 60, Guardians? We have two. September at Hogwarts was perpetually enveloped in the sweet fragrance of osmanthus blossoms, a suggestion Lillian had made during a survey of recommendations for the school, which she had initiated. It was now deemed most appropriate, and had received unanimous acclaim from the young witches and wizards. Of course, there were some who held a more ambivalent stance, such as Professor Snape, who described it as akin to the suffocating sensation of having a lethal dose of sweetener forcibly inserted into one's nostrils. Nonetheless, as the proposal had originated from Lillian, Snape chose to address the matter in his own way. Under the influence of the new potion, he had managed to filter out the sweet scent of osmanthus. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest outside the castle, golden sunlight spilled through the leaves onto the cobbled path, the breeze carrying a hint of languor. Lillian, clutching her freshly acquired defense against the dark arts, selected third-year texts, walked alongside Harry toward the dining hall, surrounded by the chatter of students, most of whom were discussing this year's defense against the dark arts professor. "I heard Professor Lockhart has been sent away," Ron called out, catching up with them, half a pumpkin pasty still in hand. "My friend from Hufflepuff said he's now in Azkaban." Harry nodded, recalling the many flaws in Lockhart's adventurous tales from the previous year. Thankfully, Professor Dumbledore had discovered that all his published works were fabrications, and he had even stolen the achievements of others. Lockhart had intended to continue using the Obliviate charm to cover his tracks, only to be caught red-handed by Dumbledore. Lillian remembered Lockhart's last class vividly, where he had boasted about defeating 10 trolls while being unable to perform even the simplest shield charm. In retrospect, this year would certainly lack much of the fun. For while the stories were rife with exaggeration, they had been delightful to hear as fairy tales. Just then, a gentle laughter reached them from ahead. The trio looked up to see Dumbledore walking alongside a man clad in a gray sweater. The man's hair was somewhat disheveled, and a faint weariness graced his face. Yet he smiled warmly at Dumbledore. It was Professor Lupin. Hermione emerged from a nearby corner, an open copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them in her hands. "I've looked him up. He is an old Hogwarts alumnus, and, well," she paused, glancing at Harry and Lillian, "he was a good friend of your father's." Harry's heart skipped a beat. As he gazed at Professor Lupin, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, akin to the warmth he had felt upon seeing Sirius. Lupin seemed to sense Harry's gaze, turning towards them, momentarily taken aback, then smiling gently at both Harry and Lillian, giving a light wave. Lillian thought he must have met Sirius before. Indeed, as Lillian suspected, just prior to their encounter, Lupin had concluded his class. As the bell rang, he had just finished packing up his teaching materials when he spotted a dark figure waiting at the classroom door. It was Sirius, dressed in a brand new black coat. His hair neatly arranged, the usual harshness in his eyes had faded, replaced by the gentleness of meeting an old friend. Remus, Sirius stepped forward, patting Lupin on the shoulder, his voice trembling slightly. I never thought I would see you again. Lupin smiled too, his eyes glistening. Black, I thought you. He did not finish his sentence, but embraced Sirius tightly. It's good to have you back. The two friends were overjoyed at their reunion, and it was only when Dumbledore, who had been overlooked behind Sirius, cleared his throat that they finally acknowledged his presence. As an outsider, Sirius could not linger for long. After briefly catching up with his friends, he made sure to inquire about Harry and Lillian's well-being, urging Lupin to look after them before departing the school. They even agreed to reconvene when time allowed. Lupin then followed Dumbledore away, encountering Harry and Lillian along the way. That afternoon's defense against the dark arts class shattered the notion that the professors invited due to their misfortunes would yield mediocre lessons. He did not delve into tedious theories. Instead, he introduced the students to boggots and patiently guided Neville in using the ridiculous charm to transform the boggot into a version of Snape dressed in a pink tutu. After all these years, the animosity towards Snape remained quite strong. Professor Lupin. He also softly reminded Harry to concentrate and think of the happiest memory while casting his spell. Lillian stood aside, observing the tender scene between the two, when an idea suddenly struck her. She resolved to surprise Professor Lupin and Sirius with a grand gesture. By the third day, she had received the items she required. From the package that arrived, Lillian extracted 2 exquisite jade vials, each containing the potions she had requested from Li Su and In Yang, sent through the Kunlun passage. Alongside the potions, there were 2 letters. One was an excessively lengthy missive from In Yang. Curiosity piqued, Lillian opened it, surprised to discover that In Yang had so much to convey. Yet, she quickly realized that the letter was filled with trivialities. With her keen intellect, she discerned In Yang's grievances and accusations. Indeed, it dawned on Lillian that she had inadvertently put In Yang in a difficult position during their last holiday, and then left without a word. A pang of guilt washed over her as she read In Yang's implied request for compensation, and without hesitation, she decided to transfer a substantial sum to him. Setting aside the joy In Yang expressed upon receiving the funds and his subsequent decision to seek out a girlfriend and spend lavishly, Lillian felt invigorated after the transaction. Guilt? What was that? She felt none at all. The first vial was a calming elixir meant for Professor Sirius, to be taken with 2 drops in water before bedtime for a more restful slumber and soothing of the nerves. The second vial was the Moonlight Harmony potion for Professor Lupin, intended to stabilize a werewolf's emotions during the full moon, alleviating the agony of transformation thereafter. On the weekend, Lillian summoned Sirius and Lupin to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid had baked a honey cake, and a little owl nestled comfortably on Lupin's lap, clearly fond of him, sleeping soundly. This is a gift for you both, Lillian said as she presented the 2 jade vials. Sirius opened his vial, and a faint scent of fresh grass wafted out, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he looked at Lillian. Thank you, Lillian. Lupin gently caressed the other vial, marveling at the exotic magic it contained. Is this from the East? He inquired, having heard tales of its wonders in his youth, yet never expecting to experience it firsthand. It was sent by my friends. Lillian replied with a smile. I had them source these particular formulas specifically for you. Tears welled in Lupin's eyes. For so many years, he had harbored insecurities about his identity as a werewolf, fearing he might harm others. Now, for the first time, there was hope for a transformative change. Perhaps he could journey to the East during the holidays, as he was not merely an individual, but part of a community. It's time to work diligently, he thought, or I shall have no funds to procure the potions. As days passed, news of Hogsmeade's reopening reached Harry and Lillian. Yet they faced a dilemma. A guardian's consent was required for their visit. Let us ask Sirius, Harry exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. He is our godfather. He'll surely sign. However, Lillian furrowed her brow. But Professor Snape is still our temporary guardian. If he discovers we sought Sirius's signature, he will undoubtedly be displeased. She recalled the last time Snape had caught her secretly delivering cookies to Sirius. Although he hadn't scolded her, he had made Harry lock away her favorite snacks for 3 days. Harry pondered for a moment before his eyes sparkled with a brilliant idea. What if we each ask one? You can approach Professor Snape, and I'll ask Sirius. That way, no one will get upset. Lillian hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. The following day, clutching the consent form, Lillian reluctantly made her way to the potions classroom. Professor Snape sat at his desk, engrossed in grading assignments, his expression dark and foreboding. Lillian wondered if she had come at an inopportune time. Yet Snape seemed to have noticed her presence, and his demeanor softened slightly. Summoning her courage, she stepped forward. "Professor Snape," she spoke softly, "I wish to visit Hogsmeade. Could you please sign this?" Snape looked up, glanced at the consent form, then studied Lillian's anxious expression, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Without a word, he picked up his quill and swiftly inscribed his name. "Do not cause trouble in Hogsmeade," he said, returning the form to her in his customary cold tone. Yet, as Lillian turned to leave, he added, "Take this with you," tossing a small vial toward her. "It's a frostbite remedy. Hogsmeade can be quite chilly." Lillian accepted the vial, warmth blooming within her. As she exited the office, she encountered Harry, who held a consent form adorned with Sirius's flamboyant signature, complete with a doodle of a small black dog. Did Sirius sign it so quickly despite not being at school? Lillian wondered, suspecting that Harry might have already taken care of this matter. "Let us go. We're off to Hogsmeade," Harry exclaimed, grabbing Lillian's hand as they dashed towards the castle exit. Chapter 61, A Smoothly Navigated Class. The cobblestone path of Hogsmeade was blanketed with a thin layer of snow, crunching beneath their feet. The sweet aroma wafting from honeydukes mingled with the distant sounds of laughter from Zonko's joke shop, enveloping the entire village in warmth. As Lillian was pulled into the candy store by Harry, she spotted Ron holding a gigantic candied hawthorn stick, his mouth smeared with strawberry jam. "You have to try this. It's sweeter than Professor Dumbledore's honey sweets. He'll definitely love it. Should we get some to take back as gifts?" Hermione stood nearby, opting not to comment on the suggestion. Clutching a book titled The History of Magical Candies from the store, she occasionally looked up to caution. "Don't buy too many sour sweets. And definitely avoid those devilishly mischievous candies. Last time Neville had one, his tongue was numb for an entire afternoon." Lillian smiled and nodded, her fingertips brushing against a box of gold leaf chocolates when a familiar voice broke in. "It seems you've turned this place upside down." Turning around, she found Sirius leaning against the doorframe, laughing, snowflakes dusting his dark coat, 2 brown leather bags in hand, along with a tightly wrapped package. "I figured with Lillian around, you'd all head straight for the candy shop." He approached and handed the package to Harry, winking playfully. "Apologies for not waiting for you sooner. I was tripped up by Zonko's prank telephone box. Ron, Hermione, there are gifts for you too. Come and see." Ron's eyes lit up as he eagerly dug into the bag Sirius had passed him, only to squeeze a piece of candy that let out a wolf howl, startling Hermione so much that her book almost slipped from her grasp. "He'll adore this." Hermione shot Ron an annoyed glance, but smiled as she pulled out a rare spell book from her bag, thanking Sirius warmly. Harry, on the other hand, stared at the package in his hands, his breath quickening. It was a long rectangular box emblazoned with the latest model of Firebolt. "Shall we take a look?" Sirius patted his shoulder, eyes twinkling with mirth. "I never had the chance to give you a proper gift before. This will surely enhance your performance on the Quidditch pitch." As Harry opened the box, his fingers trembled with excitement. The silver-gray broomstick gleamed with a cold light, its feathers at the tail and neatly arranged as if enchanted. When he looked up, his eyes were slightly misty. "Thank you, Godfather. And here's yours." Sirius turned to Lillian, extracting a large velvet box from the second bag. As he opened it, the exquisite gemstone jewelry within radiated a gentle glow. Inside lay a necklace fashioned from tiny diamonds, arranged in a lily pattern, accompanied by delicate silver earrings shaped like wolf claws, each imbued with protective magic. These earrings bore the same design as the charm Sirius had gifted to Remus. According to Eastern wizards, it was customary to use gemstones as talismans. This lily represented your mother's name, and the wolf claw was a small token from your godfather. Lillian grasped the velvet box, feeling the coolness of the gemstones beneath her fingertips, but her heart swelled with warmth. It was truly wonderful to have another person who held her dear as family. "Thank you, Godfather," she whispered, carefully placing the box into her handbag, fearful of damaging it. Sirius felt a deep satisfaction at being called Godfather by both Harry and Lillian. He gently patted their heads, deciding to take the 4 children on a delightful stroll. They wandered for half the afternoon, purchasing hopping frog sweets from the joke shop and secretly enjoying hot butterbeer at the 3 Broomsticks, with Sirius mischievously attempting to encourage them to drink more. Only when the sunset cast an orange hue over the snow did they reluctantly make their way back. Sirius accompanied them to the edge of Hogsmeade, ruffling Lillian's hair before departing. "Next time, I'll take you to see a professional Quidditch match." The following day at Hogwarts, Ron came rushing to announce, "Tomorrow morning, we have care of magical creatures class. I can't wait to see what magical creatures we'll encounter." He clutched a handful of dried dandelions, his face alight with anticipation. Lillian recalled the scene from the original storyline where Malfoy was scratched by Buckbeak, and a plan quietly formed in her mind. Before class the next day, she deliberately brought a small pouch of calming herbs from the dormitory, ground into powder and tucked into her pocket. On the clearing at the edge of the forbidden forest, Buckbeak stood by an oak tree, preening its feathers. Its plumage was a deep brown, with a bronzed shimmer along the edges of its wings, and its yellow eyes watched the approaching students warily. Just as Hagrid was about to begin his explanation, Malfoy leaned forward, mockingly saying, "So this is what they call a magical creature? It looks like a mutated chicken." Buckbeak's eyes narrowed immediately, its wings slightly unfurling, clearly agitated. Lillian quickly stepped forward, taking the calming herb powder from her pocket, gently sprinkling it into her palm and extending it towards Buckbeak. "Don't be afraid, we mean you no harm." The fragrant powder wafted toward Buckbeak, and its movements gradually slowed. It tilted its head, gently touching its beak to Lillian's palm, as if seeking reassurance. Seizing the opportunity, Lillian stroked its neck softly, whispering, "Hagrid is your friend. We've come to play with you." Buckbeak emitted a gentle chirp, retracting its wings and even nuzzling against Lillian's hand. Malfoy stood rooted to the spot, his face flushed crimson. Yet he no longer dared to utter a single derogatory word in Lillian's presence. Recently, for reasons unknown, Lillian had not been frequenting training sessions, and Professor Snape had temporarily dissolved that training group. He had assumed Snape would finally abandon the two Gryffindor fools in favor of Slytherin. Thus, he foolishly approached Lillian, only to be reprimanded by Snape, who had witnessed the encounter from a distance. Malfoy was left to endure solitary training, a thought that would bring tears to any listener. Now, upon seeing Lillian, he felt a twinge of fear. Regardless of Malfoy's sentiments, the entire class proceeded smoothly, with students taking turns to pet Buckbeak. Even the timid Neville dared to gently touch its feathers. When the class bell rang, Lillian noticed Hermione placing a small silver hourglass into her book. It dawned on her that this must be the time turner. As she gazed at the hourglass, its sand shimmering with a faint blue glow, she found herself lost in thought. "What is on your mind?" Hermione inquired, noticing Lillian's gaze. She cheerfully shook the object in her hand. "Professor Dumbledore lent me this to help with my classes." Lillian nodded, but her mind began to conspire. If Professor Dumbledore was willing to lend Hermione the time turner, perhaps he would agree to lend it to her as well? Or might Professor Snape possess similar magical artifacts? After all, he was quite formidable. He might be concealing even more wondrous items. She watched Hermione's retreating figure, brushing her fingers against the lily necklace, feeling its coolness against her palm. Chapter 62. Is it truly harmless to intervene in another's fate? As the Kunlun passage opened, a chill wind surged forth, mingling with the unique camphor scent of the ancient town below. This passage had been specially opened for Lillian by Kunlun, facilitating her arrival. Lillian tightened her beige lightweight coat around her, clutching a fashionable vintage cloth bag. Inside were osmanthus flowers she had brought from Hogwarts, dried and stored in a silk pouch, along with some small pastries made from honey and flour, learned from Hagrid. There were also various other items, all intended for the worship of the old Taoist priest. As for paper money and the like, she had entrusted Li Su and In Yang to assist with that, as such traditions did not exist abroad. Snape followed closely behind her, having swapped his black robes for a deep gray cotton coat, which Lillian had prepared in advance. Remarking that wearing black robes there would be too conspicuous, likely marking them as nefarious practitioners. Snape clearly disapproved of this incongruous attire, but said little about it. He discreetly steadied her when she nearly slipped on the bluestone slab. Li Su and In Yang were already waiting at the entrance of the passage. In Yang wore a brightly colored jacket, his hair neatly styled as usual. Upon seeing Lillian, he flashed a broad grin, a sycophantic gesture towards the benefactor of their gifts. Li Su, dressed in traditional attire and carrying supplies for the ritual, raised an eyebrow at Lillian. "I told you to dress warmly. It's much colder on Kunlun Mountain than down here. You might catch a cold once you ascend." He handed her a thermos filled with ginger tea, just brewed moments earlier, urging her to drink some to warm herself. Lillian accepted the thermos, her fingertips brushing against the warm exterior, her curiosity piqued. She doubted In Yang had prepared it himself. The group proceeded to their destination, a serene hillside where the old Taoist priestess grave rested amidst a bamboo grove. When she had visited last year, Li Su had planted a small pine tree in front of the grave, which had since grown to a height comparable to a person. Together with the others, Lillian began tidying the gravesite. Once the area was clean, they hung the silk pouch of osmanthus flowers on the polished gravestone, followed by the pastries. Lillian knelt beside the gravestone, gently tracing the inscriptions with her fingers as she burned paper money, murmuring softly, "Grandpa Taoist, I've come to see you." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Hogwarts has planted osmanthus trees now. They smell wonderful when they bloom. I'm sorry I'm a bit late this time. I could only bring dried flowers. Next time, I'll bring some fresh petals so you can compare the scent of osmanthus from abroad with that of our homeland. Snape stood at a distance by the edge of the bamboo grove, not approaching but observing Lillian's silhouette, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the cuff of his sleeve, where he had concealed a small vial of insect repellent he had specially concocted, fearing that mountain insects might bite Lillian. Li Su and Enyang remained silent, merely offering Lillian a clean handkerchief as she rose. After descending the mountain, Lillian suggested they linger a few more days before returning, to which Snape had no objections, for they had ample time reserved. Enyang perked up immediately, patting his chest and declaring, "I know the way. Let me guide you through the alleys of this ancient town." The alleys of the ancient town are narrow, flanked by whitewashed walls and black-tiled roofs, with vibrant red lanterns hanging from the eaves. Occasionally, a vendor selling candied hawthorns pushes his cart by, the sugar coating sparkling in the sunlight. "Try this." Enyang purchased 4 skewers of candied fruit and shared them with the group. Lillian took a bite, immediately savoring the unique sweetness of the maltose coating, followed by the tart juice of the strawberries that flooded her mouth, reminiscent of the strawberry jam she had enjoyed at Hogwarts. Severus Snape took the skewer of candied hawthorn, examining it for a moment before Lillian nudged one down for him, and he cautiously bit into it. His brows furrowed slightly, yet he did not spit it out. It was simply too sweet for his taste. Lillian, unable to bear the thought of waste, resolved to consume 2 skewers herself. After passing a tea house, Li Su proposed they take a break inside. The air was infused with the delicate fragrance of Longjing tea as they settled by the window. Enyang ordered an array of snacks, including osmanthus cake, glutinous rice balls, yam cake, and crystal shrimp dumplings, among others. As Lillian savored a crystal shrimp dumpling, she suddenly recalled the girlfriend Enyang had mentioned in his last letter and could not help but inquire, "Enyang, why didn't you bring your girlfriend along to play?" Enyang paused mid-bite, then chuckled, "Oh that? We've already broken up. Recently, I helped her pay her brother's tuition. Her family favors sons over daughters, and they were planning to make her drop out to marry." He took a sip of tea, his tone nonchalant now. "She has found a job at a bookstore elsewhere, which is quite good. We're not officially a couple anymore, so it's not appropriate to bring her out." Lillian felt a pang of concern, recalling the mention of financial struggles in his letter. "When you seek out a girlfriend, you don't specifically choose those who are in difficult situations, do you? Like those who need help at home?" she asked softly. Enyang raised an eyebrow, leaning back against his chair, gazing at the red lanterns outside. "How did you know?" "Just a guess," Lillian replied hesitantly. "But you wouldn't happen to be drawn to girls with tragic backstories, would you? Like those with a deceased father, ailing mother, or a brother in school, someone broken like that?" Enyang was taken aback for a moment before he chuckled softly. "You've guessed it, but I want to elaborate. The more people know, the worse it is for them." Lillian was momentarily stunned and continued, "When they break up with you, shouldn't I be indignant on behalf of my friend?" Suddenly, she thought of something and said, "You don't have a fate that causes you to lose money, do you? Are you afraid that once your finances are depleted, it will negatively impact those girls, and thus you deliberately let them go when you're broke, and then seek out the next one to save?" Enyang had not anticipated that Lillian would discern even this. He paused, then retrieved an old wallet from his pocket, revealing only a few coins inside. "Indeed, my fate seems to involve a constant outflow of money. The longer it stays, the more it leaks. After suffering a few losses, I thought, since I can't hold on to it, I might as well spend it to help others. Although I have someone close to me, when my funds run dry, it's a drain on them too, so once I've helped, it's best to part ways. Otherwise, I'd be causing harm." Li Su interjected. "When Enyang first started dating, there was a girl whose family was being relocated. She could have received 3 houses, but after getting close to Enyang, she ended up with only one, and it had a leaky corner." He shook his head, half amused at the memory. "He worked tirelessly to make up for the lost houses. But alas, you didn't know him back then. Otherwise, I could have helped you conduct an experiment instead of enduring 3 years of hardship until his mentor finally intervened. But by helping others like that, aren't you interfering with their lives? Typically, girls in such situations are the protagonists of tragic tales, right? Where their futures are bound to be grim." Lillian expressed her lingering confusion, much like Dumbledore often said not to alter others' destinies. And the laws of fate surely wouldn't allow for it. It remained uncertain whether she contemplated her own circumstances while asking this question. Enyang picked up a piece of yam cake, breaking it in half. "Now, the secrets of fate are obscured. Many people's destinies are already misaligned," he said, offering half the yam cake to Lillian, then, under Snape's watchful gaze, deftly handed the other half to Li Su. While passing out snacks, he awkwardly shifted the topic. "I'm merely helping them realign their destinies. What could possibly go wrong? It's just that I end up losing more money. It's no big deal." Snape, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "Aren't you afraid that one day, what leaks won't be money, but your own fortune?" Enyang met his gaze and smiled. "Professor Snape, My life was a second chance. Every day I live is a gain, so what is there to fear? Furthermore, Lillian, don't you know that kind-hearted individuals seldom face misfortune? Someone as benevolent as I wouldn't come to harm. Lillian looked at Yang and felt as if she could see deeper into him. In truth, whether in the magical world or elsewhere, there are always those who silently guard and protect others, safeguarding the world in their unique ways. As the sun was obscured by clouds, they finally left the tea house. Yang intended to visit the prospective girlfriend he had chosen, and Li Su, curious, decided to accompany him for a glimpse, while Snape strolled alongside Lillian towards their lodgings. On the way, Lillian suddenly remarked, "Professor, next time I want to bring Harry here. He would surely love the crystal shrimp dumplings." Snape glanced at her, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint smile. "As long as you refrain from secretly sending biscuits to that scoundrel, Black, you may go anywhere." Lillian laughed, touching the lily necklace around her neck. The moonlight spilled over the bluestone pavement, casting elongated shadows of the two. This visit to the flower country was not merely to pay homage to the old priest. It also revealed to her an extraordinary truth. Her actions were, in their own way, also intervening in the destinies of others. Chapter 63. Rumors resurface. Before the morning mist at Hogwarts had dissipated, Lillian was awakened by the gentle nudging of the little iris. The soft, pink-white paws rested on her pillow, purring contentedly, while outside, the owl, Crookshanks, was creating a ruckus, pecking at the parchment Hermione had left on the windowsill. I know, don't rush me." Unbeknownst to her, Lillian had also learned the art of occasionally indulging in a lazy morning. She rubbed the little iris's ears and rolled out of bed. Just as she donned her Gryffindor uniform, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Harry peeked in, confirming she was awake and ready. "Hurry, if we're late, the Slytherins will snatch up all the pumpkin juice. Ron has already gone to claim a seat," saying he saving the last blueberry muffin for you. Lillian doubted the Slytherins would actually take the pumpkin juice. That would be too demeaning for their pride. As they walked through the morning mist towards the Great Hall, they encountered Hermione, who was clutching a book. She shook yesterday's battered parchment in exasperation. "Crookshanks pecked at my notes again. Lillian, you really need to get him under control." "Oh, come on. He might just be overly eager to learn." Lillian replied with a laugh, unable to resist the urge to tease. Hermione rolled her eyes, handing over the book she held. Lillian accepted the key points in magical history, her fingertips brushing against the cat hair left by the little iris. These days felt delightful, filled only with classes, training, playful banter with friends, and the antics of owls and cats. This was the campus life she had always desired. Yet, this serene bliss did not last long before trouble came knocking. That afternoon, after finishing potions class, Lillian had just put away her cauldron when a Ravenclaw girl approached her, whispering, "Lillian, have you broken up with Malfoy? I heard from someone in Slytherin that you two were together, but now it's over again because of Harry." The wand in Lillian's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. "What did you say?" Her hand trembled as she picked up her wand. "Me and Malfoy? Together? And broken up? Who is spreading these rumors?" The girl was taken aback by her reaction and stammered. "Everyone is saying that Malfoy has been staring at you lately and even got angry with his lackeys, claiming you've been ignoring him." Lillian laughed in disbelief. "Again? Me and Malfoy? I don't understand. We've fought ever since we met. The last time nearly coming to blows over whose potion was better. How did we end up together?" It had been ages since she had heard any rumors about herself and him, and she felt a sense of relief, only to realize that the gossip had evolved into a story about them being together and then breaking up. She turned to find Harry. Upon entering the Gryffindor common room, she saw Ron laughing heartily while patting Harry's shoulder. "Huh, Harry, did you hear? Someone said Lillian broke up with Malfoy, and that you're the third wheel. This is ridiculous." "No, wait, it's just as absurd as ever. Ha ha ha." Harry listened with a scowl, his quill declaring a strike in his hand. Noticing Lillian's arrival, Ron quickly composed himself. "I was just looking for you, Lillian. This can't be another misunderstanding, right? We must get to the bottom of this." Lillian tossed her backpack onto the sofa, and a small iris leaped from the windowsill to curl up on her lap. "I don't want to have another ex-boyfriend for no reason." Hermione adjusted her glasses and pulled out a piece of parchment from her bag. "I asked a few students spreading the rumors, and they all said they heard it first from Malfoy's lackeys, Crabbe, Goyle, and Pansy." "Malfoy?" Lillian raised an eyebrow. "Let us go find him." When the three found Malfoy, he was leaning against the entrance of the Slytherin common room, toying with a silver wand. His expression sour as if he had just tasted Snape's bitter absinthe potion. "What do you want?" he snapped upon seeing Lillian. "Coming to steal my top spot in potions class again." "Who's trying to steal the top spot? Are you still hung up on that? Can you not be so petty?" Lillian slammed the parchment in front of him. "Look for yourself. The entire school is saying I broke up with you, and that Harry is the third wheel. This rumor originated from your lackeys, so what is going on?" Malfoy's face turned an alarming shade of red, then white. He hadn't anticipated more rumors. Annoyed, he snatched the parchment to glance at it. His hands trembling as he read. Crabbe and Goyle? They dared to spread such nonsense. It's not a matter of daring. Harry crossed his arms. You need to help us clear this up since you're also a victim, or were you doing it on purpose? As Harry uttered those last words, Ron swore he could hear Harry's teeth grinding in frustration. Malfoy's face twisted in anger, evidently recalling their duel from the previous semester, but ultimately, for the sake of his own reputation, he reluctantly agreed to investigate together. For the next 3 days, the four took turns keeping watch. Lillian and Harry stood guard in the Slytherin corridor while Malfoy, extremely reluctantly, and Hermione monitored the entrance to the Great Hall. Finally, on the afternoon of the third day, they caught Crabbe and Goyle bragging with a few Hufflepuff students. I'm telling you, Malfoy really did like Lillian before. He kept complaining to us about how she was ignoring him, and then she rolled her eyes at him today. Damn it. Now she is annoyed with him and has broken up, Crabbe proclaimed, thumping his chest with confidence. Exactly. Goyle nodded in agreement, while Pansy added. Malfoy even smashed his pure gold cauldron over this. Hiding behind a pillar, Malfoy turned green with anger and rushed out, grabbing Crabbe by the collar. What nonsense are you spouting? Who told you I like Lillian? Who smashed a cauldron? Crabbe and Goyle were terrified, stammering, last time. You said you hadn't argued with us lately, and that she was even helping Harry over your well-being. We thought you two were having a lover's quarrel. Lillian stood by, nearly bursting into laughter. So the source of this rumor was Malfoy's own prideful complaints misunderstood by his lackeys? So, Harry stifled a laugh, but still shot Malfoy a disapproving look. This is all your fault, Malfoy. Malfoy's face shifted from green to purple, and he turned away, covering his face. Shut up, Potter. This matter is not to be mentioned again. At that moment, Pansy rushed over. Observing the scene, she whispered, I thought you two really were together until you broke up because of Harry, considering you always mention Lillian and Harry. When you mention the former, your expression is complicated. And when it's the latter, you're gritting your teeth. That is comparing them. Who is better? You three are just a bunch of jerks. After shouting, Malfoy turned and sprinted back to the Slytherin common room, his back radiating embarrassment and confusion. Lillian finally couldn't hold back her laughter. And a small creature flew down from above, landing on her shoulder and pecking at her hair. I mean, can we not always drag my brother into these rumors? Have you considered that Harry and I are siblings and Malfoy is a guy? Isn't that perfectly normal? Crabbe and Goyle looked at Lillian in confusion, as such questions were quite common in their wizarding world, regardless of the possibility. This left Lillian speechless. Hermione shook her head in exasperation. I'm truly at a loss. This feels like a waste of our time. However, Ron, munching on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, remarked, at least we've figured it out. Even if no one will believe it, just like the last few times. Lillian and Harry felt a pang of sadness at the thought. Indeed, those rascals couldn't care less about the three of them. The sunset poured through the castle windows, casting a warm glow on the corridor. Lillian stroked the little Iris's head, feeling a mix of sadness and relief. Despite the frequent little interruptions, this campus life was infinitely better than the days of living in constant fear. She nearly thought she had imagined Tom's demise. Regardless, this was the normal Hogwarts life that belonged to her. Chapter 64, Harry's headache-inducing nightmare. Cold sweat trickled down Harry's forehead as he bolted upright in bed, his chest heaving as if he had just been pulled from the depths of water. The dormitory was shrouded in darkness, with only the moonlight streaming in through the window, casting a slender shadow on the floor. He pressed his hand to his temple, where a pulsing throb felt akin to a needle repeatedly pricking, making his head ache unbearably. He was having nightmares again. The echoes of his mother's screams reverberated in his ears, and the chilling sensation of that green light passing through him was so vivid it made him shudder. He glanced down at his hands, palms slick with cold sweat. This wasn't the first time. Ever since that bizarre dream 3 days ago, marked by a flash of white light, he had been plunged into the same nightmare night after night. His mother Lily's hoarse cries, Voldemort's dark cloak brushing against the crib's bars, and his own helpless infant wails. He felt like a transparent observer, rushing forward time and again, yet unable to touch even the hem of his mother's dress, merely watching her dissipate into the green light. With a deep breath, Harry attempted to steady his breathing, only to be met with the acrid scent of his own cold sweat. He threw off the covers and stepped out of bed, his bare feet meeting the frigid floor as he made his way to the window. The dawn had not yet broken, and the forbidden forest lay shrouded in darkness, save for a faint glimmer of light emanating from the pinnacle of Hogwarts Castle's towers. Memories of last night's unsettling dream fragments flooded his mind. The thrashing branches of the whomping willow, a shadow lurking by the tree, and a familiar howl that echoed like Professor Lupin's voice. What could this possibly mean? Was it the lingering influence of the Mirror of Ariste? Or was something ominous on the horizon? In the following days, Harry's condition deteriorated noticeably. At breakfast, he absent-mindedly prodded the fried egg on his plate with his fork, his gaze distant. During potions class, when Professor Snape inquired about the core ingredient of the Wolfsbane potion, it took him an eternity to respond, only snapping back to reality when Lillian discreetly kicked him under the table. Even during Quidditch practice, his performance was riddled with blunders, nearly resulting in a bludger to the head. Lillian had long sensed that something was amiss. On the first day, when Harry claimed he had merely endured a nightmare, she observed his forced smile and felt a pang of doubt. Harry was not one to lie easily, particularly not in her presence. Yet, she refrained from pressing him, fearing it might add to his burdens. It wasn't until lunch today that she witnessed him push aside the freshly served chocolate milk. The shadows beneath his eyes darker than the previous day, his fingers trembling slightly as they gripped his wand. She realized that she could no longer wait. In the evening, the Gryffindor common room buzzed with life. Ron was engaged in a heated debate with several classmates around the fireplace regarding strategies from the last Quidditch match, while Hermione sat on the couch, engrossed in advanced magical defense and jotting down notes. A small Kneasel curled up on Lillian's lap, its tail brushing against her trousers in a lazy rhythm. Glancing at Harry, who sat alone in a corner, staring vacantly into the flames, she gently patted the Kneasel's head before rising to approach him. "Harry, let us take a walk," she said softly, her voice imbued with an undeniable firmness. Harry looked up, still somewhat dazed, and nodded after a brief moment of hesitation. The pair exited the common room and strolled along the corridor of their house. The setting sun elongated their shadows, and the suits of armor lining the hall occasionally emitted soft clinks, as if echoing their footsteps in affirmation. Upon reaching the foot of the astronomy tower, Lillian halted and turned to face Harry. "Can we speak now?" she asked, her arms crossed over her chest, concern lacing her tone. "You've hardly eaten, you've been distracted in class, and your focus during practice has waned. Please, don't tell me this is just about a nightmare, Harry. We are siblings, are we not?" Harry's shoulders slumped under the weight of her earnest gaze. He understood that he could no longer keep his feelings concealed. Leaning against the cold stone wall, he buried his hands in his hair, exhaustion lacing his voice as he finally admitted, "Lillian, I've been having nightmares every night." He hesitated, as if searching for the right words or summoning the courage to revisit those haunting images. "The first dream was of the day my parents died. I stood in the room, watching as the Dark Lord cast a spell at my mother. I rushed to intervene, but the green light passed through me directly. And in that instant, she vanished before my eyes." Lillian's breath caught sharply, and she stepped closer, gently patting Harry's back in an attempt to provide comfort. "The subsequent dreams have been even worse," Harry continued, his voice dropping to a whisper. "I dream of the Whomping Willow, a shadow lurking beside it, and Professor Lupin's voice, echoing as if a wolf were howling. I awaken each time as the green light approaches, my head pounding as if it might explode." He lifted his gaze, bewilderment and fear brimming in his eyes. "Lillian, why do you think this is happening? Are the figures in the mirrors still haunting me? Or is the Dark Lord returning?" As the sunlight waned, the temperature in the corridor dropped. Lillian's heart twisted at the sight of Harry's pale face. She recalled Professor Dumbledore's words about the balance of the world, and the images of the Whomping Willow and Lupin flooded her mind. Lupin's identity as a werewolf, the secret passage beneath the willow, none of which should be resurfacing. The major events of the semester had already been resolved during the holidays and at the start of term. The Dementors had not appeared since, so why was Harry still plagued by these nightmares? Her gaze shifted to the lightning scar on Harry's forehead. Could it be that Voldemort's influence lingered? The thought was unsettling, but she chose to keep her suspicion to herself. "Do not worry," she said, grasping Harry's hand, her palm warm enough to dispel some of his chill. "Tomorrow we shall consult Professor Dumbledore. He will surely know the cause of this. And even if something dreadful were to occur, we will face it together. You will not bear this burden alone." Harry met Lillian's resolute gaze, feeling a slight alleviation of his terror. He nodded, tightening his grip on her hand. The suits of armor clinked again, this time sounding almost like encouragement. In the distance, the dinner bell rang, and the two walked side by side toward the great hall, their shadows merging on the ground as if they had never been apart. Unbeknownst to Harry, as they departed, a shadowy figure lingered in the astronomy tower, the silhouette of Severus Snape. He clutched a bottle of freshly brewed sleeping draught, intended for Harry. Snape had observed Harry's distracted state over the past few days, recognizing the dark circles under his eyes all too well. He had been experiencing a similar turmoil each day after Lillian had left, noticing Harry's unusual demeanor, yet he had refrained from asking questions. Today, however, he had inadvertently overheard Harry and Lillian's conversation. Watching their retreating figures, Snape's fingers tightened beneath his robe as he turned to make his way to Dumbledore's office. "Some matters, perhaps," should be disclosed to Albus ahead of time. Meanwhile, after Lillian and Harry returned from dinner, she promptly headed to the dormitory to retrieve the calming potion and the protective amulet she had prepared during their time in Kunlun, presenting them to Harry. Chapter 65. Eastern delicacies are always exquisite. Harry held the calming potion that Lillian had handed him, feeling the smoothness of the jade bottle beneath his fingertips. It was crafted from the unique mutton fat jade of Kunlun, with the character for calm delicately inscribed upon it, an accomplishment Lillian had learned from the elders during their time there. The thought of the Kunlun disciples who had been caught experimenting sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, the potion Lillian had crafted proved to be effective, and thus he accepted it without hesitation. That night, resting his head upon the pillow stuffed with calming herbs, which Lillian had also provided, he truly experienced a night devoid of dreams, awakening to the gentle taps of Hedwig at the window, feeling refreshed, with even the remnants of his previous headache dissipated. It truly works. At breakfast, Harry brandished the empty potion bottle, his eyes gleaming like the glimmering golden snitch on the Quidditch pitch. I had no dreams last night. I slept more soundly than at home. Lillian chuckled as she pushed a honeyed muffin toward him. Of course. Just consider who made it. If you ever have another nightmare, remember to come to me directly instead of enduring it alone. And don't forget to keep the amulet with you at all times to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The two friends ventured to Dumbledore's office during their break after class. Passing by the potions classroom, they unexpectedly encountered Snape. His hand discreetly concealed something behind his back, which Lillian caught a glimpse of, a small bottle of deep brown, with a silver stopper, identical to the freezing potion he had given her previously. Harry instinctively stepped behind Lillian, feeling a surge of unease. Snape had been watching him strangely these past few days, and despite their prolonged acquaintance, Harry couldn't shake off a lingering sense of apprehension towards him. In Dumbledore's office, the fragrant aroma of lemon drops intertwined with the sweetness of strawberry cake, instinctively calming Lillian and Harry as they entered. The headmaster, seated behind his desk with a scroll of parchment in hand, smiled and gestured toward a small vial on the table. That was delivered by Severus last night. He mentioned it was for young Potter. You know how he loves to play the tough guy? Don't take it to heart. Such a tone, requiring no further explanation from Dumbledore, was well understood by Harry and Lillian. After all, Severus would never exhibit such demeanor towards Lillian. It was an attitude that would evoke envy in Malfoy. Harry picked up the vial, noticing a small note affixed to it, scrawled in Severus's hasty handwriting. 1 drop daily, diluted in water, avoid mixing with other potions. A warmth filled Harry's heart as he discreetly tucked the vial into the innermost compartment of his backpack. Harry, I am aware of your nightmares, Dumbledore said, setting aside the parchment, his expression growing serious. I have communicated with the elders of Kunlun. They noted that during your last visit with Lillian, they sensed an unusual soul fluctuation in you. However, since Lillian was the primary focus at that time, they could not investigate further. This time, they have agreed to conduct a thorough examination using Eastern methods, which are more reliable than our wizarding practices and will not harm your psyche. Harry furrowed his brow. Examination? Is there a risk involved? His inquiry stemmed from witnessing how Lillian conducted her experiments, with the anguished cries of Kunlun disciples echoing daily, most often from Anyang. Frankly, the memory was somewhat frightening. Kunlun's inhabitants, this is Lillian's fault. It has nothing to do with us. Rest assured, Dumbledore replied with a reassuring smile, shaking his head. The soul examination conducted by Kunlun is gentle and lacks the invasive nature of wizarding spells. Besides, I have brokered a deal. Hogwarts will provide Kunlun with some unique Western magical plants in exchange for their assistance in thoroughly investigating this matter. Moreover, they will be inclined to help out of respect for Lillian. 2 days later, the Kunlun passage reopened. Li Su and Anyang awaited at the entrance, with Anyang carrying a thermos filled with freshly prepared lotus seed porridge. The elders advised that you should eat something mild before the examination and not go on an empty stomach, lest your soul feels weak. Lillian cast a curious glance at him, wondering why Anyang always seemed to bring food on their visits. This new girlfriend of yours seems quite thoughtful. Harry accepted the thermos and took a sip. The sweet lotus mingled with the soft fragrance of glutinous rice, accompanied by an herbal aroma he could not identify. It relaxed both his body and mind, a soothing sensation washing over him. Severus did not accompany them this time, but had sent along a large parcel filled with potions, some to ward off insects, others to replenish energy and blood, and a final note that read, if you feel unwell after the examination, drink this. Do not ask Lillian for Eastern remedies. Surely, as an elder brother, you wouldn't want to tire her out, would you? Haha. Upon seeing the note, Lillian stifled a laugh at Harry's exasperated expression. The examination site prepared by Kunlun was located within the Jade Cave halfway up the mountain, adorned with 12 bronze lamps that emitted a faint blue glow and a delicate herbal fragrance when lit. The elders, clad in azure robes, held compasses as the needle spun 3 times before coming to rest in the southwest, its tip shimmering with a faint black light. "There is a foreign entity attached to your soul," intoned the leading elder, stroking his beard with a steady voice. "It is an incomplete fragment of a soul, akin to a broken kite, parasitically relying on your life force. In your Western terms, it could be referred to as a ghost, specifically, the weakest kind." Harry's heart sank. "Is it the Dark Lord?" The elder did not respond. Instead, he produced a transparent jade shard from his sleeve and pressed it against Harry's forehead. "This fragment is weak and could be directly severed, but Headmaster Dumbledore has conveyed that he wishes for us to seal it rather than eradicate it." "Why?" Lillian interjected, stepping forward with a note of confusion. "Elder Ji-Ching, if it can be completely resolved, why leave it behind? What if it causes trouble again?" Elder Ji-Ching sighed, handing the jade shard to her. "Headmaster Dumbledore mentioned that this involves a prophecy. He desires for this fragment to serve as bait. When that dark entity seeks to harm Harry again, it can be eradicated alongside it. He fears that if we completely sever it, the entity may become aware and refrain from targeting Harry, potentially endangering more lives and causing unforeseen consequences." Lillian clutched the jade shard, her knuckles turning white. "But Harry will be in danger. This is far too risky." "Fear not," Elder Ji-Ching said with a reassuring pat on her shoulder. "Unli, have you forgotten? Our soul sealing technique differs significantly from Western spells. Should this fragment attempt to stir up trouble, for instance, if Voldemort tries to invade Harry's mind, the seal will automatically rebound, not only harming the fragment, but also transmitting the disturbance back to Kunlun, allowing us to respond swiftly. Moreover, since this fragment is sustained by Harry's life force, any damage it sustains will reciprocally affect Voldemort's corporeal form, thereby creating a mutual restraint." Seeing Lillian's worried expression, Harry gently patted her hand. "It's all right, Lillian. Professor Dumbledore must have his reasons, and the Kunlun elders have assured us that the sealing is safe." Following the examination, the elders used 3 silver threads dipped in a calming herb-infused spring water to craft a bracelet that emitted a gentle green light. After tying a small knot around Harry's wrist, the green light dimmed. Elder Ji-Ching explained that it was the trigger for the seal, normally invisible, but would glow green in response to abnormal soul fluctuations. Before departing Kunlun, Li Su discreetly pulled Lillian aside and handed her a small vial. "The elders instructed me to give this to you, saying that if the seal encounters any issues, Harry should drink this as a contingency. They also mentioned not to let Dumbledore know, as his plans conflict with this potion." Lillian examined the vial, then glanced at Harry, who was arguing with Anyang about whether Lillian or Enlise sounded more appealing. She couldn't help but laugh. She placed the vial alongside the sleeping potion Severus had previously given her, reflecting that Professor Snape had indeed always been a tough exterior with a kind heart. That night, upon returning to Hogwarts, Harry lay in bed, touching the invisible silver thread bracelet on his wrist, gazing at the protective charm given by Lillian, the potions provided by Severus, and the jade shard from the Kunlun elders, feeling an overwhelming sense of peace. Chapter 66, The Chaotic Quidditch Match. As the Quidditch match during the holiday approached its conclusion, the inevitable transpired. Lillian was assisting Ron in retrieving a misplaced wizarding hat when she glanced up to see a plume of black smoke rising from the Muggle tent area to the east. It was evident to any observant individual that the smoke was not from celebratory fireworks, but rather from destructive flames, with orange tongues licking at various fabric decorations, mingling with the terrified screams of Muggles wafting toward them. "What is happening?" Harry grasped Lillian's wrist, his fingertips icy, as they squeezed past the stands. They caught sight of several shadowy figures in black robes darting through the flames, their wands emitting green light, striking the Muggle tents, which instantly ignited with gaping holes. "It's Death Eaters." Lupin's voice suddenly tensed as he swiftly shielded Hermione, his wand glowing white. "Sirius, protect the children." Sirius had already shed his black coat, wrapping it around Lillian and Harry, his wand aimed directly at the robed figures, the fury in his eyes nearly boiling over. "Stay away from them." Lillian gripped her wand tightly. Yet her attention was drawn to a peculiar detail. The Death Eater at the edge of the group did not join the others in their assault on Muggles, but instead turned to glance their way, the cold light glinting from beneath his hood, as if he were confirming something. Just as she sought to see more clearly, the figure had already vanished into the mist, leaving behind a flash of green light in the air. The Dark Mark. A colossal skull loomed in the night sky, its serpent-like tongue flickering with an eerie glow in the twilight. The wizards in the stands were thrown into disarray, shrieking as they surged towards the exits. Some were tripped and fell, snacks scattered across the ground, the previously festive atmosphere shattered by this sudden onslaught, leaving only panic to permeate the air. Lillian steadied a sobbing young wizard, helping him to his feet, and was about to make her way towards Sirius when she heard someone shout from behind. It's Black. He must have brought the Death Eaters here. The voice belonged to a man clad in a purple wizarding robe, pointing at Sirius. His tone laden with fear and fury. He used to be one of the Dark Lord's followers. He must have tipped them off, otherwise. How could the Death Eaters have arrived at this very moment? What utter nonsense. Ron exploded first, raising his wand. Sirius has been exonerated. He has been with us the entire time. And so what if he has? Interjected another wizard, drawing closer, suspicion etched in his gaze. In a place like Azkaban. Who knows if he is not colluding with the Death Eaters? Perhaps he has deliberately mingled among us to act as an informant for the Dark Lord. Sirius's fists clenched, knuckles turning white. He stepped forward as if to protest, but was restrained by Lupin's hand on his shoulder. Don't act rashly. Lupin's voice was soft yet firm. Arguing with them now would only exacerbate the chaos. Lillian trembled in fury, confronting the man in the purple robe with a clear voice. Do you have any evidence? Sirius has not left the stand since the competition began. We can all attest to that. When the Death Eaters appeared, he was the first to protect us. Did you not see? Testify? You're clearly all in league with each other. The man's neck stiffened, bolstered by several other wizards who chimed in. Who has to say you Haven T conspired together? Black has been to Azkaban. How could he possibly have truly changed? Harry stepped forward, aligning himself beside Lillian. My father is James Potter, and Sirius is my father's best friend. He could never betray us. Yet his words fell on deaf ears. As more and more wizards gathered, chattering in disbelief, their dubious gazes piercing into Sirius. It was only when the aurors from the Ministry of Magic arrived, wands drawn, that the crowd began to quiet. Everyone be silent. The lead auror frowned, surveying the scene before his gaze landed on Sirius. Mr. Black, you will accompany us for questioning. Do you all believe I'm responsible? Sirius's voice bore a hint of self-deprecation. The auror did not respond, merely gestured for him to precede them. Lupin immediately followed suit. I will go with you. I can provide testimony. Lillian, Harry, Ron, and Hermione wished to accompany them, but were halted by the aurors. You wait here. We'll summon you if needed. The waiting felt as though it had been cast under a slowing charm. Lillian leaned against the stand, gazing at the distant lights of the Ministry's tents, her heart heavy with unease. She recalled the Death Eater's gaze, the sinister aura when the dark mark illuminated the sky. This was no mere coincidence. Had Voldemort already begun plotting concerning the Triwizard Tournament? Were the Death Eaters confirming Sirius's whereabouts with that glance? And what of the man in the purple robe? In truth, an argument had erupted prior to the competition's start, albeit it had been merely mockery directed at Sirius. Reflecting on it now, Lillian couldn't help but feel that it had been deliberate. As time meandered through her aimless speculations, the moon reached its zenith, and Lupin emerged from the tent with Sirius. The pallor on Sirius's face was starkly evident. Lupin patted his shoulder, addressing the group. It's all right. The Ministry has investigated the scene and found evidence exonerating Sirius. We can leave now. But they looked at me as if they were disappointed. Sirius scoffed. Weariness etched into his tone. The group trudged back in silence. Not a word exchanged along the way. Ron still clutched the support items for the winning team. Yet his enthusiasm had utterly vanished. Hermione's hair was tousled by the wind. She attempted to speak several times, but swallowed her words back. Harry watched Sirius's retreating figure, guilt gnawing at him. If he hadn't insisted on Sirius accompanying them to the match, perhaps he wouldn't have been so misunderstood by so many. Upon returning to the Potter home, the living room lights still glowed warmly. Lillian pushed open the door to find Snape seated on the sofa, his black robe draped over the back, holding today's freshly printed newspaper. Lillian immediately spotted the headline detailing the Death Eater attack at the Quidditch match. Back already? Snape's voice lacked warmth, as he leisurely extended 2 vials of potion towards them. A calming draft. I thought you might find it useful, no? Of course. Had you heeded my warning to keep your distance from that fellow, you wouldn't need it now. Lillian paused, realizing what Snape was implying. She glanced at him, noting the subtle worry hidden in his eyes alongside his disdain for Sirius. He must have known about the World Cup incident long before, yet he said nothing, merely waiting for their return with the calming draft prepared. Sirius took a sip of the soup that Nia had left on the table, his complexion improving slightly. He feigned ignorance of Snape's jibe and turned to Lillian, suddenly declaring, "Those Death Eaters must have acted on purpose. They want everyone to doubt me, to distract us. Voldemort is likely preparing to take action." Lillian nodded, her unease intensifying. The events surrounding the Triwizard Tournament should have no connection to Sirius. Why target him now? The atmosphere in the living room grew heavy once more, the only sound the steam rising from the soup, reflecting the weary yet vigilant faces of them all. Chapter 68. The plot of the Triwizard Tournament begins. As the new term commenced, the castle brimmed with excited students. This academic year was particularly noteworthy for the young wizards. not only due to the change in the defense against the dark arts professor, an annual occurrence, but primarily because the Triwizard Tournament, halted for nearly a century, was set to resume. Lillian carried her copy of magical potions and elixirs towards the classroom, her ears filled with chatter about the new professor. "I hear he is Moody. Mad-Eye Moody." Ron caught up with her, crumbs from his bread falling as he spoke. "My dad says he is the most formidable auror. His eye is a bit odd, though. Seems to be a magical prosthetic that can see through walls." Harry nodded, having seen Moody in the Great Hall earlier that morning. The man wore a tattered leather jacket, his scarred face a map of his encounters, and his left eye, a murky blue prosthetic, swiveled about, scanning the entire hall, causing even Peeves, hiding behind a pillar, to shrink back under his gaze. He certainly looked serious. In their first defense against the dark arts class, Moody did not disappoint. He transformed a boggart into the form of Voldemort, terrifying several students to the brink of tears, and demonstrated how to resist the Imperieuse curse. With a final admonition: "In my class, do not even think of slacking off. The Death Eaters show no mercy." The atmosphere in the classroom grew palpably tense. Lillian glanced at the iron hook protruding from Moody's sleeve, and suddenly recalled Sirius mentioning that Moody had sacrificed an eye and a leg in his quest to capture the Death Eaters. This thought instilled her with a newfound respect, albeit contingent on the assumption that the Moody before her was indeed the authentic Moody. Time flew by, and before she knew it, the day of the arrival of the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations had arrived. A crimson carpet had been unfurled in the clearing before the castle, with Dumbledore standing at the forefront alongside the other professors. At noon, the sound of hooves resonated through the air as several silvery steeds descended, pulling an opulent carriage. A group of girls clad in blue silk uniforms disembarked, the leading girl instantly capturing everyone's attention. It was Fleur Delacour. Hermione adjusted her glasses and whispered, "It is said she has a Quarter-Vila bloodline." Lillian scrutinized Fleur closely. Her hair was not the light golden hue portrayed in the films, but rather a brilliant silver, cascading like a waterfall under the moonlight, with natural curls at the ends. Her azure eyes resembled gems submerged in water, and when she smiled, two delicate dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. An extraordinary charm radiated from her, attracting the gazes of the boys around her. Even though she hadn't done anything overtly special, Ron spilled his pumpkin juice, while Harry stood momentarily dazed, only snapping back to reality when Hermione cleared her throat. "She is truly beautiful," Ron murmured, receiving a sharp glare from Hermione. "Just because she's beautiful doesn't mean you should stare at her like a simpleton." Ron flushed crimson, ready to retort when a distant horn echoed, announcing the arrival of the Durmstrang delegation aboard a large ship adorned with silver patterns against a black hull. The boys on board donned black leather jackets, and at the helm stood Victor Crumb. His skin bore a cool, yellow-gray hue, reminiscent of old parchment dusted with frost, pale, yet imbued with a rugged essence. His thick, dark eyebrows, akin to charcoal drawn with a quill, slanted over his dull gray eyes, which lacked sparkle, resembling the surface of a lake coated in thin ice, only stirring slightly when catching the glimmer of the black lake's rippling waves. His deep brown curls were unkempt, with a few strands resting against his neck, gently tousled by the sea breeze before falling back down. Most striking was his aquiline nose, sharply defined as if meticulously carved by a wizard's blade, its slight downward curve adding an air of aloofness to his otherwise expressionless visage. Overall, he appeared rather unremarkable, even somewhat ordinary, different from Lillian's recollections of him. These two seemed to embody the essence of the original characters, yet Hermione resembled her cinematic portrayal. How curious. Is that really Crumb? Harry leaned closer to Lillian, remarking, "He seems a bit more ordinary than I imagined." Lillian smiled softly, choosing not to respond. As the banquet commenced, the great hall was adorned in lavish splendor, with the long tables of the four houses overflowing with food. The goblet of fire stood prominently before the faculty, its flames flickering in an ethereal blue, dancing in the air as though alive. Dumbledore rose, his voice resonating throughout the hall. "Now, let us commence the selection ceremony for the Triwizard Tournament. Any student aged 17 or older may submit their name to the Goblet of Fire, which will choose 3 champions to represent Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang." The cheers from the students nearly lifted the roof off, with numerous upperclassmen rushing to the goblet, casting in parchment bearing their names. Lillian leaned against Harry, glancing at him discreetly. She was aware that, according to the plot, Harry's name would be deceitfully slipped into the goblet, making him the 4th champion. Yet, she could not fathom why her heart raced so. As if gripped by an inexplicable fear, the selection ceremony began. Suddenly, the flames within the goblet shifted to crimson, and a parchment floated forth. Dumbledore read aloud, "The champion of Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour." Fleur stood, gracefully making her way to the faculty table amidst a chorus of applause. The flames then transformed to blue, And another parchment emerged, the champion of Durmstrang, Victor Krum. Krum also stood, walking over expressionlessly, eliciting cheers from the Durmstrang students. Next, the flames blazed green. And the third parchment drifted out, the champion of Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff students erupted with excitement as Cedric smiled and waved to the crowd. Just then, the flames of the goblet flared once more, this time into a dazzling gold, as the fourth parchment slowly emerged. Dumbledore's expression shifted, his brow furrowing as he took the parchment and announced, the champion of Hogwarts, Harry Potter. The hall fell utterly silent, all eyes fixated on Harry. He sprang to his feet, his face ashen. Not me. I didn't enter. Yet, no one heeded his protest, and the murmurs surged like a tide. Lillian exhaled, relieved that the plot was still unfolding as expected, but in the next moment, her smile faltered, just as she was about to rise and defend Harry. The goblet's flames ignited again, this time glowing violet, and the fifth parchment drifted into Dumbledore's hand. Dumbledore hesitated. Astonishment etched on his face as he glanced between the parchment and Lillian, his voice tinged with uncertainty. The champion of Hogwarts, Lillian Potter. The hall erupted into chaos. The cacophony of student chatter and screams melded together, leaving Ron and Hermione aghast, while Harry turned to stare at Lillian, his expression one of sheer bewilderment. Lillian sat frozen in her seat, her mind blank. How could she have been chosen? Had they plotted against not only Harry but her as well? Dumbledore approached the goblet, inspecting it closely, then turned to Moody, who shook his head, his magical eye spinning. Snape's face darkened, a storm brewing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Lillian, filled with concern and doubt. Sirius and Lupin, also present at the banquet, sat in the corner of the faculty table, their expressions grave, evidently taken aback by the unfolding events. Chapter 69. A missed question? I am serious. Lillian clenched her fists and slowly stepped forward to the front of the hall. Muffled laughter came from the Slytherin table, where some pointed their wands at her retreating figure. The Hufflepuff students furrowed their brows, whispering among themselves, clearly puzzled by the sudden addition of a candidate. Hermione stood at the Gryffindor table, gripping her scarf tightly, her eyes filled with worry. Finally, she stood beside Harry, their shoulders brushing together, and they turned to meet each other's gaze. Harry's fists were clenched, his knuckles white, confusion mirroring her own. Cedric stood at the far left, glancing between Lillian and Dumbledore, his lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately saying nothing. As Hogwarts' recognized champion, he appeared equally bewildered by the unexpected situation. Fleur flicked her silvery curls, a flicker of displeasure crossing her azure eyes, yet she maintained her poised demeanor. Krum remained impassive, his pale gaze lingering on Lillian for 2 seconds before shifting away, as if assessing her worthiness to stand there. The ethereal blue flames of the goblet gradually subsided, the last flicker licking the cup's rim before extinguishing completely. Dumbledore stepped forward, gently tracing the rim with his fingertip, a hint of weary fatigue evident in his voice. The astonishment that had graced his eyes when Lillian's name was revealed was no mere pretense. It seemed the goblet had selected 5 champions. He cleared his throat, striving for calmness. Beginning tomorrow, the 5 champions shall commence preparations for the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. As soon as the words left his lips, the auditorium erupted in chaos. This is unjust. A girl from Beauxbatons leapt to her feet, pointing accusatorily at Lillian, her French accent laced with fervor. Hogwarts already has Cedric. Why must there be 2 more? We at Beauxbatons have only Fleur. The students from Durmstrang echoed her sentiments, one banging his fist on the table and shouting, they aren't even of age. How could the Goblet of Fire select minors? Hogwarts must be up to some trickery. Even within Hogwarts, dissent brewed. The Slytherin students joined in the uproar, with Malfoy at the end of the long table, raising his voice. Do all the Potters crave the spotlight? Must they seize every opportunity to compete? Snape shot a disapproving glance at Malfoy, causing him to shrink back into his seat, muttering under his breath, clearly harboring unkind thoughts. Dumbledore raised his hand to quell the noise, and the hall gradually quieted. He huddled with Madame Maxime and Karkaroff, whispering in low tones. While Madame Maxime cast worried glances at Lillian, her brow furrowed. Karkaroff, twisting his beard, darted his gaze between Harry and Lillian, evidently disapproving of the additional entrant. After nearly 10 minutes of discussion, Dumbledore returned to the forefront, his voice imbued with a sense of compromise. After deliberation, we have decided to take a step back. Hogwarts will retain 2 champions, Cedric Diggory and Harry Potter, while Lillian Potter shall not participate in the tournament. Lillian breathed a quiet sigh of relief, though her back remained icy with apprehension. While avoiding the perilous contest was a boon, the unforeseen circumstances still unsettled her. Who had placed her name in the Goblet of Fire? Their intentions were surely more than mere embarrassment. She glanced at Harry, only to find him looking back at her, his eyes filled with concern. Fleur emitted a soft hum of acceptance towards the outcome. Krum nodded, turning to join the Durmstrang team. Cedric patted Harry on the shoulder, whispering, "Be careful." The clamor in the hall ebbed like a receding tide as Lillian, Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way to Gryffindor Tower. Throughout their journey, Ron kept muttering, "Someone must have done this on purpose. Who would be bored enough to throw your name into the goblet? And right when Hogwarts already had 2 spots." He scratched his head, his tone resolute. "I refuse to believe you two wanted to steal the limelight. Besides, Harry is one thing, but you, Lillian? You would never participate, right? Wait, thinking back, it could be a possibility? Never mind. This whole affair feels off, but I trust you." Initially touched by Ron's support, Lillian felt a pang of annoyance at his subsequent words, shooting him an exasperated glare. In the original text, Ron had doubted Harry's intentions in signing up, but this time, because her name had unexpectedly surfaced, he was quick to recognize the anomaly, preventing any misunderstanding from escalating. Harry clapped Ron on the shoulder, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thanks, Ron." Hermione adjusted her glasses, her brow furrowing as she analyzed. "The goblet has an age limit. Even Fred and George couldn't get through. How could it select both you and Harry simultaneously? Someone must have employed some sort of trick, perhaps a confundus charm?" She paused, glancing at Lillian. "And that person's target might not just be Harry. It could very well include you." Lillian nodded. Given the prior series of events, there was indeed no reason to focus solely on Harry. As the unexpected sister, she too had become a target. The following days saw Hogwarts enveloped in a tense atmosphere in anticipation of the tournament. Students gathered post-class, speculating about the first task. Beauxbatons girls surrounded Fleur, seeking strategies, while Durmstrang boys jovially patted Crumb on the back, insisting he would undoubtedly triumph. That afternoon, Harry suddenly seized Lillian and the others, urging them toward the Forbidden Forest. "Hagrid's looking for me," he said. "There's something important." Upon reaching the edge of the Forbidden Forest, they found Hagrid pacing in an open area, rubbing his hands together. Beside a large cage draped in black cloth, with Madame Maxime present as well. Upon spotting them, Hagrid rushed over, his voice hushed. "Harry, listen, you must not tell anyone. The first task is a dragon." He revealed a corner of the black cloth, and an ominous roar resonated from within, revealing a fearsome Hungarian horntail, its red scales glistening in the sunlight. Lillian gasped quietly. Everyone present understood the perilous nature of dragons. Even seasoned wizards struggled against them, let alone underage Harry. "I only overheard the professors discussing it." Hagrid's face flushed with shame. "I know this isn't ideal, but I worry about you." Harry paused momentarily, then tightened his grip on his wand. "Thank you, Hagrid. I understand." Madame Maxime, overlooked by the others, remained unfazed. After all, she was already privy to the task's nature. Even further afield, Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, was aware of the task's theme. On their return journey, Ron was beside himself with agitation. "A dragon? How on earth do we combat that? We need to think of a strategy." Lillian remained silent. She was aware of the subsequent tasks. The second involved underwater rescue, and the third was a maze. A thought flickered through her mind. Should she inform Harry of these details? That way, he could prepare in advance and possibly avoid danger. However, upon reflection, she hesitated. Dumbledore had allowed Harry to participate in the tournament for a reason, and should she divulge everything, Harry would lose the opportunity to grow. Just as he had during the incident with the Mirror of Arist, some hurdles must be crossed independently. "Don't worry, Ron," Harry suddenly spoke up. "I'll figure something out. By the way, I think I just spotted Karkaroff. That means only Cedric is unaware of the task's content. That's not fair. I need to inform Cedric. He deserves to know." As Lillian watched Harry's retreating figure, she came to a decision. She could not directly reveal spoilers, but she could offer subtle hints. That evening, as the four of them worked on their assignments in the Gryffindor common room, Lillian purposely turned to the page on aquatic creatures and fantastic beasts and where to find them, pointing out the illustration of a mermaid. "Look, the book states that mermaid songs can be enchanting. If we encounter them underwater, we must be cautious." Harry glanced at her, nodding, but not giving it much thought, as Lillian often shared knowledge from her readings. Noticing that her hint had not garnered much attention, she pondered for a moment before breaking a biscuit in half. "Harry, what would you do if you had to make a choice in the tournament? For instance, if one option led to victory and the other to saving someone. Which would you choose?" This time, Harry paused his writing, contemplating her question thoughtfully. "Lillian, what are you trying to say?" Lillian smiled, not providing a direct answer. Chapter 70. The Exposed Professor Moody. Amidst Harry's suspicions, the day of the tournament arrived. As dawn's light crested over Hogwarts walls, the Triwizard Tournament venue was packed to capacity. Wizards in the audience waved an array of support banners, and the air was thick with tension. The first task, confronting the dragon, was finally set to commence. Lillian observed Harry standing at the contestants' entrance, his black robe clinging to him in the wind. As Professor Moody approached with the draw box, Lillian noticed Harry take a deep breath before reaching in to draw a slip of paper. The instant he unfolded it, a flicker of apprehension crossed his face. "It's a Hungarian horntail," Ron exclaimed anxiously from beside him. "The most dangerous one. Its flames can burn through steel." Hermione furrowed her brow. The pages of a comprehensive guide to dragon behavior rustling in her hands. The text warned of the creature's remarkable speed and its ability to strike with its tail. She fervently hoped that Harry would not encounter any unforeseen mishaps as he had during his previous duel with Malfoy. Lillian remained silent, her gaze fixed on the center of the arena. The staff had conjured an imposing fireproof barrier, and the muffled roars emanating from the black cage heightened the audience's anticipation with each echo. At last, Moody's whistle pierced the air. Harry briskly stepped into the barrier, and the heavy cloth covering the cage was abruptly drawn aside. The Hungarian horntail's red scales gleamed like a searing iron in the sunlight as it unfurled its nearly 10-meter wings, drool dripping from its razor-sharp teeth. Its golden eyes locked onto Harry, issuing a low, menacing growl from its throat. Suddenly, it unleashed a jet of flame that grazed Harry's shoulder, igniting a patch of scorched earth. A gasp rippled through the crowd, prompting Lillian to instinctively rise from her seat. Yet, Harry remained composed. He swiftly uttered the spellbind, ensnaring the horntail's wings with silver ropes. But the dragon's immense strength allowed it to wrench free with a single powerful motion. Without hesitation, Harry cast levitation, propelling himself into the air like a feather, deftly avoiding the dragon's sweeping tail. Lillian felt a wave of relief wash over her. Throughout the past few terms, Snape's private lessons had been relentless. Along with potions, he had integrated numerous practical defensive spells, particularly agility and binding charms for dealing with large creatures. Harry had mastered these techniques, as had Hermione. Fortunately, no further mishaps occurred. The horntail, enraged at its missed target, roared and spewed flames once more. This time, Harry did not evade. Instead, he conjured a fire barrier, a transparent wall of light that intercepted the roaring flames. Seizing the opportunity while the dragon paused to catch its breath, he swiftly maneuvered behind the beast, raising his wand toward the golden egg nestled in its nest. This was the true objective of the task. Accio golden egg, he incanted, and the egg began to levitate lazily into the air. However, the horntail reacted, pivoting and lunging at Harry. Lillian's heart raced to her throat. Yet she observed that Harry was well prepared. He cast dodge, propelling himself backwards several meters to securely catch the golden egg, all the while aiming a blindness charm at the dragon's eyes. The horntail recoiled in pain, momentarily deprived of its ability to attack. As Harry emerged from the barrier, clutching the golden egg triumphantly, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause that nearly threatened to lift the stadium's roof. Ron cheered excitedly, pounding on the railing, while Hermione beamed with delight. Lillian hurriedly retrieved a bottle of warm water and a towel from her bag, racing towards the competitors' rest area. "How did it go, Harry? Are you hurt?" she asked, extending the cup toward him and using the towel to wipe the grime from his face. Beads of sweat glistened on Harry's forehead, yet he smiled radiantly. "I'm fine, Lillian. It went more smoothly than I anticipated." The subsequent tasks each presented their own moments of intrigue. Cedric faced the Swedish short snout. Opting for strategy over brute force, he employed a smoke charm to create a thick fog, quietly retrieving the golden egg while the dragon's visibility was compromised, earning a round of applause for his composed approach. Fleur, confronting the Welsh green, showcased the advantages of her Vila lineage. Her soft singing dulled the dragon's movements. Although she ultimately suffered a blow from the dragon's tail, she successfully completed her task. Crumb, on the other hand, adopted a more aggressive strategy unique to Durmstrang, using a shattering curse to sever one of the Chinese fireball's horns, snatching the golden egg amidst the dragon's furious rampage. His fierce style eliciting a chorus of whistles from the crowd. After the competition concluded, the four champions stood on the podium. Lillian, watching from below as Harry raised the small trophy, felt her tension linger. Although the first task had gone well, she knew that the underwater second task and the labyrinthine third task concealed far greater dangers. She glanced toward a corner of the audience where Professor Moody was observing Harry, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A sense of unease washed over her. It seemed that Moody was no longer the man he appeared to be. She discreetly tugged at Harry's sleeve. "During our next training session, pay close attention to Moody's movements, and keep your distance from him." Harry looked momentarily puzzled, but nodded, understanding that Lillian's concerns were not unfounded. In the aftermath of the dragon task, Moody's presence became a common sight in the corridors of Hogwarts. Although Harry heeded Lillian's advice to maintain some distance, Moody often intercepted him, offering various notes on practical combat techniques or deliberately calling on Harry during defense against the dark arts to answer questions about the unforgivable curses. His eager gaze filled with an unsettling intensity that only heightened Lillian's suspicions. During that afternoon's defense against the dark arts class, Moody was demonstrating the counter-curse for the Imperieuse curse, the blue light of his wand flickering ominously. He suddenly pointed at Harry. "Potter, why don't you give it a try? Imagine someone attempting to control your will, and use stupefy to break it. Remember, be swift." As Harry raised his wand, Lillian discreetly retrieved a pinch of calming herb powder from her pocket, a remedy she always kept on hand. In addition to its soothing properties, it could subtly disrupt the fluctuations of malicious magic. Pretending to adjust her sleeve, she flicked her fingers, sending the powder toward Moody's wand. Instantly, the blue light at the tip of his wand faltered, the previously fluid incantation momentarily stalling. Moody frowned, glancing down at his wand, mistakenly attributing the disruption to his own error. Yet, when he looked up, Lillian purposefully met his gaze, gently tapping the lily necklace adorning her collar, an enchanted trinket imbued with protective charms that would emit a faint glow in the presence of dark magic. She caught a flicker of uncertainty in Moody's singular eye, and his grip on the wand tightened. After class, Moody again intercepted Harry, producing a parchment scroll from his robes. "Here is a list of spells for dealing with underwater creatures. Take a look, you'll find it useful for the second task." This marked the second time Harry had heard mention of the second task, prompting him to glance at Lillian, the first to disclose such information. In response, Lillian swiftly took the scroll, her fingertips tracing its surface as she discreetly employed the detection charm. A subtle prickling sensation accompanied her touch, revealing that the parchment had been imbued with a faint guiding charm, designed to subtly encourage the user to rely more heavily on Moody's suggestions. She calmly folded the parchment and returned it to Harry, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "Brother, soak it in clear water before reviewing it." Harry hesitated for a moment, but nodded in agreement. Moody observed the exchange, a hint of his smile faltering. "Potter, feel free to come to me with any questions." After speaking, he cast a lingering glance at Lillian. That evening, Lillian found Harry in the Gryffindor common room, where he was soaking the parchment in clear water. As the guiding charm reacted to the liquid, faint black lines emerged, only to dissipate swiftly. "What is going on?" Harry inquired, holding up the parchment with a grave expression. "It's a guiding charm," Lillian replied, sitting beside him and lowering her voice. "He wants you to become increasingly dependent on his assistance, guiding you step by step. Moreover, I suspect that there may be traps hidden within his suggestions." The memory of the original story, where the false Moody led Harry to touch the door key, heightened her vigilance. "Next time he offers you something, don't use it immediately. Let me examine it first. And during training, avoid being alone with him. At least have Ron or Hermione accompany you." Harry nodded, setting the parchment aside. "Lillian, did you suspect something was amiss all along?" "Oh, Harry. From the day of the dragon task, his gaze toward you has seemed off," Lillian said, picking up the golden egg from the table. "Though Professor Moody may be stern, I cannot believe he would regard you with the predatory eyes of a hunter. After all, you are not a Death Eater he needs to capture." As they were conversing, the door to the lounge swung open, revealing Ron and Hermione. Ron held a freshly baked pie in his hand, muttering, "Harry, Lillian, you won't believe it. I just saw Professor Moody in the corridor, and the way he was staring in our direction was truly unsettling." Hermione nodded in agreement. "After sensing something peculiar about the new professor, I went to the library to do some research. I discovered in old newspapers that Moody's magical eye should be able to rotate a full 360 degrees, yet after observing him for a while, I noticed that his magical eye often gets stuck in its socket." A shiver ran down Lillian's spine. Hermione was indeed astute and meticulous, and the impersonator had left a flaw in his disguise. She turned to Harry. "I am now more certain than ever that he is an impostor. However, we cannot expose him just yet." "Why not?" Ron asked, bewildered as he took a bite of his pie. "If we know he's fake, can't we just inform Professor Dumbledore?" "Because we do not know his true intentions, Ron." Lillian shook her head. "He has been guiding my brother through the tournament, which certainly indicates a deeper conspiracy at play. If we reveal him now, his backers may resort to other means, making it even harder to defend against them. For now, we must pretend we haven't noticed anything and keep a close watch on him while preparing ourselves." Harry remained silent for a moment, gripping his wand tightly. "Lillian is right. We must first ascertain what he intends to do." Lillian gazed out at the moonlight, acutely aware that the patience of the impostor would not last long. With the second task approaching, particularly the underwater rescue segment, he would undoubtedly take action. She touched the lily necklace around her neck, feeling a warm sensation at her fingertips. Chapter 71, Dance Partner? Damn fellow, stay away. Before the second task arrived, Hogwarts was first graced by the arrival of the Christmas ball. Mistletoe adorned the corridors, glimmering with gold foil, while artificial snowflakes drifted from the ceiling of the Great Hall. The Christmas tree stood 3 stories tall, embellished with singing elf ornaments and twinkling magical lights. Each time Lillian passed the hall, she couldn't help but pause, filled with anticipation. This was her first time attending a Christmas ball, yet amidst her excitement loomed a troubling dilemma, her dance partner. How long are you going to dwell on this? Hermione inquired from the sofa in the Gryffindor common room, holding a pink gradient organza gown. Ron had just curiously asked me if I wanted him to draw lots for a dance partner. Lillian rested her chin on her hand, staring blankly at the crystal chandelier. But I haven't even thought about who I might dance with. As for Ron's suggestion, I think he would rather dance with you. Harry. It seems he is more inclined to invite Cho Chang from Ravenclaw. The rest of the people, I hardly know them. Before she could finish her thought, it struck her that Draco Malfoy had been appearing more frequently before her eyes lately, deliberately slowing his pace. However, her mind was consumed with thoughts of a dance partner, and she paid him no heed. Shivering at the thought, she muttered to herself, "Ugh, stop thinking about those bad vibes. Look, your brother is watching you again." Hermione nudged her with her elbow. Lillian looked up to find Harry seated at a table across from her, clutching a quill, his gaze drifting toward her with an expression that suggested he was on the verge of speaking, only to quickly lower his head and feign writing. Unable to suppress a laugh, Lillian walked over and sat down opposite him, teasingly observing, "Harry, this is the third time you've been caught sneaking glances at your dear sister. You wouldn't, by any chance, want me to help you ask Cho out, would you? I saw her in the library just before I came back. Should I go and say a word for you?" Harry's face flushed crimson, and he nearly dropped the quill on the paper. "Lillian, how did you know?" He paused, then hurriedly shook his head. "No, that's not why I'm looking at you." Lillian raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to continue. Harry gripped the quill tightly, his knuckles paling, his gaze fixated on the tips of her hair. Over the past 6 months, Lillian's hair had grown longer, increasingly resembling her mother in the photographs. He suddenly recalled seeing Malfoy trailing behind Lillian yesterday, holding a beautifully wrapped gift, and an inexplicable tightness gripped his chest. His sister was growing up, becoming more beautiful. And what if some unworthy blonde were to whisk her away at the ball? Especially that insufferable Malfoy. Damn fellow, stay away. "Lillian, have you found a dance partner yet?" Harry took a deep breath, his voice heavier than usual, tinged with a barely perceptible tension. "Not yet," Lillian sighed, her shoulders slumping, her tone infused with disappointment. "It's so difficult to find someone I can actually talk to. I can't just grab anyone to dance with, right?" Upon hearing her say not yet, Harry instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him, dissipating much of his earlier anxiety. However, as he exhaled, he couldn't shake off the worry. What if Lillian did end up with an unreliable partner? What if someone took advantage of her during the dance? "Then how about we go together?" Harry suddenly proposed, his voice remarkably firm. "Just you and me, siblings as dance partners. It's certainly better than dancing with a stranger." Lillian was taken aback, nearly dropping the brooch she held in her hand. "Huh, but don't you like Cho? Aren't you going to dance with her?" "About Cho, no?" "Lillian, how do you know about that? I wasn't planning on inviting her." Although, Harry scratched the back of his head, his ears still red. Yet he looked at her earnestly. "Forget it, Lillian. To me, having you as my sister is more important. Besides, we are still students. Early romance isn't advisable. Didn't Professor Dumbledore say we should focus on our studies first?" Lillian observed his serious demeanor and couldn't contain her laughter any longer. She certainly understood that in Western cultures, dating at their age was quite common, but Harry's earnest sister is the most important. Early romance is not good expression was simply too endearing. She reached out to tousle Harry's hair playfully. "All right then, brother, you make a good point. I will agree to this, but you better not step on my toes." Harry nodded eagerly, his heart finally at ease. On Christmas Eve, silver snowflakes gently fell upon the windows of Hogwarts, while the flickering candlelight and fairy lights within the hall intertwined to form a warm golden web. As Lillian descended from the spiral staircase, a momentary hush fell over the bustling crowd. Her black velvet gown shimmered under the lights, radiating a satin-like luster that seemed to weave the profundity of night and the crispness of snow into its fabric. The double-layered lace collar, adorned with delicate golden embroidery resembling snowflakes, sparkled with tiny golden glimmers as the light swept across her neck. The emerald gemstone bow tie, embellished with diamond snowflakes, swayed gently with her movements, as if the falling snow had tenderly kissed her collarbone. The puffed sleeves resembled clouds of winter, revealing a soft golden lining when she raised her arms, reminiscent of the warm glow emanating from Christmas carols. As the hem of her gown swayed, the velvet pleats appeared like rippling traces of snow. She looked like a noblewoman stepped straight out of a vintage oil painting. Yet there was one detail that stood out. This attire bore little resemblance to that of a Gryffindor and more to that of a Slytherin. "Wow." Ron's voice broke the silence nearby, momentarily forgetting to hand over the bow tie. "Your sister looks completely different today." Harry remained silent, watching as Lillian navigated through the crowd. The pine needle-style Dresden green diamond earrings sparkling coolly and vividly by her ears. Students around her paused, whispering, "Isn't that Potter's sister? She is stunning." While several boys from other houses nudged each other, clearly eager to approach her for a dance. A surge of mixed emotions, admiration, pride, and a tinge of bittersweetness, overwhelmed Harry. "This is my sister." An inexplicable sense of pride surged within him, causing his lips to unconsciously curl into a smile, and his gaze sparkled with brilliance. He could almost envision it. If their parents were still around, his father would undoubtedly be patting his shoulder, grinning as he exclaimed, "Look at our Lillian, all grown up." Meanwhile, their mother would be tenderly grasping Lillian's hand, delicately caressing the lace of her gown, praising her for being even more beautiful than she had been in her youth. Yet, amidst this pride, there lingered a subtle twinge of sorrow. He caught sight of Malfoy, not far off, standing in the shadows with a champagne flute in hand. His pale golden hair glinted under the lights, and his gaze occasionally darted towards Lillian, his demeanor unmistakably sinister. Suddenly, Harry felt a fatherly urgency surge within him. His sister had blossomed into a young woman, adorned in a stunning gown, drawing furtive glances, and soon, boys would be vying for a dance with her. Who knows? Perhaps some misguided blonde, like the insufferable Malfoy before him, would one day present her with flowers, professing his affection, and they would stroll hand in hand along the cobblestone paths of Hogwarts. The mere thought of it made Harry's heart constrict. "What are you waiting for?" Hermione nudged him playfully, her eyes glimmering with mischief. "If you don't hurry, someone else will whisk your sister away." It was then that Harry snapped back to reality, inhaling deeply as he adjusted the collar of his tuxedo and steeled himself to approach Lillian. His steps quickened but slowed as he drew nearer, unwilling to reveal his nerves to her. After all, it would be unbecoming of an older brother. "Lillian," he began, his voice softer than usual, a smile of unmistakable admiration gracing his lips. "You look absolutely stunning tonight," he earnestly emphasized, "more beautiful than the Christmas tree in the Great Hall." Upon hearing her name, Lillian turned, her eyes sparkling with delight as she shyly tucked a stray hair behind her ear. The silver ring on her finger, a Christmas gift from Snape, glimmered subtly, its emerald stone contrasting with Harry's own ruby. Seeing Lillian radiate with pride, Harry couldn't help but chuckle, extending his hand towards her. "Might I have the honor of the first dance, my lovely lady?" Hermione, already stationed at the edge of the dance floor, brightened at the sight of them. "Lillian, that gown is simply exquisite, especially the gem-encrusted collar. It complements your eyes perfectly. Was this a gift from Professor Snape?" "How did you know?" Lillian replied, surprised, recalling Snape's words when he gifted her the dress and jewels, meant to spare him embarrassment as her temporary guardian. Hermione laughed, playfully shaking her light pink headband. "Oh, it was a guess. After all, among us, only Professor Snape and Malfoy hail from Slytherin. If it were Malfoy, I wouldn't think it was a generous gesture," she added, arching an eyebrow at Harry, who was unlikely to approve of Lillian wearing jewelry from Malfoy to the ball. Across the dance floor, Malfoy stood in the shadows, champagne in hand, clutching an unpresented pearl lily brooch, chosen specifically because he had noticed Lillian frequently wore a lily pendant around her neck. Initially, he believed his gift to be sufficiently refined, but upon witnessing the emerald collar around Lillian's neck and the Dresden green diamond earrings adorning her ears, he realized how inadequate his offering truly was. Watching her radiant smile, he couldn't suppress the pang of disappointment within him. "Malfoy, why aren't you dancing?" Pansy sauntered over, following his gaze towards Lillian, her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. "That Potter girl is only wearing a pretty dress. What is so remarkable about that? A Gryffindor, no less, dressed like a Slytherin." Malfoy remained silent and turned away, heading towards the bar. He had no desire to listen to Pansy's grievances, nor could he admit that all he could think about was how, had he invited Lillian sooner, the person standing beside her might well have been himself. At that moment, the music began, and Harry took Lillian's hand, leading her into the dance floor. He felt a surge of anxiety, his steps somewhat clumsy, nearly tripping over her gown several times, yet Lillian merely held his hand gently. "Take it slow, brother. Just follow the rhythm." Harry inhaled deeply, adjusting his steps to match the tempo of the melody. The warm golden light bathed Lillian's gown, and he suddenly realized that even without an invitation to dance with his crush, Cho Chang, sharing this first dance with his sister was a joy in itself. At least for now, he could protect her from those with ulterior motives. In the center of the dance floor, Fleur twirled gracefully with Crumb, her silvery hair cascading like a waterfall under the lights, while Ron and Hermione also stepped into the fray, Ron blushing, yet striving to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. Further afield, Cedric and Cho exchanged tender glances, their eyes brimming with affection. Everything seemed to unfold in a manner both familiar and foreign. Unbeknownst to them, in a distant corner, the disguised Moody observed them with his singular eye, a peculiar smile creeping across his lips as his schemes deepened in light of Harry's and Snape's protectiveness over Lillian. This girl was proving to be more significant than he had anticipated. Perhaps she could serve as a new pawn in controlling Harry. Chapter 72. What? Is this a kidnapping? 3 days following the ball, remnants of the Christmas dance still clung to the corners of the Great Hall. Yet Harry had yet to uncover any clues regarding the next task, although both Lillian and Moody had hinted that it involved underwater rescue. The lack of precise information left him feeling uneasy. Sensing Harry's agitation, Lillian could not resist prompting him once more. Finally, spurred on by her encouragement, Harry submerged the golden egg in water, listening intently to the mermaid's song. Seek out the one you hold dearest, waiting for salvation at the bottom of the Black Lake. You have 1 hour. Miss this and face eternity. Indeed, it was an underwater rescue. Harry stared at the golden egg floating on the surface, his brow furrowed. But how am I supposed to stay underwater for an hour? When I asked Hermione, she said the bubblehead charm lasts only 20 minutes at most. Lillian produced a thumb-sized azure bead from her pocket, its surface shimmering like water. She handed it to Harry, saying, "This is an aqueous pearl. Leon gave it to me during our last trip to Kunlun. He said it would allow the holder to breathe freely underwater, with no time limit." With a gentle touch, she added, "I've tried it. When worn on the wrist and submerged, it allows clear visibility and normal speech." As Harry accepted the aqueous pearl, its cool touch sent a shiver through him, yet it gradually warmed against his palm. With this newfound assurance, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders, prompting him to practice the underwater spells with Snape, while Lillian frequently stood by, advising him on mermaid behavior. Until the day of the competition, an unforeseen incident transpired. Lillian had just left Snape's office with her potions notes, walking through the corridor leading to Gryffindor Tower. The torches flickered erratically, and the ever-present Filch was nowhere to be seen. The only figure emerging from around the corner was Professor Simpson, the history of magic instructor. "Lillian, may I have a word?" Simpson's voice was somewhat stiff, his gaze flitting nervously from her. Alarm bells rang in Lillian's mind. Dumbledore would typically have an owl deliver messages or have Snape convey them directly. He would never send the history of magic professor to relay a message in secrecy. She discreetly touched the lily necklace around her neck, a gift from Sirius that, after several tests, she found could automatically repel malicious attacks and ward off most potions of enchantment. The sense of safety it provided calmed her racing heart. Indeed, as Professor Simpson raised his hand, a small vial slipped from his cuff, releasing a delicate lavender mist that drifted toward Lillian. "This is the calming mist Professor Dumbledore instructed us to give you, as he mentioned that you've been quite exhausted from assisting Harry in preparing for the competition." Lillian held her breath as her necklace suddenly shimmered, and the lavender mist dispersed into powder upon contact with the protective barrier. Observing this, Professor Simpson's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly produced a short stick from his robes and struck toward the nape of Lillian's neck. This was not a mere attempt at enchantment, but a direct blow meant to knock her unconscious. With a sharp clang, the stick met Lillian's shoulder, only to be repelled by an invisible force, causing Professor Simpson himself to stagger backward, colliding with the wall and losing consciousness. Before Lillian could fully comprehend the situation, another figure cloaked in black emerged from behind a pillar. Upon closer inspection, she recognized it to be Professor Carson, in charge of the herbology class. He glanced at the unconscious Professor Simpson on the ground, and then at Lillian, clutching a length of rope intended for binding. The two shared a 3-second gaze, thick with awkwardness. Lillian, noting the rope in Professor Carson's hands and the state of his colleague, suddenly recalled the circumstances unfolding and could no longer contain herself. "How about I cooperate?" she suggested, gesturing to herself. "You intend to take me to the bottom of the Black Lake as the one to be rescued, don't you? The previous attempt failed. And we can't let Harry compete without a target, can we?" Professor Carson's face flushed crimson, and the rope nearly slipped from his grasp. He and Simpson had been tasked with the abduction of Lillian. For the second task of the Triwizard Tournament required champions to rescue their most cherished person, and Lillian, as Harry's sister, had been predetermined as the target. However, who could have anticipated that Lillian would prove so extraordinary, rendering the tranquilizer ineffective and rebounding the blow, resulting in one less ally? There was no alternative but to proceed. Sighing, Professor Carson looked at Lillian. "Shall you do it yourself, or shall I?" "I can manage it myself," Lillian replied, producing a small vial of sleeping potion that Snape had given her, typically used to avoid capture by Filch during nocturnal escapades. She poured a drop onto her fingertip and gently applied it to her temple. Moments later, feigning an unsteady gait, she collapsed to the ground, closing her eyes yet not forgetting to wink at Professor Carson. "Remember to lift me gently. I fear pain." Professor Carson, observing the unconscious Lillian and the still unconscious Simpson on the ground, could only hoist Lillian onto his shoulder and hastily make his way towards the Black Lake, internally lamenting, "Have young witches and wizards evolved to this extent?" Their defenses surpass even those of adult wizards, and they willingly cooperate in abductions. This year's tournament truly grows increasingly absurd. Meanwhile, Harry was inspecting his gear inside the tent by the Black Lake. The water-breathing potion glowing in his hand, yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. At this hour, Lillian would typically have arrived with hot milk, yet today, she had yet to appear. He stepped out of the tent, casting his gaze towards the castle. Dusk was deepening, and the lake's surface shimmered with a cold luminescence. Unbeknownst to him, the person he was destined to rescue had just endured an embarrassingly awkward abduction ordeal. Chapter 73, Flames Rising from Beneath the Water. Harry's palm, which clutched the water-breathing potion, was slick with sweat as his gaze darted once more toward the castle. The competition was about to commence, yet Lillian had not yet arrived, stirring a sense of agitation within him. "Don't fret. Perhaps Lillian is being detained by Filch for a routine inspection," Ron remarked, patting Harry's shoulder and attempting to lighten the mood with a jest. "The competition is about to begin. You should prepare. And Hermione and I will keep an eye on the entrance." Hermione nodded in agreement, saying, "Harry, you already have the water-breathing potion that Lillian entrusted to you. Worry not. If anything goes awry, we will promptly alert Dumbledore." Before she could finish her sentence, Professor Moody's whistle pierced the air. The four champions stood at the edge of the Black Lake. Cedric had already consumed the gillyweed, and gills were beginning to appear on either side of his neck. Fleur adjusted her silvery hair, securing it properly, her fingertips glistening with moisture, while Crumb gripped his wand, his gaze sharply fixed on the lake's surface. Only Harry appeared unprepared. Though he alone knew the silver chain holding the water-breathing potion pressed against his skin, emanating a gentle warmth. "Take your positions, begin." At the moment the whistle sounded, the other three champions leaped into the water simultaneously, sending up a great splash. Yet Harry remained rooted to the spot, glancing once more toward the castle until Moody urged him from behind. Taking a deep breath, he plunged into the depths of the Black Lake. The spectators on the shore gasped, astonished that Harry had jumped in without gillyweed or the bubblehead charm. Ron even grasped Hermione's arm, his palms sweating with anxiety. But in the next moment, all were rendered speechless. It appeared that Harry could breathe freely underwater. Underwater, Harry opened his eyes, the water-breathing potion on his wrist glowing with a cerulean light, enveloping him in a transparent barrier. The coldness of the lake was kept at bay, allowing him to clearly perceive the underwater scene. Schools of silver fish darted between his fingers, aquatic plants swayed in the depths, and a faint bioluminescence emanated from the lakebed in the distance. He attempted to speak and found he could do so without hindrance. Remarkably effective, Harry sighed in relief. But just as he prepared to swim toward the lakebed, he felt the surrounding currents suddenly slow. A group of merfolk emerged from behind the aquatic foliage, their silver-blue scales glinting in the light, sharp teeth bared, and golden eyes fixed intently on him. Strangely, they merely circled around Harry, their tails thrashing the water. Yet they refrained from attacking, exuding a sense of caution as though something about him deterred these magically sensitive beings. With little time to ponder, Harry seized the opportunity and hastened toward the depths of the lake. The further he swam, the dimmer the light became, until he found himself before a luminous blue expanse. There, 4 individuals were bound, entangled in aquatic plants around a stone pillar, and one figure appeared familiar. It was Lillian. Lillian, seemingly unperturbed while the other 3 lay unconscious, tilted her head curiously, inspecting the merfolk statues nearby. Upon seeing Harry approach, her eyes lit up, and she waved enthusiastically. "Harry, you arrived so quickly. I thought I would have to wait a while longer." Harry's heart sank upon seeing her wrists bound by the aquatic plants, and he promptly furrowed his brow, swimming closer to sever the bindings with his wand. "Lillian, are you all right? Did they harm you?" "I'm fine," Lillian replied, flexing her wrist with a smile. "It's just a bit tight. I was planning to free myself, but feared it might violate the rules of the competition. I knew my brother would come to rescue me." Just as the siblings prepared to ascend, a commotion erupted behind them. Harry turned to see Cedric ensnared by 2 merfolk, the effects of the gillyweed seemingly waning, his face turning crimson. Fleur's silver hair was clutched by a merfolk, her wand having fallen aside, while Crumb, though he had managed to fend off one merfolk, was now surrounded by a swarm of others. Clearly, the merfolk, wary of Harry and Lillian, had redirected their aggression toward the other 3 champions. "We must assist them," Harry exclaimed, swimming towards Cedric and casting a binding spell on the merfolk entangled with him, ensnaring its tail with shimmering silver ropes. Lillian joined in, her fingertips glowing softly as a stream of water surged forth, dispersing the merfolk surrounding Fleur and retrieving her wand. However, this act of intervention incited the merfolk's fury. The ones that had initially encircled Harry now turned their attention toward him, lunging forward. One mermaid's claws grazed Harry's arm, leaving 3 bloody gashes that instantly stained the lake red. "Harry, Lillian's eyes turned icy in an instant. Previously, she had contemplated not disrupting the competition. But upon witnessing Harry's injury, such considerations swiftly dissipated. Closing her eyes, she summoned forth golden flames at her fingertips. For Lillian, the fire magic no longer required a wand, nor even the aid of air to ignite underwater. Boom! The golden flames erupted beneath the water, undiminished, spreading like a living entity. The surface of the lake instantly boiled, bubbles surging upward, while the audience on the shore erupted into a cacophony of screams. Dumbledore pressed his hand against the railing, his eyes wide with astonishment. While Snape's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze fixed intently on the lake's surface, hands clenched tightly beneath his dark robes. He was aware of Lillian's increasing prowess in fire magic, but had not anticipated her ability to wield it underwater. Water extinguishes fire, yet Lillian's flames defied conventional extinguishment. The mermaids beneath the surface were forced to retreat, their scales searing from the heat. Harry grasped Lillian's hand, seizing the moment of the mermaid's retreat to swim toward the surface. The other three champions likewise surged upward with their rescued companions, Cedric calling out to Harry, "Let us get everyone up first, then we'll come back for you." Harry shook his head, glancing at the still fuming Lillian. "No need, we can make it." Lillian's flames continued to burn, clearing a path for them. As they broke the surface, a thunderous applause erupted on the shore, yet many remained transfixed by the flames on the lake, their faces reflecting disbelief. A mere ungraduated which could wield fire magic underwater? This defied the magical knowledge they held dear. Harry and Lillian clambered onto the shore, immediately checking for injuries. However, Lillian was the first to notice the wound on his arm, frowning deeply. "You're bleeding. Hurry and find Professor Snape." Just then, Snape approached swiftly, a vial of purple potion in hand, his expression grim. "Lillian, who permitted you to use fire magic underwater? Do you have any idea how much trouble this could cause?" Despite his words, he confirmed Lillian was unharmed before seizing Harry's arm, gently pouring the potion onto the wound with a tenderness uncommon for him. Dumbledore also approached, regarding Lillian with a gaze filled with both pride and contemplation. He, too, could have employed fire magic at the lake's bottom, yet his eyes reflected admiration as he said, "Lillian, you have performed admirably." Lillian scratched her head, about to respond when Harry pulled her back, exchanging a knowing glance. Understanding, she quickly shifted the topic. "Professor Dumbledore, those mermaids are not right. They clearly intend to put the contestants in peril." Dumbledore smiled, opting not to press further, and turned his serious gaze to the lake. "The competition is not yet over, but you have fulfilled your task. Go attend to your injuries in the infirmary. We shall handle the rest." Harry and Lillian nodded, following Snape toward the infirmary. The black lake behind them gradually returned to calm, yet discussions on the shore continued, with even Cedric and Fleur debating the recent events of the competition. In the shadows, Harry and Lillian's water-repelling charms, along with her extraordinary magic, had quietly drawn the attention of certain individuals. Chapter 74, Want to Resurrect? Dream on. After the conclusion of the second task, discussions regarding the underwater flames echoed within the halls of Hogwarts. Meanwhile, Lillian sequestered herself in her dormitory, retrieving a gaming console recently sent by a company under her name, containing a maze adventure game. "Care to play a couple of rounds?" She approached Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who were gathered around a table in the Gryffindor common room, deciphering clues for the third task. Setting the console on the table, she activated the game, revealing a winding labyrinth on the screen, with moving walls and various trap icons concealed within. This game was called Maze Escape, and one had to find the correct path while avoiding traps. Rumored to be quite popular at present, Ron immediately leaned in, snatching the controller. "Let me give it a try. I saw muggles playing this in Diagon Alley, but it was far too expensive for me to buy." As he spoke, the character in the game stumbled into the labyrinth, only to be abruptly struck by a shifting wall, resulting in a game over. Ron wailed, shoving another controller at Harry. "This is rigged. Harry, come help me." Harry grasped the controller, though his gaze was drawn to the screen where directional prompts flickered incessantly. Lillian had intentionally adjusted the game settings so that whenever one approached a trap, a faint light illuminated the edges of the screen. Lillian would not undertake such an endeavor without purpose, except for pranks, and upon glancing up at her, he noticed her winking at him. A realization dawning within him. This was not merely a game. She was subtly hinting at the content of the third task. Hermione caught on as well, shaking her head with a smile. "Lillian, couldn't you have just said it directly? Why go through such convolutions?" Lillian shrugged, feigning ignorance to Hermione's remark. Later that night, just before bed, Lillian knocked on Harry's door, holding a beautifully crafted dark brown leather box. Upon opening it, a silver pocket watch lay nestled within, its chain a delicate silver link, accompanied by a neatly folded black knitted vest. This was no ordinary watch, as Lillian picked it up and gently twisted the crown. The hands on the dial did not indicate the time, but instead emitted a faint blue glow, containing an improved version of the pathfinding spell, always guiding its bearer in the right direction. The vest, woven with special materials, could deflect most dark magic attacks, remaining inconspicuous beneath school robes and serving as protection. Harry took the watch, the cool silver casing warming in his palm, stirring a mix of warmth and resignation within him. Lillian's gesture conveyed a clear message. Lillian, you care for me, dear sister. Oh dear, why so sentimental all of a sudden? Lillian shyly deflected, producing a silver bracelet from the box, intricately engraved with delicate patterns. This is for Cedric. It has protective properties just like the vest. Please make sure it reaches him and that he doesn't lose it. Harry accepted the bracelet. But his older brother instincts kicked in, his brow furrowing in suspicion as he looked at Lillian. Why are you giving this specifically to Cedric? You don't mean to. What are you thinking? Lillian playfully slapped him, exasperated. It's not what you think. Cedric is a Hogwarts student. I can't help him out? Harry remained skeptical, yet seeing the earnestness in Lillian's eyes, he reluctantly nodded. All right, I'll give it to him tomorrow. But he is with Cho now? So don't get any funny ideas. Lillian rolled her eyes and walked out of the room, muttering to herself, my brother is getting more ridiculous by the day. The next day, Harry found Cedric in the Great Hall, feeling somewhat reluctant. He handed over the bracelet, his tone stiff. Lillian asked me to give this to you. She said it can defend against dark magic. Cedric paused, taking the bracelet and examining it closely. The patterns radiated unfamiliar magical fluctuations, clearly not an ordinary wizard's product. He looked up at Harry, astonishment in his eyes, and after a moment's hesitation, he accepted the bracelet with gravity. Please thank Lillian for me. This is quite generous. Harry merely grunted in acknowledgement, turning to leave, his mind racing with concern. Cedric is with Cho. I hope he doesn't develop any feelings for Lillian. Otherwise. Soon, the day of the third task arrived. The massive maze loomed over the Quidditch pitch, its walls so tall they seemed to touch the sky. Vines entwining the stone walls, exuding an ominous aura. Lillian stood in the audience, gripping the hem of her garment, even more anxious than Harry. She was acutely aware of the tragedy within the original narrative. Despite her preparations, she feared unforeseen circumstances. As the competition commenced, Harry donned the time-turner and protective vest, skillfully evading numerous traps. When confronted by a blast-ended Skrut charging at him, the vest's threads glimmered faintly, shielding him from the creature's flames. Upon reaching a fork in the path, the time-turner's hands pointed accurately in the right direction. However, when he witnessed Cedric ensnared by the labyrinth's walls, he could not resist stopping to assist, and when he saw Crumb entangled by a boggart, he interjected with a comical charm. What a fool. Doesn't he realize he should prioritize his own safety? Lillian murmured softly from the stands, her lips betraying a smile. This was her brother, forever unable to alter his innate kindness. Ultimately, Harry and the rescued Cedric dashed to the heart of the maze, both grasping the trophy simultaneously. At the instant their fingertips brushed the trophy, it emitted a blinding white light, and Harry and Cedric felt the world spin, only to find themselves transported to a desolate graveyard. Meanwhile, a sudden white light illuminated the space beside Lillian in the audience. Before she could comprehend, a force yanked her away, and she vanished from her seat. Lillian. Hermione's shriek shattered the silence of the arena, prompting Ron to rise. His complexion ashen. How could Lillian have been taken to? Dumbledore rushed to the spot where Lillian had disappeared, his fingertips tinged with a faint residue of portkey magic. He turned to the panicking crowd, his voice steady. Everyone, remain calm. I assure you these children will be unharmed. In the graveyard, Lillian staggered to her feet, her gaze falling upon the familiar figures of Harry and Cedric, and two ominous silhouettes nearby. A short, portly man clutching a wand, and another draped in tattered black robes, with no nose and eyes like black pits radiating a chilling aura. Lillian, how did you get here? Harry rushed over, checking for injuries, concern etched in his tone. Cedric raised his wand cautiously, fixating on the two shadows. He recognized the squat man as the infamous Peter Pettigrew. It seems the portkey's magic is as potent as I anticipated. Behold, we have an unexpected guest. Voldemort's voice was a harsh rasp, his gaze settling on Lillian. His eyes dark voids betraying a hint of admiration, though predominantly laced with wariness and disdain. You are Lillian Potter, are you not? The water-fire spell and the method enabling Harry to breathe freely underwater. Those are your creations, correct? Lillian tightened her grip on her wand, positioning herself protectively in front of Harry. Do not even think about harming Harry. Harm him. Voldemort laughed, a sound akin to nails scraping against stone. I have come to extend an invitation to you, Lillian. You possess remarkable magical talent. Join me, and I can render you the most formidable sorceress, even surpassing Dumbledore. I would never ally myself with a monster like you. one who slaughters with abandon. Lillian vehemently rejected him, incredulous that he could utter such words while appearing in his grotesque form. You murdered my parents and now seek to harm Harry. You must be dreaming. Voldemort's expression hardened instantly as he gestured to Pettigrew. Since you refuse my hospitality, let me demonstrate the consequences of defying the great Dark Lord. Pettigrew promptly raised his wand, aiming at Cedric. Avada Kedavra. Watch out, Harry shouted as he lunged forward. It was a moment too late. Just as the green light was about to strike Cedric, the protective bracelet on Cedric's wrist suddenly radiated a yellow glow, forming a transparent barrier that absorbed the killing curse, dissipating it instantly. Cedric blinked in astonishment, glancing down at the bracelet. Lillian's protection has taken effect. Voldemort, equally taken aback, surveyed the scene with growing trepidation. An unfamiliar protective magic? It can withstand the killing curse? Lillian, you continue to astonish me. He shed his pretense, calling to the approaching shadow behind him. Crouch. Why are you hesitating? Attack. The figure resembling Moody raised his wand and, alongside Pettigrew, launched an assault on the trio. However, Lillian was prepared. Neither she nor her companions feared the impending attack. Without a doubt, the spells cast by Pettigrew and Moody rebounded, with Pettigrew struck by his own Cruciatus curse, collapsing to the ground in agony, while Moody found himself ensnared by his own binding spell, immobilized. Incompetent fool, Voldemort fumed, raising his wand to target Harry directly. Avada Kedavra. The green light flared once more. Lillian attempted to intervene, but Harry held her back. Just before the curse could reach Harry, a sudden azure glow enveloped him. It was the contingency plan devised in Kunlun. The soul seal had activated. The remnants of Voldemort's soul, confined within Harry's mind, emitted a piercing wail, while the corporeal Voldemort felt a searing sensation emanating from deep within his soul, causing his body to tremble. What is happening? Voldemort recoiled in terror, sensing a familiar, yet foreign power coursing through the connection of their souls from Harry to himself. The azure flames spread from Harry, entwining around Voldemort's black robes, growing fiercer, yet failing to ignite the fabric, instead scorching his very essence. No, I am not yet restored. I cannot die. Voldemort howled in defiance, yet the flames consumed his soul, rendering his form increasingly transparent until he ultimately dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Lillian raised her wand, summoning golden flames at her fingertips. This was her most potent fire magic, retaining its characteristic of being impervious to conventional extinguishment. The flames surged toward the fallen Pettigrew and Moody, while Pettigrew continued to wail. Moody suddenly cried out, I am not Moody. I am Barty Crouch Jr. The real Moody is imprisoned in a box that only I can open. Spare me, and I will help you rescue him. Lillian's flames hesitated but did not extinguish. You assisted Voldemort in causing countless deaths. You deserve your fate. The real Professor Moody would endorse my actions. In an instant, the golden flames engulfed both men, who had no time to utter another scream before being reduced to ashes, following their master into oblivion. The graveyard fell silent once more, and Lillian, Harry, and Cedric exhaled in relief. Harry picked up the trophy from the ground. It remained a portkey. Let us return. The three grasped the trophy, and once again, a blinding light enveloped them, transporting them back to the competition grounds. Upon their return, Hermione and Ron rushed over, embracing Lillian and Harry. Harry, Lillian, are you all right? You frightened us to death. Dumbledore approached, his expression filled with relief. You have done remarkably well. Harry, Lillian, and Cedric recounted the events of the graveyard to the gathered crowd. Madame Maxime of Beauxbatons and Karkaroff of Durmstrang were initially skeptical, believing the three Hogwarts students were colluding. Yet, after Dumbledore sent for the real Moody, and upon hearing the madman's confirmation, they were compelled to believe the extraordinary tale. Meanwhile, Cho Chang rushed over, enveloping Cedric in a hug, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm so relieved you're safe. No one knew that at the moment Cedric vanished, Cho's heart raced with overwhelming panic, a profound sense of impending loss threatening to consume her. She had a premonition that she might lose Cedric. Her friends, noticing her pale visage, attempted to escort her to the infirmary, but Cho adamantly declined. She was determined to personally ascertain Cedric's safety. After all, at the very least, she could embrace him the moment he returned. Fortunately, he came back unscathed rather than as a lifeless body. Cedric chuckled as he patted her back, for he too harbored a nagging sense that he might not return this time. He turned to Lillian, his eyes brimming with gratitude and relief. Thank you for your bracelet. Lillian, without it, I might not have made it back. Lillian shook her head, watching the two embrace, her heart swelling with contentment. How wonderful it was. This time, there were no regrets. Chapter 75, Good News from Afar. The conclusion of the Triwizard Tournament plunged Hogwarts into an unprecedented jubilation. Streamers adorned every corridor of the castle, and the pumpkin juice in the Great Hall was replaced with sweet fruit wine, available only to the older students. Even the typically stern Severus Snape displayed a rare smile when he saw Lillian offering him pastries, the corners of his lips lifting ever so slightly. Harry stood by the window of the Gryffindor common room, gazing at the students frolicking below, suddenly feeling the weight upon his chest diminish significantly. This month's end was devoid of Voldemort's shadow, free from the specter of death, filled instead with the sound of Lillian chattering enthusiastically about their upcoming adventures. "We're going to France first. I've always wanted to see the Eiffel Tower," Lillian exclaimed, her finger tracing the map to Paris, then planning to savor pizza in Italy, followed by a visit to the Winter Palace in Russia. "Oh, and we must see the Northern Lights in Norway." Harry chuckled, tucking a loose strand of her hair behind her ear. "I'm at your service, Lillian." On their first day in Paris, as the siblings approached the Eiffel Tower, a dapper French gentleman presented Lillian with a bouquet of red roses, praising her in fluent French, likening her beauty to the moonlight on the Seine. Lillian graciously responded in kind, and they conversed for a full 10 minutes beneath the tower, while Harry stood nearby, gripping his wand, his expression dark as if he had just imbibed a potion of bitterness. "Those people are just being friendly," Lillian said, biting into a macaroon, perplexed by Harry's demeanor. "Do you dislike French?" she queried. "But then again, we are English, so it's not surprising. But that might make people less inclined to approach you, dear brother. Someone even mentioned you looked as gloomy as the London fog." Harry remained silent, unable to confess that he was merely vigilantly guarding his sister from the attentions of those men, particularly the French. Meanwhile, Lillian wrestled with the decision of whether to ascend the tower. Her curiosity was piqued, yet after days of deliberation, she ultimately abandoned the idea. As they departed France, Harry hummed cheerfully while loading their luggage onto the carriage, prompting Lillian to roll her eyes and shove a piece of chocolate into his mouth. "Is it really that delightful?" "Of course," Harry mumbled through the chocolate. Yet he was rejoicing too soon. Upon arriving in Italy, just as they settled at a restaurant near the Colosseum, a man in a suit approached Lillian, inquiring if she would like to attend a private party. Just as Harry was about to react, he noticed the man's mafia insignia and swallowed his words. Fortunately, the gentleman was courteous enough to withdraw after Lillian declined. In the following 3 days, the siblings encountered 9 mafia-related incidents, from being mistaken for members of a rival family to receiving invitations to tea at a mansion. Finally, while holding an ice cream cone, Lillian exhaled wearily. "Had I known, I wouldn't have come to Italy. This is more exhausting than facing a mysterious adversary." Before leaving, they passed a bar where the name Vongola could be faintly heard. Lillian furrowed her brow, muttering how familiar it sounded. Harry, overhearing, waved it off, likening it to a type of candy. "Whatever, we should move on to the next destination." Lillian agreed. If she couldn't recall where she had heard that name, it was best to let it go. Just as they were preparing to head to Russia, an owl delivered a letter from Dumbledore, stating, "Aunt Petunia's family was attacked by Dementors. Although they are not in mortal peril, Harry and Lillian are needed back home." Upon reading the letter, Lillian couldn't help but chuckle. "This is truly wonderful. Cough, cough. Utterly dreadful. I hope Aunt Petunia and her family are all right." Harry too stifled a laugh, but pretended to maintain a serious demeanor. "Cough, cough. Yes, this is indeed unfortunate. We should return to check on Aunt Petunia. It's prudent to ensure they are safe." As they exchanged knowing glances, a mischievous smile crossed their faces. Upon returning to Privet Drive, they found Aunt Petunia pale and seated on the sofa, while Dudley cowered in a corner, trembling. Although they nearly burst into laughter, they quickly adopted expressions of concern. "Aunt, are you all right?" After confirming the safety of Aunt Petunia's family, the siblings departed that very day to continue their journey. Upon entering Russia, Lillian was immediately captivated by the atmosphere. The golden dome of the Winter Palace shimmered under the sunlight, the icy surface of the Neva River glistened, and the elderly on the streets were bundled in thick coats, their eyes filled with melancholy. Immersed in the unique blend of sorrow and resilience that characterized this country, she felt an overwhelming sense of compassion and desolation wash over her. Standing before Red Square, she softly remarked, "This is my favorite country. Aside from gardening and taking care of you, of course." Harry observed the light in her eyes, silently committing this moment to memory. In America, the most memorable experience for the siblings was watching Ed Wood in a cinema. When they heard the name Wood, they exchanged glances and nearly erupted into laughter, as it always reminded them of their dear friend. Despite the film's brilliance, they couldn't contain themselves. After the movie concluded, they exited the theater clutching their stomachs, with Lillian laughing. "Next time we see Wood, I must share this with him." In Japan, the peculiarities of the wizarding world were not what struck her, rather, it was the mystique that transcended the magical realm, evoking a strong sense of déjà vu. The spells felt oddly familiar. When she overheard passers-by mentioning names like Auzin and Gojo, Her expression shifted to one of confusion. Those names were eerily familiar. An instinct urged her to flee without hesitation. So, despite being unable to pinpoint where she had encountered those names before, she hurriedly pulled Harry away from Japan. Their final destination was Norway. As the vibrant auroras unfurled across the night sky, Lillian leaned against Harry's shoulder and whispered, "This journey has been delightful. It's far more enjoyable than staying at home or training endlessly." Harry nodded, grasping her hand. "From now on, we shall travel every holiday." Beneath the auroras, the siblings' laughter resonated through the snow-covered landscape. Perhaps the only regret was not having encountered any celebrities, particularly Newt Scamander. Lillian genuinely longed to peek inside his suitcase. Chapter 76. The formation of D.A. cannot be overlooked. In the final days of their holiday, the air exuded a sense of leisure until an owl delivered a letter from Hogwarts, informing Harry of Lillian's appointment as the Gryffindor prefect. He watched as Lillian twirled in the living room, brandishing her prefect badge, the silver-green emblem glinting in the sunlight. Instead of jealousy, he was consumed by a singular thought. Gryffindor was doomed. Had Professor Dumbledore lost his senses? Harry leaned closer to Lillian and whispered, "Last time, you almost dyed Malfoy's hair pink. The time before that, you coerced the new students into experiments, nearly scaring them to tears, and the time before that, those were mere accidents." Lillian affixed the badge to her collar, her chest puffed out and head held high, resembling a proud little lion. "Professor Dumbledore must have recognized the kindness within me to appoint me," she exclaimed. "Don't you think so, brother?" Harry silently retreated a step, curling himself into the corner of the sofa as memories of Lillian's penchant for mischief sent a shiver down his spine. The saying from her homeland, "A dead friend does not equate to a dead priest," rang true, as long as Lillian didn't set her sights on him. It seemed there was little harm in her tormenting the other little lions. Yet, who was the other head of house? Harry could only mourn the fate of Lillian's future colleague. On the day of the new term, Hogwarts Castle buzzed with excitement. The moment Lillian exited the Great Hall, she was summoned by Professor McGonagall, joining the other heads of house on their way to the tower. Harry watched as Ron was taken along with Lillian. Feeling a complex mix of emotions, it appeared Ron's days of ease had come to an abrupt end. The heads were led to the entrance of an unfamiliar room, its door inscribed with the words "Monitoring Room." Upon entering, they were greeted by a myriad of black boxes, each reflecting scenes from around the castle, from corridors to common rooms. Even the edges of the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore stood at the center of the room, wand in hand, his eyes twinkling with a knowing smile as he welcomed the heads. "Welcome, esteemed heads of house," he spoke with a gentle yet profound tone. "This is Hogwarts Monitoring Room. Through these devices, the professors can observe any corner of the castle, aiding in the resolution of student disputes and the timely detection of dangers. Your duty is to effectively manage the little witches and wizards and alleviate the professors' burdens as much as possible." Lillian's heart raced as she realized the concept of this monitoring room was one she had proposed to Dumbledore earlier. Completely unaware that every subsequent head would be privy to this secret, she quickly donned a flattering smile, discreetly inching behind Professor McGonagall, fearful that the other heads might discover her involvement in the idea. The other heads stood in stunned silence. Ron pointed at a crystal ball displaying the library and exclaimed, "So the legendary creature monitoring the little witches and wizards is actually this?" The Slytherin head's face darkened. He realized that his clandestine escapades with fireworks in the corridors had been exposed in this manner. Meanwhile, the Hufflepuff head frowned and muttered, "Who on earth thought of such an idea? It's utterly invasive." Lillian silently chanted to herself, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me." Dumbledore, seemingly unperturbed by the grumbling, continued his explanation. "Access to this monitoring system is restricted to heads and professors, with at least one professor on duty each day. I trust you will keep this matter confidential, understood?" His gaze swept over Lillian, reminding them that those who propose ideas for the school's benefit should not engage in gossip behind others' backs. The heads, who had just been whispering, outwardly assured him they would refrain from such behavior, though internally they continued to grumble. When Dumbledore began to speak, Lillian felt her heart stop. Thankfully, he was not about to reveal her involvement. Upon reflection, it seemed he was merely teasing her. After all, if the heads were to discover her role, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble in the coming terms. She cast a resentful glance at the smiling Dumbledore, who playfully winked at her, ignoring her discontent. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall stood in contemplation, realizing that this situation was not meant for her. Yet, as she observed Lillian in the monitoring room, she couldn't help but recall how, before any mishap involving Lillian and Harry, Dumbledore would switch the duty professor to either Snape or herself. Snape had never questioned this, clearly in the know. Though it was evident he disapproved of Dumbledore's decision to place Lillian and Harry in danger, for reasons unknown, he did not refuse. After voicing her concerns, McGonagall had initially opposed the idea, for both Lillian and Harry were her students, deserving of protection from the professors. Yet now, she was to watch them face danger through a monitor, which contradicted her principles. During her questioning, Dumbledore had once again mentioned the prophecy and Lillian's uniqueness, assuring her repeatedly of their safety. Trusting in Dumbledore, she ultimately acquiesced. However, thereafter, she began to exhibit extraordinary leniency towards Lillian and Harry, especially regarding minor infractions. For instance, when Lillian arrived 5 minutes late, McGonagall merely smiled and reminded her to be more punctual next time, rather than making her stand at the door. As they exited the monitoring room, the other heads and Ron were still debating its unreasonableness, while Lillian discreetly tugged at Dumbledore's sleeve. "Professor Dumbledore, please don't tell them I proposed this idea." Dumbledore chuckled and nodded. "Lillian, is this not a widely recognized good deed? Well, very well, I shall adhere to our agreement. But do remember to inform your grandfather of any future brilliant ideas." On the first day of the New Year's defense against the dark arts class, as Lillian entered the classroom, she spotted Sirius just reaching the podium, his black coat flaring open, a copy of Basics of Defense Against the Dark Arts in hand, a smile adorning his face. "Teaching Sirius?" Harry gasped, his mouth agape, while Ron, following closely behind, blurted out, "How did you become our professor?" Sirius raised an eyebrow. "What? Am I not welcome?" The classroom erupted in cheers as Gryffindor students applauded, while those from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff beamed with smiles. Only the Slytherin students wore sour expressions. Draco, seated in the last row, muttered, "A fugitive can become a professor? Hogwarts is losing its standards." Snape happened to pass by the classroom door and caught this remark, casting a cold glare at Draco, who promptly fell silent. Snape's expression was grim, yet he said nothing. This decision had already been sanctioned by Dumbledore, and no matter how much he disliked it, he had to accept it. How utterly unacceptable. Had Albus's head been kicked by those arrogant centaurs? Lillian echoed the sentiment in her mind. Having Sirius as a professor was indeed a positive development, especially as it meant avoiding that insufferable old hag Umbridge, a professor who would unhesitatingly throw students into danger. Yet, would this mean the DA organization from the original story could not be established? Lillian found herself conflicted. Such are the repercussions of altering events. One cannot have their cake and eat it too. Therefore, she resolved to form an interest group. The leading instructors would be Sirius and Snape. They would not refuse her. That very afternoon, Lillian approached both Sirius and Snape, holding a piece of parchment detailing the plan for the DA defense against the dark arts interest group. An interest group? Sirius mused, glancing at the contents of the paper. "Sounds splendid. I can teach you some practical skills during our free time." Snape, however, frowned. "Teaching you four is already enough. I have no interest in instructing a gaggle of dim-witted little creatures. Moreover, partnering with that black fellow is out of the question." "But Professor," Lillian tugged at his sleeve, batting her eyelashes, "I still haven't mastered the advanced version of the disarming charm you taught me last time. And with you around, it's much more reassuring." Slytherin students won't dare to cause trouble. Severus Snape's lips twitched, for he could hardly believe that Lillian had not mastered the material. Yet, upon observing her feigned innocence, he ultimately relented. "Very well, but should any of those rascals dare to slack off, I shall impose upon you all the task of transcribing magical potions, a comprehensive guide 100 times. Lillian breathed a sigh of relief. An agreement had been reached. Whether or not she would actually transcribe it was another matter, for Snape would surely not permit her to do so. Immediately thereafter, Lillian hurried to Professor McGonagall to propose the establishment of an interest group. To her surprise, McGonagall readily acquiesced. "As long as it is for the sake of learning, the school shall certainly support it." That very evening, notices for the interest group adorned the common rooms of each house. Harry observed Lillian bustling about with an air of exasperation. He had known all along that once Lillian became head girl, she would undoubtedly stir things up. Ron, brimming with enthusiasm, clapped Harry on the shoulder. "Lillian is truly impressive. Just having become head girl, she is already so responsible. I can't fall behind. I must do something too." Harry gazed at this suddenly fervent individual with a look of incredulity, and as he turned to see Hermione rolling her eyes at Ron, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. On the following day, a long line formed at the registration desk for the interest group. Almost all the Gryffindor students had come, and a considerable number of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students joined them, with even a few Slytherins sneakily signing up. Though they despised Sirius, they too wished to excel in defense against the dark arts. Lillian stood at the registration desk, surveying the scene before her with immense pride. There was no Umbridge. Yet the DA had still been established due to her cleverness, a legitimate interest group. It provided the opportunity to learn magic while enjoying time with friends, all without the fear of malicious dissolution. It was simply perfect. In the distance, both Sirius and Snape observed Lillian's triumphant demeanor, finding it somewhat amusing. Sirius wore a grin, while Snape's lips remained taut, though a flicker of barely perceptible tenderness glimmered in his eyes. On the 5th day since the formation of the DA interest group, Lillian lay sprawled over the table in the Gryffindor common room. Her copy of Magical Potions, a comprehensive guide, opened to the 51st page, the draft paper before her nearly shredded from her relentless poking. As she prodded the paper, her mind raced with thoughts of why it had not yet disbanded. Why, indeed, had she felt compelled to establish this group in the first place? With a pencil clutched between her teeth, she lamented, why is this interest group more exhausting than potions class? True to his word, Severus had mandated that all young witches and wizards, including the organizer Lillian, transcribe magical potions 100 times. The most unfortunate of all was Neville, who, having mistakenly pronounced remove your weapon as remove your socks, was sentenced to assist Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest with the task of uprooting poisonous plants. Harry, seated across from her, twirled his wand, chuckling at Lillian's disheartened appearance. Who asked you to form this group? It seems that your desire for mischief has backfired, hasn't it? You've only succeeded in stepping on your own toes. Lillian felt unjustly wronged. She had no intention of causing mischief. This was merely a tribute to the DA. How was I to know it would turn out like this? She exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, her hair standing on end. Hermione adjusted her glasses, organizing her notes as she remarked, we cannot entirely blame them. After all, the school is quite safe now, and there is indeed a lack of urgency. Lillian sighed, realizing she had completely overlooked this aspect at the time of formation. Currently, the young witches and wizards lacked the sense of imminent danger that had existed in the original narrative, resulting in a more relaxed demeanor. This inevitably led some to choose idleness, as this was not a classroom, but merely an extracurricular interest group. Consequently, she, the organizer, bore an excessive burden. Not only did she have to fulfill the duties of the former head girl, but she also had to manage the interests of the group. To avoid losing face before her classmates, she felt compelled to excel in every aspect. Most importantly, Snape was being utterly serious. Lillian cast another glance at her copy of Magical Potions, which now bore the marks of her 51 transcriptions, feeling tears of frustration welling up. Cursed be it. Her attempts at charming her way out of this had proven futile. Ron, who had initially planned to engage in mischief, found himself momentarily subdued by Lillian's despondent demeanor. He leaned over, holding a game of chess, quite adept at the art of copying books. He had already completed his task and was now ready to play. You know, I think things are quite good lately. At least you lack the energy to stir up trouble for us. No sooner had he spoken than a cushion thrown by Lillian struck his arm, and he feigned pain, grimacing. Hey, Lillian, I was speaking the truth. You previously tried to fool Harry and me into betting with Malfoy. Harry, you ought to keep Lillian in check. Just as Lillian was about to retort, she noticed Harry suddenly frowning, pressing his hand to his forehead, his complexion paling. Harry, what's wrong? Lillian instantly forgot her grievances regarding the transcription, moving closer to support his arm. Is it your headache again? Harry nodded, beads of cold sweat forming at his temple. A bit. It feels like someone is drilling into my head, and it hurts. Lillian's eyes brightened instantaneously. It was not her cold-heartedness, but rather the timing of this headache was fortuitous. Harry's discomfort was likely the result of Voldemort's machinations, which meant she could justifiably set aside the interest group matters and the transcription, for confronting Voldemort's Horcrux was far more significant. Excellent. I mean, how utterly dreadful. Lillian hastily corrected herself, while simultaneously massaging Harry's temples, her thoughts racing. Voldemort. Oh Voldemort, please be vigorous. Ideally, it would be your Horcrux causing havoc again, thus granting me a temporary reprieve. But then, a thought struck her, and she froze. The Horcrux that was supposed to have successfully revived in the cemetery last semester had been incinerated by the spirit seal of Kunlun. So which Horcrux was this now? At that moment, Harry suddenly emitted a muffled groan, his body shaking violently. Lillian immediately reacted, taking hold of Harry's hand and reciting the calming charm, which would alleviate his discomfort. A pale blue light enveloped Harry, yet his pallor remained grim, indicating that this particular Horcrux was far more stubborn than the last. Suddenly, ethereal blue flames ignited around Harry, evidently signaling the reactivation of the soul seal. This time, the radiance was even more intense, as though it sought to engulf the entire common room in flames. Lillian could hear a piercing scream emanating from Harry's mind. No, I refuse to accept this. Potter, Potter, I shall return. The voice of the Horcrux was filled with rage and resentment, yet the azure flames had already encased it, gradually consuming its very existence. Minutes later, Harry's body ceased to tremble, and his headache began to subside. He gasped for air, opening his eyes, which were now filled with astonishment. I think I saw the remaining Horcrux of the Dark Lord. What? Lillian, Hermione, and Ron simultaneously leaned in, their faces painted with surprise. Harry swallowed hard, slowly articulating. I never expected the diadem of Ravenclaw in the school, nor the cup of Hufflepuff, and there is another. A great serpent. A serpent? Lillian furrowed her brow. Could it be Nagini? But we destroyed that snake monster in Slytherin's chamber. How could this be? Harry shook his head, his expression grave. No. The Nagini in the fragments of the Horcrux's memory is not that serpent. As Harry explained, the others began to grasp that while Voldemort had been confident in his success, there had been a moment of uncharacteristic unease in his mind, prompting him to leave a contingency plan in place. In the chamber, the connection between the basilisk and Slytherin is not a secret to some. Yet those individuals remain oblivious to whether the great serpent is indeed Nagini, or to the bond it shares with her. Voldemort manipulated the basilisk, leading those who later became aware of the creature's true nature and its connection to Nagini to mistakenly believe it is she. The real Nagini, however, has been concealed, serving as Voldemort's final escape route. How cunning! Ron couldn't help but exclaim. This fellow has so many tricks up his sleeve. Hermione furrowed her brow, hastily jotting down notes. So, what we vanquished before was merely a false Horcrux. The true Nagini still lives, along with other Horcruxes. We must locate them swiftly, or the Dark Lord may yet return. Lillian also adopted a serious demeanor, her previous fatigue and complaints vanishing in an instant, although she was reluctant to admit it. Confronting Voldemort was undeniably far more intriguing than transcribing magical drafts and potions or managing the interest group. It seems we have our work cut out for us this school year, brother. Lillian glanced at Harry, her eyes sparkling with excitement. But this time, we are in the light. Harry nodded, gripping his wand tightly. Meanwhile, Ron, observing the sudden determination of his two companions, sighed. Why would anyone willingly chase danger? Though, I must admit, I wish to join as well. Hermione shot him a disapproving look. What are you thinking at a time like this? We must inform Professor Dumbledore immediately and discuss how to track down the remaining souls. With that, she tugged on the still-acting goofy Ron, following Lillian and Harry towards Dumbledore's office. In the common room, only Lillian's unfinished magical drafts and potions and a toppled ink bottle remained, sunlight streaming through the window onto the pages, silently reminding, the punishment for transcribing books seems far from over. Chapter 78. Victory does not necessarily bear sadness. As Harry conveyed the locations of the Horcruxes he had seen in his mind to Dumbledore, the Phoenix Fox ceased its preening, its golden eyes fixed upon them. Dumbledore stroked the crescent-shaped glasses perched on his nose, his brow furrowed, clearly processing this unexpected development. He had initially believed that the soul seal from Kunlun would merely protect Harry's own soul, perhaps allowing for a counterattack during Voldemort's invasion of his soul. But he never anticipated it would enable Harry to discern the whereabouts of all Horcruxes through the soul connection. Children, while many steps have been overlooked, this may indeed prove beneficial, Dumbledore remarked, setting down his glasses, a flicker of relief in his eyes. Resolving Tom's threat sooner will allow you to focus on your studies with peace of mind. Action was swiftly set in motion. The first target identified was the Horcrux located within Hogwarts, Ravenclaw's diadem, guided by Voldemort's memories. The group discovered the dust-laden diadem hidden behind the portraits of past headmasters in the Room of Requirement, faint traces of dark magic still lingering upon the gems. As Lillian approached, the dagger of malice at her side began to tremble, and she smiled at her companions. I wonder if Tom now regrets placing this in the school. The Hufflepuff cup, however, proved more challenging to retrieve. Its location was quite unexpected, as Voldemort had concealed it within the vault of his follower, Bellatrix. Retrieving it from Gringotts posed a significant challenge for the group. Fortunately, they had the century's most renowned white wizard, Dumbledore. The goblins of Gringotts were not inclined to grant them entry merely due to Dumbledore's status, yet he procured a search warrant from the Ministry of Magic. Though two Aurors shadowed their every move, Gringotts, under the pressure of harboring criminals, reluctantly agreed to permit a search of the vault, ultimately uncovering all Hogwarts-related items, including the Hufflepuff cup, without triggering any traps. With this, Gringotts found itself at a loss for words. Next was the Gaunt Ring. When Dumbledore proposed to venture alone to Godric's Hollow, Lillian immediately blocked his path, clutching the hem of his robes. Professor Dumbledore, you cannot go alone. We must all act together to prevent the Dark Lord from seizing any opportunity. Moreover, the prophecy states that Harry will defeat him. Taking Harry along would be much safer. Don't you think? Dumbledore regarded Lillian's earnest gaze, then glanced at Harry, who nodded in agreement. Reflecting upon the prophecy's content, he finally relented with a smile. Very well. I shall heed your counsel, clever little Lillian. Upon their arrival in Godric's Hollow, the fallen leaves of late autumn blanketed the path. The ring lay concealed beneath the ruins of the Gaunt residence, pressed under a loose stone slab. As Harry reached for it, Several venomous snakes lunged from beneath the stone, clearly guardians left by Voldemort. Lillian immediately unleashed a spell of flame, golden fire driving the snakes back, allowing Harry to seize the ring. The moment his fingertips brushed against it, the residual warmth of the Kunlun formation shielded him from the dark magic. Upon seeing the ring, Dumbledore comprehended why Lillian insisted on everyone acting together. He mused that had he been alone, he might have succumbed to the temptation of donning that ring set with the resurrection stone. The outcome, as one could imagine, would have been dire. "Thank goodness for your reminder, Lillian," Dumbledore said, observing Harry, unharmed, and the delighted Lillian beside him. "Perhaps I ought to express my gratitude to you." Next, they sought the locket. According to Harry's vision, it was hidden in a remote cave, surrounded by lake waters. Before their departure, Lillian specifically sought out Kreacher and brought Sirius along. She believed that heroes should not reside in the depths of a dark lake, but should instead be remembered by the living. Sirius initially exhibited reluctance, wishing to avoid the house elf who incessantly lamented the master, yet Kreacher erupted in excitement upon hearing the word cave. "Kreacher must go. Kreacher must take Master Regulus home. Take Master home." Sirius was taken aback, looking at Kreacher in bewilderment. He could not fathom how Regulus was involved in this. The cowardly individual, so deeply entrenched in the beliefs of the Black family, could not possibly. Under Lillian's patient guidance, Kreacher finally recounted the truth. Years ago, Regulus discovered that Voldemort had used the locket as a Horcrux and secretly replaced it in the cave, only to be dragged into the depths by the Inferi and never to return. "Regulus," Sirius's voice grew hoarse as he clenched his fists. "I always thought he was a coward, yet I never realized he." Upon reaching the cave, the lake's waters shimmered with an eerie emerald hue. Sirius and Lillian utilized the water-breathing charm to submerge into the depths, swiftly locating Regulus's lifeless body entwined by the Inferi. Under the imposing aura of Lillian's dagger of malice, the Inferi dared not approach. Sirius himself retrieved his brother's body from the water, his eyes glistening with tears. "Thank you, Lillian," he whispered. "Had it not been for you, I might have remained oblivious to the truth of Regulus's demise." Meanwhile, Kreacher, gazing at Regulus's remains, suddenly knelt and wept. After his tears subsided, he produced a velvet box from his pocket and opened it, revealing the true locket. Lillian felt relieved that it had not been stolen. "Master Regulus instructed me to destroy this locket, but Kreacher is a failure, having yet to fulfill this last wish." He looked up at Lillian and Harry, his eyes devoid of hostility for the first time. "You have brought back the Master's remains. I trust you will accomplish this wish. Here, take it." Lastly, only Nagini remained. As a living Horcrux, its whereabouts were exceedingly elusive. Harry could only surmise that it might be concealed within an abandoned wizarding manor. After all, it had the capacity to move, making it impossible to guarantee its continued presence in one location. Indeed, as they had anticipated, by the time they arrived, Nagini had long since vacated the premises. After a moment's contemplation, Dumbledore retrieved a photograph of Nagini that ought to have been stored in the old archives. The summoning charm had limited efficacy on living beings, but perhaps using its original form as a medium could yield results. As expected, the quill twirled in the air, pointing towards a manor in the north. When they arrived, they found Nagini coiled within the ruins of the manor, its scales glimmering with a cold sheen. Harry recalled from Voldemort's memories that this fragment of his soul, which had invaded his mind, was the result of Voldemort's temporary resurrection through Nagini's venom and unicorn blood. However, the revived body had been incinerated by the flames of the Kunlun formation, leaving only Nagini as the remaining Horcrux. It was time to put an end to this. Lily took a deep breath, her fingertips gathering golden flames. Harry raised his wand as well, the residual power of the formation in his mind resonating with Lily's flames, forming a luminous web of ethereal blue and gold that enveloped Nagini. With a piercing shriek, Nagini struggled but could not escape the light net. Its body gradually became translucent, the aura of dark magic dissipating little by little. Lily softly recited the release spell, her voice tender. "Go now, Nagini, this time without pain." Once they had destroyed all the Horcruxes they bore, Harry suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. The protective formation that had shielded him had finally fulfilled its purpose and shimmered away into specks of light. "Is it over?" Ron asked cautiously, disbelief lacing his voice. Dumbledore nodded, visibly relieved, as Fawkes chirped on his shoulder, a golden feather falling before them. "It is over. Tom can never return. All his Horcruxes have been destroyed. His soul scattered to the winds, leaving no possibility for resurrection." Lily gazed at Harry, and they both broke into smiles. From the soul sealing of Kunlun to the unexpected events of the Triwizard Tournament, and now to the complete annihilation of the Horcruxes, the swiftness of it all felt surreal, as if it were a fleeting dream. Yet, the reality was that they had truly liberated themselves from Voldemort's shadow. Upon returning to Hogwarts, the sunset bathed the castle towers in golden light. Professors McGonagall and Snape had been waiting at the entrance, and though Snape maintained his usual stern demeanor, it could not conceal his excitement upon seeing them return safely. Restricted by Voldemort's dark mark, Dumbledore had feared that Voldemort might sense danger and compel Snape to act. Hence he had been left under McGonagall's supervision at the school. When the dark mark on Snape's arm vanished, he knew that the threat had genuinely dissipated. However, without definitive news, he remained uneasy. He looked at the smiling Dumbledore and tentatively asked, "Is it truly resolved, Albus?" "It is resolved, Severus," Dumbledore replied, his voice imbued with relief. "From now on, you shall simply be a professor at Hogwarts." Only then did Snape fully exhale, a weight lifted from his shoulders. Lily, casting a glance at Snape, suddenly remembered the unfinished potion-esque compendium and instinctively hid behind Harry, feeling a twinge of guilt. Noticing her movement, Harry whispered reassuringly, "Don't worry, I'll help you finish it. But you must think carefully before forming another study group, Lily." "I know. You're the best, brother," Lily exclaimed, laughing as she dashed toward Gryffindor Tower, the evening breeze lifting her hair, carrying with it a sense of freedom and ease. Chapter 79. The story seemed to have arrived at a beautiful conclusion. After the matter was entirely resolved, the group decided to return to Kunlun to express their gratitude. Although this had been a transaction between Dumbledore and Kunlun, the development of events had far exceeded their expectations, making gratitude all the more necessary. As the radiance of the teleportation array faded, they beheld the familiar gates of Kunlun. This time, Zhang Daosheng, along with a host of elders and practitioners such as Li Su and In Yang, awaited them at the entrance, greeting them with smiles and bows. "Welcome, esteemed guests. We appreciate your arduous journey." Inside the grand hall, the incense burner wafted fragrant wisps of smoke, and freshly brewed cloud mist tea was laid out on the table. Dumbledore sat in the reception hall of Kunlun, toying with a jade talisman gifted by the Kunlun practitioners. His eyes shimmering with admiration. The Eastern Tao bears some resemblance to the principles of magic, seemingly placing greater emphasis on the connection with the natural world. Snape, however, furrowed his brow, warily surveying his surroundings. His disdain for this place remained unchanged. Each visit reminded him of the pain Lily had endured during her first visit. Even though their assistance had been invaluable, his discomfort lingered. Harry, on the other hand, kept feeding Lily, who appeared particularly at ease amidst the gathering. Dumbledore rose first, solemnly bowing to Zhang Daosheng. "The complete resolution of Voldemort's threat is due in no small part to the soul sealing of Kunlun and your collective assistance. Hogwarts owes Kunlun a debt of gratitude." Zhang Daosheng waved his hand dismissively, a smile in his eyes. "Professor Dumbledore, you are too courteous. This was our agreement, and besides, witnessing the cooperation of two worlds is indeed a splendid affair." Li Su leaned closer to Lily, whispering, "Honestly, that Voldemort was utterly foolish. The act of splitting one's soul is something even novice practitioners here would never contemplate. Only he could bring himself to harm his own being." And Yang nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Had he dared to come to Kunlun, we could have resolved this matter in a heartbeat. There would have been no need for you to exert so much effort." Lily couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just as she was about to respond, she suddenly froze. She caught sight of a familiar figure entering through the hall's doorway, clad in a gray-blue robe, holding the very wooden sword she had always snatched to play with as a child. It was the trickster Taoist who had once taken her in. She sprang to her feet, her fingers trembling slightly. "You, how are you here?" What shocked her even more was that Zhang Daosheng and all the practitioners in the hall simultaneously stood, bowing in respect to the Taoist, exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to Junior Master Ju E." Junior Master? Both Harry and Snape were momentarily taken aback, and Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, evidently caught off guard by the seemingly ordinary Taoist's remarkable status. The Taoist, now referred to as Ju E, smiled and waved his hand, approaching Lily to ruffle her hair, his gesture identical to how he had done so in the past. "Long time no see, and Lee." Lily's eyes instantly welled with tears. Her voice choked. "Who are you? Why are you here? You aren't he?" She hesitated, wanting to ask if he wasn't from her original world, fearing that voicing such thoughts might bring trouble to both of them. Ju E motioned for everyone to sit down, taking the seat of honor himself, and began to speak slowly. "To understand this, we must start with the original design of the Heavenly Tao. It turned out that Ju E was originally the chosen one of this realm of cultivation, destined to cultivate the path of detachment from emotion. However, after experiencing trials of love with the saintess of a dark cult, he was to comprehend the great Tao through emotional tribulations, ascend to divinity, and elevate the entire world. Yet, while the Heavenly Tao had calculated fate, it had not accounted for humanity. It had not foreseen that while Ju E was passing through a narrow alley, he would encounter in Li, who was meant to perish in that accident. On a whim, he decided to take her in. There was nothing wrong with taking you in. He chuckled helplessly, but then the developments took an unexpected turn. I was supposed to experience emotional tribulations with the Saintess. But I disregarded the path laid out for me and became wholly devoted to raising a child, resulting in a significant deviation in the world's trajectory. The Heavenly Tao, in its frustration, concluded that familial bonds could be considered emotional tribulations. So what if I ascended a few years later? At that time, the world had altered its trajectory and was in a state of fluctuation. Coincidentally, an adjacent world, specifically your Harry Potter universe, passed by. He paused, a hint of resignation in his tone. It was akin to two balloons positioned too closely together. When our world trembled, it inadvertently brushed away a fragment from theirs. However, it is well known that each world abides by its own set of rules, and the emergence of every small world requires the painstaking efforts of the primary world. The unwarranted loss of a fragment nearly caused the balance of the Harry world to shatter. In an effort to rectify this unexpected event, the celestial forces of the two worlds convened and decided. The cultivation world would compensate the Harry world with a batch of resources and endeavor to rectify the regrets left in the original storyline by the fragment-derived small world, while the cultivation world would seize this opportunity to experiment with the integration of elements from other worlds in hopes of forging new pathways. However, it soon became apparent that such unorthodox amalgamations were far too unstable. With a sigh, after inserting the fragment into the primary world, true integration proved impossible. The only recourse was to extract it and create a derivative small world. Yet, this small world collapsed twice before finally stabilizing on the third attempt. Guided by the unexpected source that was you. Each action you took at Hogwarts contributed to mending the trajectory of this small world. For instance, saving Cedric and preemptively vanquishing Voldemort's Horcruxes were efforts aimed at alleviating the original narrative's shortcomings. Now, this small world has achieved complete integration and stability. He looked toward Zhang Daoshang and said, "Please retrieve the phoenix blood you previously preserved, or, more aptly, the blood of Yujia. It possesses the power of creation, and its essence is crucial for fortifying this small world." Zhang Daoshang and Lillian promptly produced a jade vial containing a crystalline red liquid, which they presented to him. As he accepted the vial, a gentle luminescence emanated from his fingertips, channeling his magical energy to transform the blood into shimmering golden particles that merged with the fabric of existence, spreading throughout the entire realm. Suddenly, the heavens erupted with a resounding thunder, resonating in a jubilant rhythm as though the very world was celebrating its true birth. The clouds parted, and a cascade of colorful light poured from the horizon, enveloping the earth, infusing the air with an atmosphere of elation. Upon completing this act, he retrieved an ornate box from his sleeve and handed it, along with a small wooden sword, to Lillian. Within this box are several magical artifacts and a tome suited for your cultivation. You inherently possess the roots of the cultivation world, and this new world will allow you to harness both magic and cultivation simultaneously. As Lillian accepted the box, a warm sensation coursed through her fingertips, and her eyes glistened with moisture. "Are you leaving?" He nodded slightly, his form beginning to fade into transparency. At present, he was merely a projection of the primary world. This small world could not accommodate his true essence. Now that his mission was accomplished, it was time to return. With the merit gained from participating in the creation of this world, I shall ascend upon my return. Should you wish to see me again, simply call my name toward the eastern sky. Perhaps I shall hear you. As his voice faded, his figure vanished entirely, leaving only a gentle breeze to sweep through the grand hall. Zhang Daoshang gazed out at the colorful radiance beyond the window and remarked with a smile, "Our little master has successfully ascended. Our small world and the primary world will continue to flourish." Dumbledore rose, looking out at the extraordinary phenomenon. His eyes filled with profound reflection. "I never anticipated that our world harbored such secrets." Even Snape, usually aloof, relaxed his brow slightly as he observed the ornate box in Lillian's hands, his tone still cool, yet tinged with approval. "Do not squander valuable resources. If you encounter difficulties in your cultivation, remember to seek guidance from your elders. Do not attempt to navigate this alone. After all, if something were to go awry, I would have no way to explain it to Lily, your mother." Lillian could not suppress a laugh, clutching the box as she dashed to Harry's side. "Brother, soon I will not only wield magic, but also delve into cultivation." Harry nodded with a smile, fully aware of Lillian's fervor for cultivation. He had not anticipated that the original trajectory of his world would not be so straightforward. How wonderful it was that a world-altering accident had granted him a sister. This was a unique stroke of fortune belonging solely to their small world. As they departed from Kunlun, the vibrant light had yet to dissipate. Sword-wielding cultivators traversed the clouds, and the essences of magic and cultivation intertwined in the air, creating an unprecedented and wondrous tapestry. Lillian understood that their brand new world was only just beginning. Chapter 80. When did you two become an item? Upon returning to Hogwarts, they enjoyed a leisurely term. After the term ended, during the holidays, Lillian immersed herself in the cultivation techniques left by Ju, Yi, and Kunlun. Now, Lillian no longer required a guardian to accompany her. Thus, upon her solitary return to the Gryffindor common room at the start of the new term, she spotted Harry and Ginny seated on a sofa by the window. They were huddled together, whispering softly, sunlight cascading upon their hair, infusing the air with sweetness. Brother? Lillian's luggage thudded to the ground, her eyes widening in disbelief. You too? When did this happen? It wasn't that Lillian disapproved of Harry and Ginny's relationship. Rather, after Harry's moment of glory had been overlooked, there had been no prior indication of their budding romance. Harry's ears flushed crimson, and Ginny shyly turned away. Hermione approached from behind, chuckling as she patted Lillian's shoulder. During the holidays, Harry was rather listless without you. Ron and I noticed, and often included him in our outings. Sometimes, Ginny would tag along with Ron, and it just blossomed from there. Oh, I see. She nearly believed she had been transported into the original storyline. Even more confounding for Lillian was the realization that Ron had also confirmed his relationship with Hermione, even planning to travel to Egypt together after graduation to explore local magical relics. Two couples now filled the air with the scent of romance. She felt inundated with their love declarations. Meanwhile, Malfoy cornered her one day, clutching an exquisitely wrapped brooch, and with a confrontational tone declared, "I'm with Pansy now, Lillian. You've missed your chance." He scrutinized her expression intently. Lillian regarded the pearl brooch encased in red velvet, the very gift he had intended to present at the Christmas party but had not given, rolling her eyes. Got it. You've shown off enough. Now move aside. I'm headed to the library. Lillian assumed this was a gift from Malfoy to Pansy, and he had come to flaunt it. This revelation left Malfoy disappointed, as Lillian did not react as he had anticipated. He turned away in frustration. Lillian, fuming, sought out Harry to vent. He doing it on purpose. Now that he has a girlfriend, he thinks he's so special, coming here to brag. Harry stifled a laugh as he handed her a glass of pumpkin juice. Indeed, it's absolutely outrageous. Humph, brother, you're no better, while I'm diligently studying. You have a girlfriend too. Lillian shot Harry a sidelong glance, who, feeling guilty, fell silent. However, regarding Malfoy, he was well aware of the latter's intentions. Malfoy's feelings were plainly evident, yet Lillian seemed oblivious. Besides, he wasn't prepared to accept the notion of his sister dating. He would just consider Malfoy's behavior as mere boasting. Snape shared a similar perspective as Harry. During a potions class, as Lillian lamented Malfoy's childishness, Snape, stirring a shrinking potion in his cauldron, coldly remarked, "Do not concern yourself with him. Does he not always delight in these childish antics to provoke you? Lillian, your focus should be on whether you are effectively combining your cultivation techniques and magic. Other matters can wait." Lillian pouted. She certainly hadn't forgotten about her training. In the ensuing days, while Lillian diligently honed her skills and Harry and his companions reveled in their romantic pursuits, she found herself grappling with the intricate techniques brought back from Kunlun, requiring significant time and effort to master. To balance her cultivation and magical studies, she sought permission from Dumbledore for a time turner. This time, Dumbledore acquiesced, albeit with a cautionary reminder. The current rules of the world do not permit arbitrary manipulation of time. Thus, the time turner is now solely for the purposes of study or practice. No other intentions should be entertained. Lillian accepted the time turner, feeling a twinge of regret, yet acknowledging it as a valuable tool amidst her academic struggles. Over the next 2 years, she devoted nearly all her time to the library and her training, while also keeping her beloved brother and friends in mind. Lillian understood that neglecting those around her in the pursuit of her practice would surely lead to future regrets. Occasionally, she even assisted the graduated Weasley brothers in enhancing their magical toys in their shop, like adding a layer of concealment runes to the skiving snack box, ensuring they would no longer fear being caught by Filch. Time seemed to accelerate, and before long, graduation approached. Clad in her graduation robes and accepting her diploma from Dumbledore, she was contemplating her post-graduation travels when Hermione abruptly pulled her back. "Don't even think about it. We all agreed to have a group wedding, and you must be my bridesmaid." The collective wedding was scheduled to take place in the Grand Hall of Hogwarts, transformed into a fairyland of magic. The crimson and gold silk of Gryffindor intertwined with the emerald green silk of Slytherin, enveloping the ivy Lillian had brought from Kunlun. Glowing star-shaped lanterns hung from the trees, and Fox soared overhead, occasionally dropping golden feathers onto the wedding attire of the newlyweds. For couples stood at the end of the red carpet. Harry donned a black suit, holding a bouquet of white lilies of the valley, transplanted by Lillian from Kunlun, said to symbolize a joyful return, gazing tenderly at Ginny. Ron, looking unusually dapper, nervously clutched Hermione's hand, stuttering his words, while Cedric and Cho stood nearby. Cho's wedding dress was embroidered with delicate cultivation runes, and she smiled as she explained to Lillian why she was only marrying now. I don't know how it happened, but on that day when the sky was enveloped in colorful light, I felt a surge of wondrous energy within me, necessitating a return to the flower fields to seek help from the practitioners, which delayed my plans for several years. Thankfully, Cedric waited for me. To Lillian's astonishment, even Malfoy had consented to this collective wedding. Clad in silver, he held Pansy's hand, his gaze devoid of past arrogance, replaced instead by a gentler demeanor. Upon catching Lillian's eye, he surprisingly offered a nod instead of a retort. Reminiscing about their training sessions with Snape softened her heart, prompting her to gesture a blessing towards him. During the vows, Malfoy completely relinquished his past infatuation, watching his wife beam with happiness. After the vows were exchanged, the Weasley brothers wheeled in a massive cake adorned with magical congratulations for the four couples, topped with flying cherubs. This was a special wedding edition toy designed by Lillian, which dispersed fragrant golden powder. Lillian, when will you find a partner? George patted her shoulder, while Fred joined in the teasing. You're the only single one left. Perhaps you should consider it. Lillian laughed, shoving a piece of cake into their mouths. What's the rush? I still have plenty of youth to squander. Who would want to step into the grave of marriage so soon? In any case, there's no hurry. From a distance, Snape observed Lillian's beaming smile, his wine glass trembling slightly in his hand. Dumbledore approached him, smiling. Severus, it's truly wonderful. I senti it? They've all matured. Snape grunted, his tone softening. Indeed. They have. As the wedding concluded and the guests exited the hall, the evening breeze tousled Lillian's hair, imbued with the fragrance of osmanthus. She pondered that perhaps she would remain single for quite some time. This new world, a fusion of magic and cultivation, held countless mysteries awaiting her exploration. Perhaps one day she would encounter her destined partner, or perhaps she would remain devoted to her training. Regardless, she knew that her brother and friends at Hogwarts would always be there, waiting for her to return home when she grew weary. Chapter 81, The Friendly Ambassador. As Lillian journeyed through the world, she found herself in Italy, where the sun in Rome radiated warmth just right. She stood at the entrance of a restaurant adjacent to the Colosseum, still clutching the half-finished ice cream cone from her previous visit. During her last excursion, a series of mafia incidents had almost led her to hurl her ice cream at the troublemakers. However, this time, upon pushing open the restaurant door, she was met only by the smiling proprietor greeting her in Italian, the television on the wall broadcasting a Muggle football match, devoid of any suited figures bearing badges. Excuse me, where are those rather special guests from last time? Lillian inquired in her halting Italian. The proprietor, polishing a glass, looked bewildered. Special guests? Does a girl who enjoys eating ice cream in winter count? Lillian was taken aback, gazing out at the tranquil street, suddenly realizing that those bothersome mafia incidents had seemingly vanished. Even the name Vongola, once so familiar, had not been uttered by anyone. To confirm her suspicion, she traveled to Japan, where the disappearance was even more pronounced. The wizarding world in Tokyo no longer bore any odd dissonance. When she inquired about Auzin or Gojo at a hotel in the mystical side, the proprietor merely shook his head, claiming never to have heard of them, even playfully suggesting, "Did you mix up characters from Muggle comics?" As she watched the cherry blossoms fall outside, Lillian finally understood that the mysterious traces, once out of place in this world, had truly vanished. When she descended onto the steps of Kunlun, her sword gliding upon the soft light, the mist enveloped the gray stone stairs, and Lisu awaited her at the entrance. "I've been waiting for your return. Professor Dumbledore is expecting you in the Great Hall." Curiously, Lillian followed him into the hall, where the familiar scent of incense wafted through the air. Dumbledore was seated in his previous spot, cradling a cup of calming tea. Upon seeing her, he waved cheerfully. "Lillian, your journey sounds quite successful. You mentioned being chased to the edge of the Amazon forest by a mechanical dragon? That was just an accident," she replied, accepting the hot tea Lisu offered and skimming through the letter from Harry that Dumbledore had brought. She chuckled upon reading about Ginny learning to make Eastern pastries. "By the way, Zhang Daozhong, I discovered in Italy and Japan that everything has vanished. Is it because the spectators of those worlds have departed?" Zhang Daozhong took over the conversation, a smile dancing in his eyes. After the last minor world stabilized, those passing through, who found nothing new in this unique world, simply left, and the residual effects naturally dissipated. Lillian suddenly grasped the situation, her thoughts drifting. How these worlds truly loved to wander about, akin to street urchins. At that moment, Dumbledore set down his teacup, his tone growing serious. "Lillian, we initially intended to bring you back for an important matter we wish to discuss. Zhang Daozhang nodded in agreement. After discussions between Kunlun and Hogwarts, we believe you are the ideal candidate to serve as the friendly ambassador between the cultivation world and the magical world. A friendly ambassador? Lillian nearly dropped the letter in her hands. Me? Indeed. Dumbledore smiled and remarked. You are well versed in the rules governing the realm of cultivation and possess a profound understanding of the intricacies of the magical world. More importantly, you have witnessed the confluence of these two realms. No one is more suited for this than you. Initially, we intended to send you a letter, awaiting your return from your travels to make a decision, but it seems serendipity has brought you back just in time. Zhang Daoxing added. Your task is quite straightforward. To facilitate communication between the cultivators and wizards of both realms, sharing cultivation techniques and magical knowledge, while addressing the occasional frictions that arise between the two worlds. Rest assured, we shall provide ample support, ensuring you are not burdened alone. As Lillian gazed into the expectant eyes of the two men, a profound sense of responsibility washed over her. Yet, memories of her time training in Kunlun flooded her mind. The elders teaching her the art of sword control, the moments at Hogwarts when Snape, despite his gruff demeanor, consistently offered her secret assistance, and the kindness bestowed upon her by Harry and her deceptive master, Ju-E. I am willing, Lillian affirmed with a vigorous nod, her eyes sparkling like the night sky. Dumbledore and Zhang Daoxing exchanged knowing smiles. Ah, by the way, Zhang Daoxing said, presenting Lillian with an ornate box. This was left by your little master, Ju-E, before his ascension. He instructed me to deliver it to you upon your appointment as ambassador. Inside lay a jade pendant that symbolized the connection between the two worlds. Donning this pendant would allow you to traverse between the primary world and this newly birthed realm while shielding you from most spatial fluctuations. Lillian opened the box, and the pendant emitted a gentle azure glow, adorned with intricate patterns intertwining symbols of both cultivation and magic. As her fingertips brushed against it, a familiar warmth enveloped her. That night, Lillian sat atop the stargazing platform in Kunlun, penning a letter to Harry, in which she wrote, I am now the ambassador of East-West Cultural Exchange, and I can traverse worlds. Once I have everything arranged, I shall take you and Hermione to the primary world for an adventure. The tale of Lillian was merely beginning to unfold its most captivating chapter. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.